Futures holding on to positive territory here this morning, or trying to at least, with the Dow lagging ever so slightly. A nice bounce back, meanwhile, for tech once again. Both the NASDAQ and the S&P up about 0.8% to kick things off so far this morning. We're watching a number of individual movers, including Lululemon. Wow, an absolute monster here in the pre-market, up more than 15% after a blowout report and forecasts that beat expectations as well. We'll talk about Ford moving around here a little bit. Downside right now, they're talking some EVs coming to the Middle East, apparently, throughout not only the remainder of this year, but into next year for Ford as well. Micron with, let's face it, not a great report, but trading higher so far this morning. We'll touch on why coming up here. Nothing in the way of significant economic data today. We get a Q4 estimate on GDP coming up tomorrow morning, and then PCE, the big one, on Friday morning as well, which is going to be the big inflation print for the week. Going to be an interesting day. There's a short report just seeing coming across for Block once again. So another one. Watch SQ maybe downside here. Interesting day setting up here. It's Wednesday, March 29th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Positive numbers. Bounce back even for the Dow at this point, back to 0.6 to the upside. 0.79 there for the S&P. 0.85 for the NASDAQ. It's been a little bit weak over the past couple of days, but looking to bounce here, potentially 0.85, trying to lead, in fact, for U.S. equities. Futures here in Toronto pointing to the same, 0.85% to the upside at this point, 1.25. Meanwhile, for crude oil. Yeah, nice move for crypto overnight. Bitcoin and Ethereum back to the upside we go, 3.8%, 1.9%. Fresh 1 week highs, anyways, for both, leading to nice gains here for crypto-related stocks, mostly the miners that are gaining on this. Coinbase did gap to the upside, but is trying to fade off here a little bit back downside. So overall, big picture, I mean, banks taking a bit of a backseat, maybe this morning a little bit. We were talking about that yesterday a little bit in the sense that some of these worries coming out of the banking sector, specifically with the regional banks, seem to be subsiding after this SVB news over the weekend. But Jamie Dimon going to be deposed today on separate matters. So we'll keep the banking group in mind. But a ton of other things moving around here, just watching this SQ as well. Yeah, with respect to these banks, too, Michael Barr coming out yesterday testifying before the Senate, giving us insight into, what happened the last days at SVB there. We know that there was another $100 billion that was slated to go out of the bank. That would account for almost 81% of their deposits. They had about $175 billion in deposits, and we know $42 billion left the 2 days prior. $142 billion, Brendo, in 3 days, thanks to online banking and social media. Yeah, very quiet debut, rightfully so, yesterday for both SBNY and SVB down on the OTC market. So a ton of volume for both yesterday, but both trading in penny stock territory. D.A. Davidson, so this note on Block, or SQ, it's from D.A. Davidson Analyst. Christopher Brendler and Brett Thompson, who are talking about the Hindenburg report that came out last week, essentially saying this short report that came out is a buying opportunity for Block. But crypto back to the upside today, guys. We got a few more Fed speakers, as well as Sharif was mentioning there, Barr coming up at 10 o'clock at that Senate Banking Committee once again. But again, yesterday it was mostly just about the banks, really. No monetary talk there at all.
No, and welcome everybody. It's Hump Day. It's Wednesday. Should be a fun one. Lululemon. Wow, it's hilarious. It's the
best, baby.
But it's hilarious to me that Lululemon absolutely crushes their quarter and goes up. Micron, this is the thing. Micron it wasn't just bad. I don't care what anybody tells you. It was an ugly, horrible, horrific quarter. Pretty much almost as bad, if not worse, than what Intel was. But Intel went up after that bad one. So Micron, cheers to you. Everyone seems to think the bottom is in, even though it already made a bottom. But this Davidson that we just saw there, the Hindenburg short report's a long opportunity a buying opportunity for Square. Almost every one of these short reports is just based on the timing of a short-term buying opportunity. That's what happened with Square at 58 for the last couple of days. Now we'll see if it can follow through. It's on the radar again today, but I mean, come on. If it's a reasonably solid company that doesn't have a ton of questions, I mean, obviously you'll have some question marks around it, but there's usually a lot of short covering in the first couple of days after that. We know that to be the case, and then there's a relief rally because they get dumped. Company's already short, and then there's a buying opportunity. And whether you had it off 58 now, you're sitting pretty 10% in the money, but that's not anything new that we've seen before. But a lot to get to today. It's going to be a fun one. Don't forget, there's going to be some residual action on AMC one way or the other, regardless of whether or not anything happens with Amazon. Obviously, that story was a little bit of a nothing burger when all was said and done, and it doesn't make a ton of sense that they would pay through the nose for AMC. But I do expect to be watching that $5 level anyways. If it manages to hold it, hey, stranger things have happened.
All right, just working on getting the sticky note out here. But yeah, I'm looking at Square. I mean, I own that name, and I didn't sell any on that Hindenburg report. We're going to wait to see. I mean, it's so far down. That's part of the reason why. Nice to see JP Morgan back to 130 here today. Lululemon, we told you it was the best company ever created by, in all of mankind, created by a woman, I believe, anyways, here in Vancouver, Canada. Lululemon with an absolutely monster number, up 14-15%. It looks like it still wants to go as well. But hey, look, we're super excited, man. It's a Wednesday, so it's hump day. So we'll see. We'll get past this day. Then we'll be on to the next. And, this market today up almost 1% on the NASDAQ. Nice little recovery late yesterday in the market. We were getting pretty bad. Nice bump up late. Moving early, not much in the middle of the day. We'll see if we can do the same thing today with Fed rolling out a few more speakers. And we're just going to wait to see dovish, hawkish, whatever. We've got our levels written down. I like Micron today. I think we can break above that 61.50 level, 62 bucks on that weekly. We're here. We're ready to. I'm locked and loaded again, man. We're going to watch out for SIVBQ. I sort of thought today I had a little bit of a
bounce.
Yeah, it was not really a dream or a nightmare. I don't know if it is. I'm not even invested in this name, and I thought today we would maybe see this try to get back to the upside right now. I don't know. We should find, I mean, if anybody has like any real good information, like is this really just going to zero? Does it have a chance to get back up? I mean, I think if there's going to be any sort of a YOLO kind of a stock right now, this is what we want to look at. Look at this move that happened late. And this is why we don't have any pre-market printing showing on our system, but with OTCX right there, that's pretty much a live quote. We had Jeff on yesterday talking about the OTCX. So we can see it's about 39 by 35 or so with a few other market makers and whatnot in between here. But look at this move here late. This has really caught my eye. 25 up to 40 cents in the last 10 minutes or so. That's a 50% move, more than that, in the last 10 minutes on SIVBQ. So there's that name, and then there's SBNY as well over on the pink sheets. I actually didn't look to see so they all had a nice little move into the close. I'm wondering if that might be the playbook moving forward here, is take a shot at the end of the day in case you wake up the next morning and get a great headline. But it could obviously go the other way where you wake up and something else happens and you're all the way down. But that's a nice move. I'd be interested in SIVBQ today, especially if we get back to this 25 bottom-ish.
Yeah, interesting to see both of those making that move into the close like that. Just seeing an order coming through here for Nikola, 100 Class 8 Nikola hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. So it didn't move on that, but new order for NKLA. I was looking at Tesla here as well, up 1.5 pre-market so far. Nice move to the upside after a big flush yesterday, as we were talking about. But back to 192 here for Tesla. Elon, I mean, he's made some comments in the past regarding AI, but again, coming out saying that the tech or the AI tech race needs to be paused until more regulation can come into effect and more proper management can come into effect as far as what this is going to lead to eventually. As we saw yesterday, NVIDIA talking about using AI to develop the technology that then would run AI. So that seems a little bit too circular, in my opinion. Yeah, go ahead.
But that's on message.
Yeah.
Didn't he call AI one of the biggest threats to human
Prior to all of this.
Yeah, prior to all this. So
Yeah.
that's on message for him.
Yeah, for sure. On that note, Micron, obviously the one in focus today as far as chip makers are concerned with their earnings, not good. Forecast as well, not really great, but they did point to AI by 2025 going to be better than expected. Demand for AI by 2025 going to be better than expected. So there was a positive note, seems to be up on that. Not really sure. But the rest of tech in focus here again today. 3 days in a row now we're back to the upside for yields, both the 2-year and the 10-year. Higher on the session. Dollar not really doing anything, kind of hanging out. But a lot to consider when it comes to these chip names again today.
Yeah, look, first of all, Micron and AI, that's not the name that you're looking for. Like, Micron is the most cyclical of the cyclical semiconductor names, and that means when there's a glut of inventory and there's demand issues, they get hit the hardest, and then you look for that rebound. That's generally been the play. So I guess the market's getting out in front of this one and assuming that the bottom is in for Micron. Like, that's what's happening here. Like, they had their worst margin since 2008. 2008. You know what I'm saying? And you lose.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's.
You know what I'm saying?
I remember reading Intel's report the last time, and then I just went on a huge rant about how bad it was. So there's no point doing it here. Like, right now, it looks like people think the bottom might be already in a Micron, which is interesting because it's nowhere near the bottom. But it was god awful, and I'm not saying this is where you put your money into. However, the reaction that the market is giving, if Micron closes holding these gains, then what that's telling you is that the big money believes, or at least if they hold it the next week or so, forget about what happens today. Let's talk about the next week or two. If it holds up, maybe hold these major averages, hold these gains here, then it's going to tell you that the worst for the semis are possibly in, and that can mean good things for everybody else, right? So I think that this can end up being bullish for Intel. This definitely can end up bullish for the AMDs of the world as well. It's just, I'm not convinced of this until it gets through what has been the resistance level. And it's a channel. I think I have 6180 is the high. I think Sean rightfully mentioned 6150 to 62. Like, it's a price channel with the top at 6180. And if it breaks out on this report, fair enough. But I only am interested in there's only one way I like the long, well, two ways I like the long. It has to either break the channel to the upside and show me you're through resistance holding above, or coming back to the daily, like what are you, bouncing off the 50 period at 59, bouncing off 57 at the 200 period, something along those lines is what I'd be looking for. Like, until it breaks through, then the short can be in play. And it would be off that high. I wouldn't short it now because that's $1 away from resistance. That's a little bit ridiculous. But let's see if this holds up for the next little week. I think that's going to give you an indication. If this gets immediately sold off in the next couple of days, I think that doesn't necessarily bode well for this theme. But the other side to that coin is, Intel's up 1% here. And you can't tell me, like, Intel already had their 2 worst reports and probably is already starting, people have already priced it turning the corner. If it's believed that Micron is too, then Intel could finally be breaking out of this range. And the only reason that we're interested in these is you look at the highs that the other chip names are in, they're lagging. Like, Intel has so much that it could do if it gets above that 30 to 31 area. So maybe this is going to be the start of that. That said, if it gets here, I'll probably short it first. It's like any big level as a day trader. I tend to want to go both directions off a really big level, so I'd short into it first, and then if it breaks out, I got no issues with the long. But it needs to break out. I'm not believing it until it breaks out.
All right, yeah, just for Micron, it's the #1 name here on the sticky note. I'm going long once it breaks through 62. You can short it through up until about 62, but just for right here, I mean, this is that 62 level right there. It's really 6180, 6150. I'm not going to try to pretend, like I'm going to read through this report and figure it out. I'm just going to say that price action doesn't lie. You're up 3% right now. If the quarter was that bad, I feel like it would have been down 3% or more. It really hasn't rallied with the rest of the chip names as much as the rest of the chip names. NVIDIA is up 130% from its October bottom. And, here's October bottom right here, $50 to $60. So you can see this name, although up, not up nearly as much as AMD, NVIDIA, all those. So maybe this report is what they want to get. I mean, here's 62 right here. The problem with the 62 break long is then you fight 63 and 64. And if you're getting this talk of not liking the quarter, then I don't know why it would be up 3%. But then even if you like the quarter, you still run into this other problem here of 63, 64, 65. Like, it's got to get through all of this. But let's just front run NVIDIA numbers. Let's front run AMD's numbers. They're coming in a month and a half. And hey, maybe Micron right now, you get them pretty cheap. If you like this level here, you could buy Micron, hold it, hoping that there's much better news coming from other chip names. So we'll see. I like the name. The volume's okay. Now that I'm looking at it, it's only 1 million shares. NVIDIA today, I just want to see what these names are up. Because I actually didn't look to see, okay, I mean, 1%, fine. I just didn't think any of them was up more than Micron. And AMD, 0.89, yeah. So Micron up 2 to 3 times these other names here today. I do like AMD on any kind of dip buys back to 93 as well. So I think chips are going to be in play as per usual. Yesterday, the only name we were red on, I think, was NVIDIA. So we'll see about trading these again today. But I really do like Micron up near that 62 level. Let's see if there's enough momentum to bust it. We're not taking it early, but we will take it late. Like, if we can see that it's kind of hovering around, then the market goes. I do want to punch along. Yo, what's up, Randy? Thanks for the coffees yesterday.
What's with the...
Thanks for the Timbits.
Drink box?
What is that, orange or is that mango? What is that?
Peach.
Way off on that one. Peach. You like peach, mango, or orange if you had a choice? Mango.
Always mango.
The only problem with mango, sometimes it's too sweet. Like, you need, yeah, you need to have.
No.
It needs to be good mango juice.
I love guava.
Guava is the talk.
Guava candies you can make. That's the best.
I still haven't used this, the saffron.
Get your guava in Antigua, man.
Enough
with these other islands. Antigua. I've told you this.
Get your guava in Antigua, man. What the hell is your problem,
Visit the beautiful
Randy?
island of Antigua. Home to 365 beaches, one for every single day of the year.
All right, back over to Brendo.
All right, let's talk some crypto here. We're higher, obviously, across the board as far as individual cryptocurrencies, but some movement back to the downside as far as equities are concerned. Here's Coin, 2.7. Did fade off when I sat down this morning back below 65, but overall, decent look here. I mean, we're still kind of stuck in this choppy back and forth mess. If you want to go to the top, I mean, 85 all the way down to 55, $30 worth of a range on Coinbase. But there's BTC right now testing 28.4, 28.5, trying to get back to these highs from late last week. Ethereum, same story, back above 1,800 holding right now.
All the while the 2-year and the 10-year are printing to the higher side and have been for the past few days. Market doesn't care. Here comes the money into speculative assets.
Yeah, I mean, we had such a huge move down in some of these yields, but it's true. I mean, there's headlines daily almost, it seems, guys, about more quote-unquote crypto crackdown, but here we are, back to the upside.
Yeah, I feel like a broken record with Coinbase. It gets to 70, you short it. It gets to 60, that's the only place to go long. But in the deep down in the depths of my mind, I'm looking for that 60 level to break. And it doesn't want to do it. This is the flat bottom break that I've been looking for the last week and a half. It just, it's catching a bid here every single time. And every time I'm short, I get out in front of it and don't go long. I didn't long off that level yesterday. Probably would have been a good trade. So I suppose the time that I go long in front of 60 is the day that it breaks, and then that's going to be the short that we really want. But look, Coinbase, ever since they got the Wells notice, you just be patient with it, because if you play the range here, I'm not saying you can't lose, but it's been fantastic. And that does mean not waiting for it to diddle. It's now kind of bouncing off that 60 for the second day. So it probably needs to test 67 and 70 before I think about fading this one. And just do not get run over when it starts squeezing. It is that type of a name now. It's driven by short interest. It's prone to short squeezes. It didn't have a very violent day yesterday. There's a weird, I'm going to check this. Maybe an iceberg at 65. Not that I care too much about that, but if there's an iceberg at 65 at the open, that could give a low risk shorting opportunity off a level like that. You risk 30 or 40 cents. But otherwise, I'm going to sit this out till we get to 70. There's tons to look at today. So I'll wait for Coinbase to get to that 70 level. I think we mentioned, oh no, this is not directly related, but we mentioned Square. Square that 66, only because I don't think we're going to get to this in the rundown. Square that 66 since the short seller report. It's got a double top up there. If you look at it on the 15, is what I mean. That's 66, 65.80 on Block, Square, whatever you want to call it. I think this one could absolutely fill in the gap if it breaks through. So we're looking for that Square breakout. Whether or not crypto's going up at that moment probably doesn't matter here for Block. But those are the two I'll be watching. Unlikely to have anything early on Coinbase, but I could see Square making that break early.
Anyone have an opinion on gold today? Well, you can go back over and see our interview with Peter Schiff yesterday. Thanks, Brendan, for that one. I'm going to tweet something out about that Peter Schiff interview pretty soon, so get ready for that. Look, I mean, the last 24 hours has been pretty damn impressive, and what in the heck is going on right now? Fire off the hot dog cannons if you are an XRP shareholder, coin holder, asset holder. Up 11.5%, Cardano up 9% right now. Like, I know that there's some talk about money changing and money supply and things like that, but look at this nice move here on XRP over the last 2 weeks. You had a bottom of 36 cents, and right now you're up to 55 cents. This is a great little opportunity here for Ripple and XRP. I mean, it seems to be going to the upside. From what I remember, Ripple is still used by Western Union and a few other corporations here. It is a great, way to transfer tokens and money. And I don't know. I own some of this. I don't own a lot of this. I bought this a whole hell of a long time ago. I read an article, something like they transferred over $27 million worth of Ripple or XRP in like a couple of seconds. This was years and years and years ago, which got me excited about it. But yeah, it's a nice little move up here. Let's check, I mean, the 30-day, again, you sort of broke out through this 40-cent mark, and now you're up here to 55. I mean, we can keep extending it out, but you're at 3-month highs. You're probably even at, yeah, you've just right now took out 55 cents, which is the 6-month high as well. So right now, XRP really starting to go to the upside. So congratulations to everybody that's in this. And I know a lot of you think, crypto is whatever, little bit of nothing. But if you are into any kind of names, I still think that HUD 8, again, just because it's very volatile. It has crazy bottoms. I think the bottom's like 70 cents or something. Yeah, there it is right there, 70, 80 cents, all the way up to 260, back down and up again. This is not anything that you're going to look at technically, but if you wanted to buy a name that you can expose you to some of these altcoins and whatnot, Neil and I talked about this yesterday, I think HUD 8 is probably the name for you as opposed to a Coinbase because you don't have any of that exchange risk that seems to be happening with the Wells notice and things like that. And we've seen, obviously, a name like SI turn a little memey as of late as well. We're still a 78% short interest in SI as this name continues to make lows. Although bouncing off that dollar mark, interesting to see if we get back down there. Lots of interesting names to play here in the crypto space.
Yeah. Talking about the Great Lakes, if anyone's wondering. Let's get some analyst moves here for you this morning. Up, which one's my favorite? I mean, Lake Ontario, come on.
Baby. We're from Toronto.
No, we were just talking about Lake Superior, but anyways, doesn't matter. Upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. Carnival, top of the list. Susquehanna liking, there we go. Susquehanna liking Carnival today after earnings a couple of days back. Lulu, this was one of, I think there was 10 that I counted. 10 to the upside this morning for Lulu. Micron down here, Foot Locker, Ross, Macy's. CEO departing for Macy's, worth a note. Bath and Body Works, we were discussing that this morning as well.
Mm-hmm. We didn't know what that was.
Maybe someone can fill us in. We're not really sure exactly what Bath and Body Works is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bath and Body Works?
It's in the States.
I think it's the same as Bed Bath & Beyond, basically. That's what I think.
Okay.
I think so.
So they copied them? Is that the deal?
Is that not a good business to copy?
No, I genuinely don't know anything about.
Nah, people are saying
Bath
it's
and
a
Body
store.
Works.
Yeah, it's a store.
I really don't know anything about it.
I thought it was bath soaps. Prad goes to the one here and he talks about buying bath soap. With your girl.
He went there with his girl?
Is there a new girl in your life? Oh, okay. We're breaking shit on right on the air right
Prad.
now. Now we can't focus. Now I can't focus.
Prad's been there with his girl.
Now I need to do some undercover thing here.
Okay.
Soaps and scents. Oh, you know what it's like then?
So,
what's that place? We have one here that sells the soaps and the bath bombs.
oh, I know the one we always go to
no.
get gifts
Yes,
for your girlfriend
yes,
when you had
yes.
no clue back in high school. It's like,
What is
what's
the
the name of that
Canadian
place?
version of that?
Oh, you guys know what I'm talking about.
There's one right in Bloor West.
No, it's not Bath and Body Works. Okay, you guys, we'll think of that in a second. But there was a name out
Body
there.
Shop, I think it's
Body
called.
Shop.
Body Shop.
Body Shop. So
Body Shop.
if you were in Canada, like Body Shop was where
the
like
candy
you
shop.
got a girlfriend, you're young, you have no idea what you're supposed to. Go to Body Shop, be like, yo, what should I get my girl? And it's like, yeah, this, or this, and it's like, boom, you're good to go. Now, of course, you should know better than that because I'm old. But back to trading for a quick second here, if we can even do that. CCL was on that, Carnival was on that list, I want to say, to the upgrade side. It's up again. Carnival up again, up 3%. Earnings were not good. It was a big move to the downside initially, but 2 days worth of recovery, and it's actually trying to break out now. So this is at 960, the 200 period that I was pointing out. Carnival's trying to get above it. Let's see if it can do that today. I think there's a chance it makes a breakout, but it's right at the level. So it's not enough for it to just tick above 65 or something like that. Like it needs to hold above, maybe break a 75, but it's got room to run to set upside. Again, as always, if it fails the resistance level, we get underneath 950. I'm probably looking to short this for the rest of the day. But it was up yesterday, and this was the top. We were short 48s, and that ended up being the high. So obviously, if it doesn't really hold 50s, I would just go back to shorting that level. But it didn't give you a huge move. And that showed the level of strength that was in Carnival yesterday. So upgrade doesn't really matter to me. It's the way it's responding to that down earnings. A couple of days worth of a relief rally. Question becomes, can it hold above 60 at 930?
All right, so yeah, another one that my wife likes to go to with my daughter is called Lush. So they make all these, it's all natural soaps and everything like that. So yeah, okay. AMC right here. Yesterday was a great trade yesterday. I mean, I actually went long. I missed the whole play, and it was happening during the midday show when Max and Sharif were there, and all of a sudden Amazon came out and was like, it was Charles Gasparino there reported that potentially there was some talks about AMC interest in AMC from Amazon. So the A's there coming in. And I took the long right off this. So we halted. I went long, was able to make money. Then we got out at 508 at the end of the day. So it was a good trade. Net, obviously a net positive trade. So we're happy with that. We got some outs here at 40. And I think we even got a 45. We were waiting for much more than that, though, to see if it could blow higher. And then, of course, the report comes out that, hey, guys, I'm just letting you know about this, but it's actually been in the works for a while. And what Amazon's trying to do is buy a depressed asset, not looking to say, hey, we'd like to take you guys over, and this is our offer. It's just if it gets low enough, I'm guessing. Like, does that even make sense? If it gets low enough, maybe.
How much lower you want it to go?
That's what I mean. So I feel like, honestly, I just think that when there's smoke, there's fire in a bunch of in some of these names, and I just think like, what kind of a name is like if you're looking for a depressed asset, how does like $1 away from its 52-week low sound or whatever? Like it's only $4 right there. It's at $5 right now. Amazon just spent the market cap of AMC is $16 billion. Amazon just spent what did they spend on Roomba or something? They just closed and they're buying some iRobot. Yeah, exactly, something like that. There's money to be thrown around right now, and a lot of these companies are sitting on cash. I'm not going to say that AMC is going to pop today, tomorrow, or the next day, but honestly, I feel like now, away from it being a meme stock and let's get it going and all this kind of stuff. We just saw GameStop come out with a profitable quarter for the first time in forever. So GameStop holding some of those gains. We had the huge move up on GameStop that day, 40%, and it's holding. So maybe there is a slight turn in some of these names. And then if you get an AMC with an Amazon, some kind of a marriage, whether or not it just means that Amazon blasts their ads everywhere, whether or not it means AMC brought to you by Amazon or something like that. I could see an extra revenue source coming here from AMC. I am not long the name. So this is not like, let's pump up a stock to see about where it's going. I have no interest in Amazon, in AMC. I'm a long-term shareholder in Amazon, but I feel like there is a potential here. And for the first time in a while, Brendan and Sharif, maybe there's some realistic chance of some actionable events here in AMC that does not require us looking at short interest.
Wouldn't that be exciting? More to come, potentially, for Amazon AMC headlines. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV and use the promo code on screen there. TTV will get you 10% off for Search Trader. Here is Boeing. I'll throw one more at you here before we get into everything else. Boeing up 1.1% back to 207. Had a really nice move yesterday right out of the gate for Boeing. Held higher all day long around 205. There was a note about Ryanair. Here it is. Picking up 100, I believe it was, 787. So yeah, 100 aircraft coming for Ryanair. So they're still in talks apparently. There was rumors of this deal falling apart going back a couple weeks ago, but apparently they're still talking about it. So gap to the upside there for Boeing today. I mean, nice looking daily chart for Boeing too.
It's nice to get orders. I don't think orders has been their problem. They've had plenty of that. It's execution and actual production, whether it's because of COVID or whether it's because, you know, the regulator steps in and says, with the 737. So let's see what they can do this year.
Yeah, nice move yesterday, guys, for Boeing. Quiet move anyways, but back to the upside again today.
Broke the 208 level. It went to 213. Now, granted, it hard reversed and then flushed 20 bucks in the next 2 days. But, I mean, it was good. Like, it went through 208 break. There's 213, harsh rejection, fair enough, but it's come all the way back, double bottom, and now you're looking at the same resistance level, 208. We're 50 cents away with a 40-cent spread on the stock right now, so maybe wait till the open. But that actually sets up pretty decently. You look at the daily chart, okay, yeah, you've also got the 50 period, which has been resistance, but at some point, if you hug a major moving average, the breakout's usually a pretty solid one from it. Yeah, I'm gonna add this to the list for like an open 208 break. With Boeing, you got to be willing to risk a buck on the break, but when you see room to 213, that means you can cover in front of 10, you can cover in front of like 12, 12.5, and then see if it can get through 13 into 15. Yeah, it looks interesting on Boeing there. So it's got a decent catalyst. Not a lot of pre-market volume is the ding against it right now.
I haven't really looked at Boeing yet here today as we just continue to. I mean, I haven't looked at Boeing in a while, but I do like I like the name. I still think that with China getting a little bit, hopefully we can ease some of the Chinese tensions. I don't think they're necessarily blowing out of proportion right now, but I think the more we have of sort of that international love, the better that's going to be for Boeing. We heard Air India buy a whole bunch of planes. I think China still has a few to come as well, as it's basically a monopoly. I mean, when you have Boeing and then Airbus, I mean, it's a great business, and we already know that the government will support this business as well if it gets low enough. I like Boeing, but again, haven't really looked at any key levels for that name. If anything, you know which name I do like, and we're going to wait to see what happens with Airbnb right now, but it's down to 18. I want to see what their next report has in it, but Airbnb had a huge jump up there, and then basically you filled the gap all the way back for their last earnings report. So I'm a little bit not worried, but we'll see if Airbnb can come back here to this 110 area. I thought once we cleared this 130 here on Airbnb that we would have been off to the races, back up to the upside, and then looking at this 160 again. I'm not in this name, but I want to be into it soon. This is 115. That's the 50 period right now, and then down to 110. I just hear everybody. I know, Neil, you were at an Airbnb there. I think Brennan stayed at an Airbnb.
That's all we do.
Did you stay at an Airbnb? Yeah, Brennan did as well. And I feel like the more, the more we go on with traveling, and we just talked about Boeing there, I kind of like this level here of 110, 115 for Airbnb. Like I said, I don't think we want to step into it until the next report. But what if the next report gives you a result like Lululemon or something, and then you miss the 10 or 15% in Airbnb? But I like the name. I want to dig into the numbers a little bit, see what they're talking about. I don't believe they're actually making any money. So that's not a great thing to be in with rising interest rates. But as rates come back down and people start to see a little bit coming off their mortgage payments and their interest payments and so on and so forth, maybe a little bit more money back into the consumer's pocket. Who knows when that's going to happen, but Airbnb should be the benefactor of that. So if travel, I actually don't mind CCL or Airbnb. I just feel like travel names should be back in. I'm not in love with Disney. I do not like really the offering too much with Disney Plus. And we were actually thinking about canceling one of our and it would be Disney Plus. I don't know anything to watch on that. I mean, I know there's that new Mandalorian
Oh, come on, man.
I didn't even watch the set. Is there 2 Mandalorian?
There's
three.
Bad Batch is really so.
Bad Batch. But
I'm
don't
gonna
you have to be like
I'm gonna
you said,
nerd out for
Don't
I'm
you
gonna
have to
nerd
be-
out for a second, but I think it's episode 12, season 2 of Bad Batch is the single greatest animated episode Star Wars has ever done.
Bad Batch is animated.
Yeah, it is. It's unreal. It's so good. It was a fantastic episode.
Disney
That being said,
poisons
I get
kids.
it, man. If you're not into Star Wars, and if you're not into and the kids don't want to watch the Disney princesses and all that stuff, then it's probably not for you.
Yeah, I mean, you even have another nerd there, Arun, just signed up for Disney Now. Comic book. He loves comics.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
if you, I don't want to
yeah,
throw
if you
around
love-
words
if you love
against
that
the guy
stuff.
here, but he was talking about just signing up, and he liked the content.
Yeah,
So I liked it. My problem with Disney is the new stuff. I just feel like there's not,
fair.
like when I log into Netflix, maybe the quality's not as great, but there still is like 3 or 4 new series or movies, seems like all the time.
Do me one favor.
Yeah.
Before you cancel it,
I'll never cancel
you and
that.
Marissa should watch Only Murders in the Building.
Only Murders in
Selena
the Building.
Gomez, Steve Martin, Martin Short.
Okay, I'm surprised we haven't watched that
It's
yet.
hilarious, man.
That reminds me of, weren't all those exact three involved with Father of the Bride or something like that?
No, he
Selena
was. Steve Martin
Gomez,
was.
Steve Martin.
We're probably supposed to go to Arun right now.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 9:05.
Sorry.
Okay, shout out to everybody that's in the 9:05. By the way, Raptors game was great. Shout out to the Miami Heat. You guys suck. Is Kyle Lowry not coming? Is he coming off the bench now? Like, what a great deal that was for us to get rid of Kyle Lowry, save us $35 million a year and then because when he came
love
in,
Kyle Lowry.
I was we love Kyle Lowry. We're probably the best Raptor of all time. I'm not saying skill-wise, but just what he represented as a Raptor, brought us the ring and everything like that. But I'm really, is he coming off the bench? Is that what's
He
happening?
ain't starting. He ain't starting.
Wrap it up. It's my show.
Yo, now see that? They're
let's
they're
wrap
in
it
our
up.
ears right now.
Art?
One of those days. Hey, Arun. How's it going?
All right, let's get started on this. It'll be fairly quick. I mean, this market's been somewhat quiet for the last couple of days. We're finally starting to get some movement to the upside now. We've been here before. Every time we've been here, it's somewhat sold off a little bit. So let's see if they hold up on this one. Maybe there is some strength today, and the market's up, close to 1% here. 0.91 on the S&P here as we get into the day. Let's see if this can hold up after the open. If it does, I think north of 40, we really have a chance to take out that 40.50 top. And if that's the case, then I think we got to look at that 40.75 high from the Fed day as the target. So for now, intrinsic strength, looking for potential longs. Once we clear that 40.50, that's in play. The only thing we got to watch out for and maybe possibly avoid is if there's some opening selling that comes in and brings us right back below 40.25. If that happens, odds are we're probably right back in the range, playing the short side once again. But for now, I'd just say long side. But we do need to clear 40.50 to make it a confirmed long. For now, it's just a buy side bias going into the open.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. If you haven't done so already, make sure you grab that. Scan the QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email, and you can have that for free every single day. Super simple. Has everything on it you need to know in the pre-market every single day. I was just looking at a higher time frame here of Lululemon. You got to go back to December 2022, I guess. December of last year, end of last year. 380-ish, 385, 390 comes into play at that point. But just saying to Sharif, this chart is pretty impressive, to say the least, this morning. 16, almost 17%, let's be honest here, for Lululemon. This is the high I was talking about, going back to December of last year. Like, there's not much to say other than impressive for Lululemon.
Yeah, they had a margin issue last time around and an inventory issue. They don't have either of those now. They talked about transportation costs going down. They got rid of the glut of inventory that they had without marking it down, thereby holding on to margins. It's a good success story, but it also shows you the wealthier consumer is not really suffering at the moment.
No, and I mean, it's a good point. We were saying, they have that, the sale rack all the time in Lululemon stores, but
very small.
You never find anything on those sales racks. Can you buy this, guys, up 16% here?
Do they have a sales rack at Lululemon?
I don't. Okay.
I see Brendan. Yeah, I mean, these guys shopping there. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I actually think that the Lululemon men's brand, and no, honestly, that's supposed to be real super comfortable. I've been talking about Lululemon for honestly 25 years. Like, as the minute I met my wife, she's like, these are the greatest pants ever. And I was like, okay, just buy them. And then the rest is history. I've been a Lululemon shareholder probably for 20 years. I'm probably up 2,000%, honestly. This name has just been a huge monster move to the upside, and I just continue to support it. I'm never selling the shares. They've had a higher high on Lululemon, but I just, you know what? When you make quality products, it's like Tesla. You know, they come out, they're like the first ones. Everyone tries to copy them, but they're still there. We have, but recently, my wife, I was talking to Stephanie about this. I bought my wife aloe pants because they were the hottest rage. But no matter what's hot right now, there's people are always going to start copying you. And I just really like Lululemon stock. I think it's today higher expected revenues, great. 10 upgrades, great. You know, new product launches coming in the spring right now. You know, done really well. No inventory at glut or anything like that. I like Lululemon here. Is there a trade today? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's up so much. You know, do you break that high, 377? I think you just wait for that. I think you just wait for the 377 break. You know, like yesterday when Alibaba was up that 8, 9, 10%, and we had to wait for a pullback, and then it blew up to almost $100 again. So Baba pulls back down to 92, then goes up 8%. I could see something like this happening. I wouldn't even be surprised if we pull back to 370, 367, something like that down here for Lululemon. It's coming back right now as we speak. So I feel like this is just a huge move up. And there's a lot of traders going to be long this name. It's probably more than a lot expected. You had that options AI yesterday. What was the implied move?
I want to say 6.5%.
Right.
It was 6.5 for
so
them.
It's triple.
5 for Micron. It feels like it's too far. The disappointing thing for Lulu was I kind of had a trade in mind, which obviously didn't come to bear. Like, it was just breaking out on the daily. I was kind of hoping that we'd get a chance to trade and maybe take out like 340 or something like that, 340 to 335. It didn't happen. It's too far upside, in my opinion, at this point. So, you know, when I see a move like this, my first thought is, okay, 385, 387, that's a top. If it sniffs it, like that just, it almost has, the risk reward almost has to be a short up there for me. And if it dips, I was saying 65 and 50 were the two levels I was looking at. And again, one of them is going to be obvious, 350, 365. That's more just about pre-market support. I don't even know if I like that. That's throwing something in, pissing in the wind. I think 350 could be where it comes back to. I would have shorted pops once it broke the high of the day, looking at that top. I don't know that I want to jump into it right at the open off 75. It's not going to be the most liquid name. We trade a $400 stock. Just understand the spread's going to be a little bit bigger. So I might be sitting this one out on Lululemon. Maybe there's some sympathy plays out there. I think the company's fantastic, but they were trading at a premium before this. It was a great quarter, but they're trading at a bigger premium now. So with all those upgrades, it just feels like this is like a perfect sell the news type of opportunity, and the filling in the gap is too much of a risk. 350, yeah, I'm all over 350 if we get down there. I think that's the level that you want to try to grab. Brendo?
All right, let's talk chips. Micron specifically, we were just digging in a little bit more onto this report and essentially what Micron does as a business, which is obviously a little bit different than the rest of these, but still in the same group. Not much in the way, as Lulu was very, very positive, not much in the way of positive to speak of when it comes to MU outside of that note right at the bottom of the report, which essentially pointed to 2025. They're saying AI will be a thing.
Yeah, well, like you said, down 60% year over year in terms of revenue. But, you know, analysts saying that that's behind them now. The microchip glut is done, and they're focusing more on the positive catalyst with respect to AI. But we looked them up. They do a lot of RAM, like memory kind of thing, not really focused as much on CPUs and GPUs. So another path kind of for that AI.
Which is needed, obviously, as well. So, I mean, there is a little bit of positivity there. But, I mean, the Q3 forward look was a bit of a problem. I mean, it was a little bit better than Q2. But what do we do here, guys? With Micron today, are some of the other chips maybe a better play?
We'll see. I mean, Micron's got a big level up there. The one thing I didn't say is, so I talked about like being worst margin since 08. Spend $1.30 for every dollar of product that they make. That's not good. Like, there's nothing about that that's good. And when you swing, when you swing a loss a couple of quarters in a row now, I think just the market's probably trying to get ahead, saying this is as bad as it can get for Micron and it can bounce to the upside. So this is the one level to look at on the 15-minute. You can pull it up on the daily if you want. It is a 6180 high, so if it clears 62, it probably is a breakout play. I'm likely to fade off of this the first time through. I do think it provides you some opportunities in the overall space that if we do get a big rally in the chips, then NVIDIA 275 comes into play. And I like NVIDIA where it broke out yesterday. So it broke out late in the afternoon at 263. I'm not sure why I'm going to park something down there just so I'm there. I want to have a starter position if this gets down to that price. It closed at 64, so it would take going red briefly, but if we have a big fall in the chips and there is a reversal, I know I like NVIDIA at that 63 price. I think I already mentioned Intel. Intel's on the precipice of a bit of a breakout here. But I want to make sure it's not going on its own before I dig into thinking about Intel long 2980. This is still in play. A couple of weeks ago, it made a high at 3030. That's a level I will take another stab at. Remember where Intel is on the daily chart. It has been a brick wall. Fills above 30 have been money fills short on Intel. Like, it'll break, it'll get a little bit higher, and then it'll fail. So 30 isn't necessarily that's the level you want to short. It's really above that 30 level into the quarters that you're looking for the short on Intel. And at some point, yes, it breaks its channel. The same way at some point I thought it would break that 20 to 25 bottom and hold below. You're not going to hold this range forever on Intel, even though it seems like it's been here forever.
I did want to say something there. I mean, Adam Diaz, what's up? And I don't know if it's a negative comment or whatever right here. And I'm not going to talk about, like the confidence that you have. I'm too good at making money to be messing with Mullen. But that's kind of the way I feel. It's not about too good to be something. It's you got to stay in your comfort zone. And I just wanted to address that to everybody. Whether or not you're day trading Mullen, Micron, Tesla, Lululemon, crypto, whatever you're doing, at the end of the day, where's this thing? This is all that everyone's trying to make. So whether or not you can make that on Mullen or Micron, like I can go on and on. There's literally thousands of stocks. I just think you want to stay in your lane. So I do want to, respect what you're saying there, Adam, but at the same time, I don't want to disrespect anybody that's trying to buy Mullen. But you're not going to use our chat or the show as like a pump for it. We will talk about it breaking through 10 cents. Neil was on that the other day when it was 10 cents. I was there, but then never got filled, and back and forth. So we will trade Mullen today if there's levels with big size and if there's money to be made, because honestly, it moving half of a cent, if you have 100,000 shares, I can throw around millions of dollars here into any name. So I don't know if I do that in Mullen, because I think if you get long at 9, you might have to get out at 8. So that might be a problem. But I just want to say that no matter what capital you're working with or what stocks you're looking at, there's money to be made everywhere. So I just want to say that to everybody. And we respect every kind of style of trading here. And I don't think that it's foolish to look at Mullen on any given day. So I just want to say that. So shout out to everybody there and everyone's different styles. As far as Micron's concerned, I want to put some respect back on this name a little bit. All I'm hearing is negativity, and for good reason. But remember, we could say like their forecast 60% year-over-year revenue decline as forecasted, right? There's a bunch of, like Walgreens yesterday was a disaster, but they beat such shitty expectations. And whenever that happens, you can get upsized moves. And maybe Micron is beat down and the way it is because they don't have a higher expectation. I just said NVIDIA's up 130% since October. This name is up 25% since October. There's a lot of opportunity for this name to go even higher right now. And the fact that they're also, how about this? They're reducing headcount by 15%. So if that number came out for Amazon or for Google or for I was going to say Alphabet, but that's Google, Microsoft, any of these other names, AMD, NVIDIA, this would send the stocks to the moon. Oh, they're getting more efficient. Well, Micron says that, and then we doubt it, right? So let's wait to see what happens. I still like that 62 top here on the daily. If it takes it out, I think I'll be there for the long, but I'm not there until it takes 62. And the reason why I say that is, look at these tops, 61.75, hit, all into here. We need to clear this zone, then take 62. Then guess what? then I have a bottom of 61.50. So my long at 62 is only going to be 50 cents worth of risk. Why? Because you have this upside right here of 64 that I don't think this report was definitely not good enough to make a move up to 64, 65. And if we do, I'll be long, so it'll be good. But again, little bit of a risk here coming for Micron. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, market really moving higher, guys. 1% now for the S&P, 1.19 for the NASDAQ as well. Nice look here. Heading towards the open, let's talk about the NASDAQ. Let's talk about one of the biggest ones in it. Apple comes out yesterday with their own buy now, pay later service, which sent Affirm immediately to day lows and then more eventually throughout the entire session. Remember, PayPal and Block or Square both have similar type of offerings. So Apple didn't really move on this. I mean, there was a late day kind of bounce, I guess, overall for the shares, but a little bit of a catalyst maybe for Apple.
This was priced in. I mean, we've been talking about this for a while. The pitch here is that 85% of U.S. retailers accept Apple Pay. And the theory is that, you'll be able to connect their subscription to Apple Pay with the buy now, pay later service. So thereby opening up a lot more of a market possibility for people that can afford their products.
Yeah, this was the downside move yesterday for Affirm on that news when it came out. There's a huge volume spike, and then we just cratered the rest of the day. Trying to gap, though, guys, back to the upside for AFRM.
Yeah, I just whispered to Sean, I go, this is probably the day that like Affirm decides to like just rip faces off or something, because my initial gut is to look short. Like, this is obviously it's worse for Affirm than it is good for Apple, because everyone already believed this was going to happen. And Apple's got a good support level. I was just and we can maybe start with that one. Like, it's got a good support level, which got broken yesterday, turned to resistance, which is now back into support at 158. Again, it's always a theory that support turns into resistance. 161.5 is a big deal for Apple. But I'm going to be very patient with Affirm. It's beaten down, and it made a significant bottom at 910. This is what the daily chart looks like. So it has been making a bottom off this $9 level. That does give you some at least caution. But if it pops to anywhere in front of 1040, like in here, like quarters to 30s, I'll probably take a shot shorting it if it makes that kind of a move. And the same thing, for sure, 11 is no question. No question it's a short, but it's back above the gap down. That's the thing. It was a flat bottom break for me. I wasn't short here. I was short when it broke at 960, that flat bottom break, and now it's above that level. So I can't really think about shorting it until it makes a big move to the upside. If anything, there probably is a long off 960 on Affirm, and I'm trying to talk myself into it. It's just fundamentally this is bad for them. I don't think necessarily that it makes logical sense that you've seen the bottom on Affirm, but heck, it just recovered that 960 level, so can't short it here. Waiting for 1040. I suppose if I see it bounce off the open at 960, I might take a shot at it, but I'd have to be talking myself into it at this point.
So yesterday at the Raptors game, when I got 2 beers, a French fry, a pretzel, and two iced teas, sitting in the seat there, I used Apple Pay, because you can order from your seats there. And that was $70. Good call there, Prad. 60 something plus a tip there. And then in the second half, when my kids were, still looking around. I mean, they ate before the game, of course. And then we ordered 3 ice creams, Haagen-Dazs ice creams, for a really, really cheap price of $10 each for the bar. And then that was a great deal. I'm surprised, almost like they're on sale. And then my son got a bag of M&Ms, which was $10.50. So I felt like that was also really great. So that was another $49, I believe, plus tax. Oh yeah, tax in Ontario is only 13%, so that's okay. And then you got to also tip on top of that. But then I pushed the Apple Pay button. So it's not buy now, pay later. It's obviously linked to my credit card, assuming that they get a little bit of a piece on that one. But right there, 158. I like Apple down there to 158 right there. And now 2 beers is not even starting to drink. Yeah, that's for me and my wife, 1 each, okay? And then 2 iced teas, 1 for each kid. But I really like this 158 level for Apple. I think it's gonna go today. I like it. I like all the buy now, pay later talk. I like the fact that they're expanding their businesses. I like the fact that they're moving into India. I talked about that, trying to get away from China a little bit. I like all that. I like it. You're above the 50 period rate here at 158.50. That's actually where I'm bidding, 158.25. I feel like the bears could defend a little bit here off the open. As yesterday, I was talking with Obi right behind me, and I said yesterday I flipped short once realized that we broke below 12.8. Now today, we're well above 12.8 and looking at 12.9 on the NASDAQ. So as long as we can stay above here, I like the Apple long, and I don't see why we shouldn't. Although it's not up as much as the market, we do know that Apple can get going. So any dip down, I want to see about this 158. And the worst case scenario, I'm thinking like that's 157.50 right now for the 50 period on a 3-minute chart. So that's kind of where I'm looking at as an area to get out. If it breaks lower, then maybe we do test this 156. So that's what's happening right now.
All right, one more to go here. Let's talk AMC. A lot of people focused on this once again this morning. Back to the downside ever so slightly this morning, but still, I mean, it's worth mentioning, holding near the top end of the range from that move yesterday. Again, if you missed it, there was reports circulating suggesting that Amazon might be interested in, quote unquote, a distressed AMC, or looking into, anyways, the opportunity of a distressed AMC. Turns out it was something that's been in the works for a long time, and they're not interested in paying a premium, is what ended up being the quote of the day. So even with that quote, though, we still end up holding near the highs.
Yeah, and you saw Max and I trade this one yesterday on the Midday show to varying degrees of success, of course. But Wedbush coming out and putting another wet blanket on the deal, saying that, you know, if it was under their analysis, Cineworld could be actually picked up by Amazon for the, you know, discounted price of $200 million rather than paying the $8 billion valuation for AMC.
So what do we do here with AMC today, guys? Before we get to that, though, let's talk about trade ideas. Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Link in the description. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Trader TV 20, as always, get you 20% off. Let's talk AMC.
So very quickly for AMC, because I actually want to talk about Alibaba a bit for a second, because we didn't really even talk about that name. Look, if it gets back here, I'm going to pull up my black chart because I have Baba up on the other one. 485, this is where the secondary break happened on it, and then it held 490. So that beneath $5, that's probably the one place where I would look to take a shot at it. But it's already failed that 550 twice. There was no breakout, secondary break on AMC. So if it gets up there, it's probably a fade again. The story ends up being a little bit of a nothing burger. But where there's smoke, there's fire. So if it does make the breakout, fair enough, but I need to be getting a good price on the dip. I think $5, and you might be risking to 475, which means I need it breaking 550 to be any good. So I don't necessarily want to be long it right there. I'll wait for a better dip and then see a consolidation and go for it. Just coming back over to Alibaba, bounced off the 50 period. By the way, my 50 period on our daily chart was dead wrong. I checked it out on Trade Ideas. We had a couple of bad wicks that skewed the chart. It was at 92.50. I had 93. It bounced at 50 and not at 93. I should have checked it. But 98 is the definite. So the 200. I mean, 98 is the 50 period on the daily. It's over under in the afternoon, and then under it here at that 98. So if it reclaims this, breaks out the high, I think we have another chance to be able to go in Alibaba. It's just it had a significant dip. It failed to break at the open, went $2 up, failed to break at the open, went down to that 92.5. So I'd expect possibly the same thing. I do not want the 930 break. If it breaks that high of the day yesterday at 930, I don't want it. I'd rather be playing the dips in Alibaba, and I'm going to be looking back in here where it was in the afternoon. Well, sorry, in the early afternoon or at about lunchtime. It was right around this like 95 to 96 area. I'm going to let it get down there. If it does another failed break, try to consolidate on Baba. And if there's a late break of the top, then I'm there for the late break of the top, because that's what worked. The early break, you had to get out really, really quick, and then it destroyed you. Then you're looking for that late break, which was pretty clean, whether you had it here or there. I like it in that 95 half range.
I wrote down Alibaba. I talked a little bit about AMC already. I think AMC does have a chance there to get going. I mean, I think we could still drop around $5. You take the $5 long, you get out around that bottom yesterday of 490 that never broke. So we could talk about that real quick. Well, I just did. So I like the 490 bottom. You guys can look at charts there for AMC. I feel like that's good. But I wrote down on here, the only short idea that I had today was Alibaba. And of course, it was off 100. But at the same time, I just put in a break right now of 97. Hey, man, if I'm thinking that the bears could come in a little bit here today, let's go 97 short right there on Alibaba and just test it. I mean, we have a high. We're not going to trade a lot of shares. I mean, even if you take 100 shares there and, you know, the plan is if it comes up to 100, you're going to deal with it anyways. So I got to put some more shares on when it comes up there anyways. But I think this little dip down here, 97, definitely gets us to that 96 level where there's been support. This was the break that I wrote on the sticky note. So if we can break through 96, I do think that there's a great opportunity for that as well. So I'm going to take a small little testing position here at 97 short on Alibaba. But at the same time, I am looking at Apple to go long here at 158 as well. So we're going to see. It's going to be an interesting open here, and it should be, as there's a lot of names on my mind here, and including Micron, AMD, and all of that. So I don't have any pending bids other than Apple bids right now. Those are my only 2 pending orders, and the BOVESPA short through 97 if that comes through. We did not look at imbalances yet, which is strange because normally we do. There's not much on here. There's a lot of buys though. Only Zila is a sell. Mullen on there as we go, but only 15 seconds. So sorry we didn't look at this earlier, but it's not super exciting, and there it is right now for you.
Oh, you missed it. The countdown is on. Pratt was just flossing over there. Get the yes, he was. It is National, I don't know what that says, lemon cheesecake. Day. In 3, 2, and 1. Oh, chiffon. Okay. Lemon chiffon. Well, we can't read it because it's being blocked by it. So I look at my program monitor and I can't read the darn thing. But Micron, is it already testing that level? Yeah, it's already testing that top. There it goes. Oh, you had to be so fast.
You already took 62?
No, it hit 61.85. So that was that 80 level. So it goes right up there, kind of pulls back off of it. Yeah, there might be a scalp trade off of that, but I think you wanted it that first time through because it just gave like the up, it gave the down. Until it breaks out, I don't want the long on this thing. I'm checking out Intel as well. CCL, by the way, is breaking. I missed that 65, but CCL is starting to go to the upside. I'm going to try and catch a dip buy on that. But Micron is testing that 62. AMC is coming down. I like it around that 485 level.
Right, yeah, exactly, that 490. I like that level as
well.
Apple trying to go as well. We do have that Micron on our mind here. AMC not doing a whole heck of a lot. We can look at Alibaba. It's up to 98 again right now. I'm debating that break on Apple at 160, guys, honestly. I don't find that that's a horrible trade on that. We're going to watch for an Alibaba short sell, though, coming through. I still have those bad wicks. I cannot believe that they're still there. Apple at 160 is a very, very interesting level for me to come in right there. Micron looks like it wants to take 62 right now. We're going to go long on a 62 break. We've already talked about that. And then AMD's up already 2.5% and still going as well. So maybe you can get the strength in AMD if you don't want the strength in Micron. As there we go, man. AMD right now taking out 96 and starting to go even higher and higher and higher, man. Wow. You know, you needed to take some of these earlier, man. There it is, 96, 96.50 now gone on AMD. It looks like it's an upside move here to start the day. NASDAQ holding these highs.
Yeah, I'm going to take I said you want to have it the first time, but I just grabbed 83s. If I add to Micron, I'll probably get it at 90. So I'm going to risk about 15 to 20 cents on that one to the short side, just off that level. Until it breaks, I mean, resistance is resistance. CCL, I did just grab 70. I got 71s here. Okay, fine. 65 went. I didn't get the 65, but anything above that 60 level, why are my Fibonacci's on? That's weird. Yeah, so anything, it's so weird. I don't know why I had that clicked. But anything above that pre-market low, I want to take shots for the long in front of it. So if 62 breaks, I'm going to be out of Micron. Let's see if it can break out from there. But I am now long CCL. Nothing in the big tech names, though, as that hasn't, nothing's really set up there for the big tech names.
No, we're long AMD, so we got AMD long. We are going to debate that Apple long, which is coming through right now. So there we go, man. AMD, nice little win for us already. There it is, 27 cents, 28 cents, 29 cents, 30 cents right now in the money for AMD as that is starting to go. And, of course, your boy got into a Micron as well. Let's see where that one wants to fly. But right now it's AMD. It's Micron to the upside. We called that 62 long. We're long at 62.04. Let's see if we can get some money on this name. As, again, we talked about a little bit of a high spot there for Micron. So whether or not it goes here, we have 61.50 right there that we're going to try to respect that as the bottom. Maybe it doesn't work. We talked about some high ticks here for Micron. Just want to be long this name just in case. But we're long to both the chip names right now, and they are coming back in a little bit. So let's watch out for this NASDAQ here. Still up 1.39, but there goes AMD again. We've already got a piece out right there as the NASDAQ right now taking No, 12.9. Yeah, 12.9 intact, looking at 13. So let's wait to see what happens here. We're long both these names as Apple's bumping its head right now as well, up against 160. There goes Micron. Let's go. Awesome trade right there as we're nicely long into Micron. 40 cents now in the money, and it's starting to go upside right now. We got shares on this bad boy, and it's starting to go MU on the sticky note.
Yeah, Micron's going. It's actually pretty solid up there, but I just looked at Intel and almost wanted to puke because that was actually a better break. I hate to say it, but it sucks. I mean, Intel breaking that 29.80 went 40 pennies on Intel, full percent. It's up 3% now. I did reverse in Micron, but if anything, I should have taken the shot long on Intel. Now it goes right to what price, guys? 30.30. Said 30 quarter. That was the level you wanted to watch. It just turned into that 30 quarter. This is it. If it gets through that, it's definitely gonzo. But it looks like that's going to be a short level. I did just add to CCL, but Micron on that break, it's gone. All the chip names are pretty much gone. Just watch out.
No, AMD's the other way.
AMD's the other way?
Yep.
Oh, that could mean NVIDIA. No, NVIDIA's going up too. What's up with AMD then?
I don't know, man. AMD is going to the downside as we're taking L on AMD right now, but we'll wait to see if it can go. Those of you that aren't part of Sticky Note Nation, I don't know what to tell you, but here we come. Coming right down now is AMD into this level of 95.60. I'll test it down here one more time. I mean, we're long already. We'll test it here, but I don't know what's up with it. AMD right now falling down. I don't know if they got downgraded or what happened right here, but AMD is taking a move to the downside. We'll average into this position. We're long at 96.20 right now, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's a strange one because I looked across the board. Every single one was up. You know, I was about to just jump into it, but I'm not sure what's happening there, so you're not forced to trade it. I will take a shot at that 30 level, shorting on Intel. It is a level I like, and when it breaks, if it breaks, then it's going to be, I think, a watershed kind of level. If it can hold that, it can get to 31. CCL, we had long. I was able to add to it, but both times at 71, essentially. I wish I had 65s. Daryl, good price if you got 65s. I saw him in the chat there. If it gets through 980, that was that wick high from the other day on those earnings. So probably needs to break that level. I should take something out there. Let's see if it can go. AMC, I thought this could dip at the open, so I was ready for it, but it doesn't break $5. So AMC is holding $5 for now. If it breaks that downside, I'm looking for one time to go into the long on AMC. That might be coming and going, however. We'll see what happens there. Alibaba was the other one we wanted to be patient with. Starting to come to the downside. Not a big move yet on Alibaba. Be patient. I'm looking for that 95 to 95.5. That's where I want to pick this one up on any kind of a dip. Starting to dip now. Brendo.
Can get going if it wants to. Genius Group, guys. GNS on the NYSE Exchange. Halted news pending currently again. So GNS on a news pending halt.
All right.
Well, that's Amex.
Yeah, weren't they always got some kind of deals going on there? All right, so right now we're 50 cents in the money on Micron. We're watching out for that. We did take an average in there on AMD, and then it just popped into our 96. So I did take a piece out there at 96, but it does look like it wants to head to the downside. So I don't know what's stepping up or down or whatever on that name. Hopefully it can relax a little bit. We did take that 97 break, and we got a 96.75 fill here on Alibaba. So we'll see if we can get a little bit lower. I'll put something in the 50s there, and then we'll see about a 96 break, even lower than that. I don't know if that's going to come in or not, as Alibaba right now is starting to go back up to the upside. So we got to watch out, but we are about to get dumped out a little bit here on our AMD trade. We're trying it. We're in a couple hundred shares. Let's see if it can go upside right now. If it breaks 95.50, then we'll get out. But for right now, that's what we're doing here with AMD. I don't know, man. It's just cruising around right now. We're going to get out on this break. It's only a 50-cent hit, so it's not the end of the world, but it is coming back in. I was not expecting this on Advanced Micro, so it looks like we're long at 96.14, about to get out of some of these right here as we break 95.50. So AMD downside, man, not as expected. With the market ripping here, I did not think of this. Unfortunately, we should be in Apple or something like that instead of AMD, but there it is right now, getting close to a tipping point here.
Yeah, if Micron gets to 63, that's what 62.75 be the
wow,
next out.
Micron.
Never mind, it just filled. It was at 60s, and then it just filled 75 2 seconds later. But a firm's making a move to the upside. Wait. This market is up. I want that 1040. If it breaks 10, then I'm going to start looking at it. NVIDIA is going to be a big one. It's starting. It just rejected 270. Just rejected 270 here, and we'll see what happens. If it breaks at 270, it's definitely got a chance as well. But we'll see what happens, guys. And obviously, CCL keeps bouncing off this 70 level. I still needed to break 980. We want that $10 for that name. And jumping back over to one that I should not have forgotten about, Coinbase. Coinbase is starting to get to that upside. Don't forget, 67 and 70 are the two big levels on Coinbase. As the market grinds higher, there's a couple of shorts we like up here. For now, the longs are winning, but not everywhere. Now Nvidia's actually starting to turn around a little bit here, so the chips are starting to come back down. Micron and Intel are going a little bit inverse. So I'm going to cancel my offer. Intel, it's too strong. That 2980 break is pretty clean. You're having a pullback in Nvidia and AMD, but not in Micron and Intel. I guess they're buying the cyclical ones and kind of selling off a little bit on the growth names.
I mean, who would have thought Micron was a long?
On a 62 break, it was clean.
Let's go. You guys got to hit that, man, on that long, guys. So that was a good one. The only problem today, of course, is AMD right now to the downside. So we got out of some of that. And now I'm just going to wait to see because, look, we just bouncing off. We just saw that right now on this 50 period. I mean, we got out because it broke 50, but we got back in right there. We do have a little bit of a bottom wick right there. So, 95.30. Maybe as that bottom, but we're trying to bounce off of it right now. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a rally as people may decide to switch over, from this Micron long into
Amazon
an AMD
broke
long.
100.
Amazon's breaking. Yeah, everything's breaking right now, but the market's coming back a little bit. So let's just continue to watch that one right now. But hey, man, if you only needed one trade, then go to the beach because this Micron trade is all you need right there. It's a 62 long. It's up a little bit right there. Just rewind to everything I said all morning about this name, and there it is right there. It's a beautiful long. Let's see if we can make a little bit back now with AMD as we're back long 65. Let's put something at O's. Right now just to get a little piece out. Square running?
So Square just broke that 66. So, the market is on one. It's up 1.3%. Oh, CCL just broke the high of the day, so I guess we're going this direction today. Usually I was shorting this level on Square, Block, whatever you want to call it, but today I just kind of looked at that and said, okay, it's got so much room to go to the upside. Like you're talking $3, $4 if it tries to fill in the gap from the short seller report. So 66 is broken. I got 7 to the long side. I don't know if I want to add to this one. It might need to pull back to like 65.5 before I consider that. But yeah, it's weird. I don't have anything short. There's CCL break in the top. There's a couple of names I like for the short, but I guess we're being really, really patient. I'm going to take some more off in front of 10 even because it's quite frankly, it's 10 even. That's always going to be a level. And I'm always checking back on a firm. I do think there's going to be an opportunity to short this name today, but with the market, with the NASDAQ screaming, the ES is pulling back, with the NASDAQ screaming, I just got to be able to pick my spot here. It's up 5%. I don't think fundamentally that makes sense, but understand, beaten up names can short squeeze on you, and one that usually you think would, AMC did bounce off 5. I was waiting underneath. AMC's already back up to 520, so there was a bounce to be had. I was just a little too picky with those longs.
Oh, man, right now, look at this AMD ripping up to the upside right now. Let's go to Brendo.
Yesterday, guys, Oscar Health had a huge move all the way up to 7 yesterday on some positive news. Trying to get going here again. Just popped up on some volume through to 6 once again, 7% for OSCR so far.
GNS, is that back open yet?
Look at this Alibaba. What exactly are we talking about right now? Alibaba short, boom. Micron long, boom. $1.30 in the money right now on that one. 50 cents in the money for Alibaba. And then we just got out a lot of shares up here on AMD as we're going to be red on AMD unless this thing really goes. But nice move upside there. We just cashed them out as we got right back to this 96.20 level. Kind of irrelevant. I just wanted to play the momentum back up there to the upside. But, this is what I'm talking about when you're looking at levels. And I get a lot of questions. How do you make the sticky note and things like that? Hopefully if you join every single day, you'll be able to see. But there it is right there. It's a day maker. It's Micron. And, we'll continue to trade. But that was a great little trade there. Busting out through the highs on Micron. And, good look there. And I hope that some of you had that for sure on that play. It's just, I'm disappointed in myself for AMD because that kept coming down. And I just thought that it had a chance to go. So let's see if it does still. I'm playing off that very bottom right there. Mistake early on AMD, and it's probably going to haunt me for a bit. What's up with Apple?
I want to say something about GNS.
Sure.
Brendan mentioned GNS is news pending the halt, so we don't know when it's going to open back up. I know it's approaching 10 minutes, but that doesn't matter anymore. It's news pending, so we'll get it to you when it happens, but obviously that's going to be a big one. I don't know what it is, but that $2 level has been gigantic on GNS. I'm kind of hoping it's good and then goes above it. Oh my goodness, Square. That just, life comes at you fast.
Look at
And yeah, so we just got to 66.5 there on Block. I'll go back and forth saying either or. I think it's a big gap to be filled in, but you're not going to stare 50 cents in the face on this one. It's now absolutely tearing to the upside. I don't have any shorts. It's all longs. I'm going to, probably at some point, I'm going to be short of firm, but
Holy shit,
Block with a big breakout. I think it has a chance
like
at 69 or 70.
shares.
It's about $1 in the money here.
Yeah.
Let's see how far it can go.
And now it's huge in the money. I was just telling Sharif, we had a bunch of shares on AMD, man. And then we got stopped out right there, and then we just bought it right back. So it's nice that it's back up, and now I'm just covering the losses that we had earlier. So on this one. But hey, man, I mean, Alibaba was just down there. We did get a fill at 40, but now it's trying to pull back a little bit. So we're out of a decent percentage of it. We're out of 40% only, 20, 40. So we're still waiting on it. I wonder as this market just continues to pump higher, man, and we can make it all back. I was just like tongue-in-cheek here about AMD, but yeah, we can make this thing back. We just got some out at 34 there, or 32 there on AMD as it's coming back. I'm going to take another piece here at 20s if I can get it, because yeah, we still are relatively weak in this name. There's no doubt about that. See, I missed a 20. Now I got to get a 14, so we'll take a 14 out right there as well. So those are the names that I'm looking at right now. Apple's bouncing off that 160, so that could be something to look at right there. I don't know, though, about it. I kind of like the short in that name. Where the hell do we get out of Micron, guys? I mean, we're running into that. I mean, we already know the trade of the day, so that's going to be this. But we already have right now this huge move up right there, and we talked about it running into 64. Like I said, I didn't think we got to 64 today, but here it is right now. So yeah, man, we are emptying out everything right now. I was emptying out them at 63. We got to do it at 64 as well. It's a $2 winner brought to you by Trader TV Live and the Sticky Note. So it's a good one here today. Thanks. If you guys want, man, it's watch.tradertv.live right now for Micron. I said that was not even that much of a percentage when it was up 3%. Now that it's up 8 and running into a level, I think we got an out there. And I'm going to take another out right now on AMD because, wow, this name ripping to 35 again. Man, we're back. We're back in the saddle right now. Was a little bit testy there with AMD early, but it's a good thing we got it late. Now we just have to watch for some of these other names. I was debating JP Morgan long.
Yeah, a bit of a dip coming back in. I know some were saying the banks are moving, FRC making a move, but $10 on CCL. I wanted to get to that price, but if it doesn't get there, you got to respect it. So we took some out at 80s, we took some out at 90s. Very, very creative, as you guys can tell, when we're long at 70. But let's go back over to this FRC because it's starting to make a move. I remember 15. That's a big level on FRC. It's up 7% now.
Wow.
It needs, like anything else, it needs to break the resistance point. I'm not buying 1450 because 15 is an absolute wall on the stock. It's just a wall. So if it dips back in and can start holding 14, fair enough. But I need a better price than going long up at the top into overhead resistance at that 15 level. So patience for me on FRC. But I was looking for that to bounce off 12. I guess it did that yesterday, Brendo.
A few people mentioning or circulating a note from Gordon Haskett here on Snapchat, guys, suggesting Evan Spiegel, CEO, might be considering departing the position for Snap. So there's some volume back upside there initially on that for Snap.
Oh, wow. Snap's not having a good day.
Oh, I haven't even looked at anything like that. Okay, so... All right, so it looks like we might have had that top there on Micron at 64, so all good. We have a small piece left on this one, and we actually have less than 10% now left on Micron. So when a move does exactly as you thought it would, you got to get out. So that 64 was huge, and definitely a day saver right there. And you want to talk about a day saver? Thank you, Mr. AMD, as that one just came all the way back. It went from like dreams to nightmares there real quick on this name, but hey. We're still in this right now. Yeah, you say that. You go with that, Sharif. I like that. Let's pump all this. What's up, Adam DeLuz? What's up, everybody, as well? I hope you didn't have this out like I did, but if you didn't, then it's all good. But if you did, then maybe you bought it back, maybe you didn't. This was a tough trade today for me on AMD, but we're still in it. Let's wait to see what Alibaba does. I was looking at a JP Morgan trade, and I'll talk about that maybe in a second here. Where's Alibaba? I'll just click on it right there so I can get it up. Yeah, so right now we are coming back a little bit to Alibaba. I said that we would short that 97 with the idea of it eventually getting to 98 and looking for a short there, and then possibly playing off that 98, and then if it breaks, then getting back into that near 100. So I'm gonna start a short right now. Oh, we just tried to get a short there in the 60s. Hopefully it can come back up a little bit, and we'll take that. Then we'll average even more into this play around that level, right? Like 98 and change. If we can get that, then we'll take a little bit more and then probably get out like on a 98.50 break or something in and around there. So that's what I'm doing right now with Alibaba. There we go. We just got in a little bit more at this level. Average price 97.25. Let's see where we go. But Micron's back up, man, and AMD, holy crap. We almost made it all back. It's just too bad I got out of some. AMD right back to day's high. Unreal.
Market back to day's high. So I guess, 12.95 is the high on the NASDAQ. Looks like that's what we're testing right now. If we get through it, I think it's going to be gangbusters. I'm going to hold on to score. I just took another leg out, 66.5 here. So that one's been good, but I want it clearing out. It's got more of a gap to fill, two set upsides. NVIDIA just broke out a little bit. That's going to be a good one. I got out of Micron at that level at 64 on the daily. That was the next level. 62 was the first level. 64 was the second level on the daily. And incoming alert on Coinbase, it's up 7%. Look, everything is up right now. Almost everything is up right now. But $70 on coin. This is where I want to wait for the shot. It's been the level since the gap down. So you don't want short 68. I don't want short 68 half. I want short in front of 69 and even give it a few pennies above that price. But the long ain't wrong so far here today. I haven't even looked at Tesla just yet, but I almost don't want to because I don't want to be distracted here. I'm still watching that FRC for a chance at a 15 break. Let's see, it's at 1480 right now, so it's getting pretty darn close to that 15 break. And I haven't seen an update on Genius Brands, but you try to keep it in the pocket. You can't look at too many names. I like that $2 level, but has to open up and need to see the news.
What's the market doing? 12.9 again? It's just like I'm here on AMD and I'm like, I don't know what to do right now. Shout out to everybody that has this long, of course. Now, we have two positions right now. One's in the money $1.90 with Micron, and another one's in the money $1.10 here with AMD. So, the fact that the market's really going for a rip here again, like up 1.43%. What a great close that was. And look at the continuation today on this market, man. It is really getting spicy right now to the upside. Like, if we could take, who would have thought with all this sort of crap, and a shout out to Dan Emmons as well. I see some of those tweets that you have going there, and yeah, I'm just as amazed by the next person where these equity markets are, man. And it's a surprise to me with everything happening, the banking crisis and credit crisis and consumer. Although we had consumer confidence was up yesterday, I am surprised at where we are on this equity market. Well, I just tried to get out there. I'm going to get another piece out right here. Can I get 63s? There we go. I just keep on offering to get out, and then it goes down. So we're getting really light on everything. Oh, but Alibaba is going to take me out right now. So it's going to be another one that we're going to lose on as Alibaba's ripping to the high side right now pretty uncontrollably. But we do have the short. And there it is. I was going to say it's going to get blown out. And there goes Alibaba against that 98. Now we got to wait for 99, I guess, and then possibly 100. Alibaba straight to the upside, man. This name. Did we call for Brendan? I don't know if that was a call for him or not. Straight to the upside right now. So we give back on Alibaba. So that sucks. But we're holding the other ones, which are really booming here, AMD and Micron. But I got to watch out for that Alibaba. That was not expecting that violent of a move. But I guess it's coming up to 100. So
yes, yesterday's high was 99.5, I think it was, like 95 change or something like that. But it's on the break now. Maybe I should have just taken that 98. I canceled it, said I would take the late break, not the early break. But like 950 wasn't what I had in mind. I had in mind like 11 o'clock or midday, something like that. So it did catch me off guard a little bit. Might be an opportunity to reload in CCL, but I keep looking over at Coinbase because I'm itching. It's getting so close. Got to be patient. It's not there yet. Coinbase, it's slowing down, but it's not at the spot that I want to take that short just quite yet. CCL got to 990. Now it's starting to dip back in. It still needs to prove that it can hold this 50 to 60 area. So reloading this might take beneath VWAP on CCL. So I don't want to be bouncing back in the mid 70s. I think it can still trend, but I want to be very patient with it. Now we're going to go to Brendan. This is now the call for Brendan.
Just waiting on a few other people to have this, but here we go. Reuters talking about this now as well. So Genius settling a litigation with Alto Opportunity Master Fund, apparently. So lawsuit getting settled. That looks like the news for GNS, guys.
Yeah, no resumption time yet on that one.
I went back into the Alibaba short, but I'm looking at this Google. Unfortunately, there's a huge wick here, and I don't even think it has anything to do with us. What happened there? Okay, I got to adjust this trades. I just got more. Oh, I had an order up higher. All right, so we're getting out here if we break 99 on Alibaba, but we just got another fill there, which is fine. Remember I was layering the orders, so there's another one on Alibaba. I just got to make sure I have the out this time. Well, not this time. I have them both at 99. So there it goes. It's going up. I just thought here there it is. I was going to say I thought we could short the top there, but now we're getting a lot closer to 100 than we were before. So Alibaba just fell off that. Was that the level there? Oh man, am I just going to get back into this? Okay, let's just wait now to see what happens. I was going to look at Google, but now I'm sort of obsessed with Alibaba. Yeah, because Google's at the bottom. So let's hold on hope here that Alibaba, hopium maybe, that Alibaba does come back in a little bit. So we'll hold on that one. AMD's coming in a little bit. Let's take another piece out for AMD right now. Good trade today for AMD off that bottom. Let's see if now that's the top here for Alibaba. I don't know. Let's take a piece out as we come into the 50s. I mean, now we're 30 cents in the money. We just lost. We were short at 78. We got out at 99 there. So we do lose 30 cents. We just make a little piece on it back, but I'm still thinking we can retrace a little bit more than this, especially if this market does give it up right now on Alibaba.
Yeah, I still want to try. I got to find a short because like Square just started to come back in here. And I don't like coin already. That's starting to come back. Everything is starting to fade back in here. And GNS, yeah, okay, we saw the news from Brendan there. I haven't seen a resumption date on that stock. I do want to trade it if we get an opportunity there. But yeah, this market's starting to play. So if we get a bounce back into VWAP, this is 65.80 is more important to me on Square. If it can hold that, then I want to maintain the long. I am out of most of it at this point. But the market making a bit of a top, rejecting that 12.95 on the NASDAQ. I didn't get into coin. It didn't quite get to my price, and now it's starting to pull back in. That's frustrating to me, obviously. And then Affirm would have been the other. But let's see what happens over on in this chip world, because NVIDIA is starting to show you like these wick tops. So 270 and then 270 and a half. It's kind of set up this way at like 63 yesterday, where if you get any fills above 70, it's the money short. I'm feeling the same kind of vibes here on NVIDIA. The chip names feel like they've got the best ranges, so I'm going to throw offers out up there because I want the overs on NVIDIA at that price. For whatever reason, obviously not as strong as the beaten up names, which again, this is what happened on Intel's quarter two. They just simply said it can't get any worse, and Intel rallied on its worst quarter. So relative strength in Intel and MU and relative weakness in NVIDIA and AMD, at least for now, relatively I mean. Both those are breaking those highs, the other two resisting the highs a bit.
I'm still not convinced. First of all, Alibaba went down almost broke 98 and stopped. So my best fill there was 40s. We just took it back again. Let's see if it wants to fail. I'm still convinced. I'm not convinced at all. But I mean, I'm looking at this Google trade here at 101 and saying like, do we like this trade down here? I mean, that's 100 maybe as a bottom. So let's just watch it. Let's stay away from it. But I'm looking, this could be a short as well. I mean, we definitely messed up on this. I mean, I don't know. We messed up on the Alibaba short. It's the only short that we had all day right there. We tried it at 98. First, we tried 97. 97 was okay. That was an okay break. But then getting 98s and then out again. And then we got punched out at 99, which is fine. But that made that high wick right there of 99.10. So we're back in this name against that right there, 99.10. But it does look like it, you know, it's debating taking that out right now. So that's not going to be a good one. AMD did pull back, so we did good on that. Tesla could be another name that a lot of you want to look at here. As I still got to focus on Alibaba, but Tesla is 194 right now and trying to go, I guess, which is nice off that 190 bottom. I have to zoom in a little bit better to this. There's that 193. I mean, the 190 was yesterday, but that could come into play again. There's 190 close, and then there it is today at 192. So let's wait to see where this market goes. My biggest position right now is Alibaba on the short. So that's what I'm waiting for. See if that can come in again for Alibaba to the downside. Lululemon, did we? We talked about that earlier. I don't think we're in that yet. Yeah, there it is. We talked about this making that move back down into the 60s. There it is right there. And there's the move to 60, then right back to 70. So, you know, pick your poison there on Lululemon. A little too violent for me. And the spread's 50 cents. That's too much.
So what I think is going to happen first, before any of these other stocks that I'm looking at these ranges, potentially a firm short off yesterday's pre-market highs. That could come in a couple of cents. But AMC is at $5 again. So 502, it got to 20, it rejected. I still have my bids down here, 5 breaks. It was only that 485 range I liked. Oh, I was wrong. NVIDIA is going to give me that fill above the 270. So here's your high, about 270.5. I'm thinking it's doing that over-under thing that it did at I want to say it was 263 at the open. I could be dead wrong about that. I'll double-check that in a second, but it doesn't matter. I'm short here at the quarters. That's not the best price. But if it does this range for a little bit here, where you're kind of getting the overs, I don't need the 63 bid. That's ridiculous. If it does that range and I can get like 69 half, 69 70s, that'll work. And if it breaks out, then I can worry about the rest later. I still think Intel and Micron are relatively strong, but for now, you're not breaking the highs on NVIDIA. Lock and change, firm, I'm offering at 10.13, I think, in front of 10.20 on a firm. I haven't got any fills short that. And of course, I just mentioned AMC. If it breaks 5, I'm looking for longs in front of 85.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like Alibaba wants to take, I mean, we're just watching this name right now. It looks like it does want to take out, am I on Alibaba? Yeah. It does look like it wants to take down this $100 level, or at least try to get to it. We're very, very close, man. That 99.50 is right there. There's no real pullback whatsoever in Alibaba, so I'm trying to hold the short for this potential pullback, which I don't know if we're getting it right now or not. I mean, I just put some out at 05 there. We're actually at 01s, and we just got missed at 01, which sucks. So hopefully that can come back in right there. And I'm going to adjust now my stop order. I can't believe we just got missed at 01 there. That really sucks. So, okay, hopefully we can get it. But, yeah, if we can't, we got to punch the heck out of this one if it takes out that high. We were just saying there at 01. It went to 03 right there for Alibaba. So there's another missed fill for me, as it looks like now it wants to take out the top. You can't miss fills when you're playing against trend. Like when it comes back down in, you got to get those low bids because people try to flush it, and then when they can't, this is what happens. Like it can't. There you go. It can't flush. Like we're trying the short, and we're not taking huge amount of risk. I mean, we're taking risk with the amount of shares, but we're getting stopped out real quick on this. So that's the thing. Like I take the short, it doesn't work. You got to get out and then regroup. So there it is again. I'm done with Alibaba now until we get to that 100, and it might not even be good at that level either. So let's just get out of this. We took a little bit of profit on that last one, but we've made a mess of this Alibaba when we were just trying to short it at 98. Now it's all the way up there to 100. So we're still holding those other longs, but Alibaba's definitely a mistake again. Square back to 66. I know Neil's on that name, so we'll watch that. I just saw that in the chat. Maybe I have to look at Square as Micron's pulled back to 63 as well. What's up, Brendo?
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock. Let's get you up to date on what you need to know. Just got a pending home sales number there. Month over month, nice increase there, 0.8% for U.S. pending home sales last month versus negative 3% expected. So positive unexpectedly there. 83.2 overall on the index versus 82.5 that came in the last time. Just be aware, Fed's bar at that Senate Banking Committee starting right now again. If you remember yesterday, there was opening comments that took about 25, 30 minutes. So it won't be anything for quite some time. If you're with us early on this morning, we got caught up on everything you needed to know, including Lululemon, Coinbase, and Apple as well. Yeah, on watch this morning on that BNPL service that they announced yesterday. Here's Coinbase, meanwhile, 7% back to the upside. Bitcoin and Ethereum are higher on the day, but this was a little bit a late reaction, to say the least, for a coin, up 7 now. Here's a firm. We were wondering if that was going to be more negativity for a firm, that Apple news, but not so much, guys. Testing $10 right now for a firm.
It's testing $10 all right. At some point, you're going to see. I thought it was about to get me filled shorts on that one, but we'll see what happens. NVIDIA. We talked about this over-under thing a lot of times, and what I mean by that is if you have a level, like a price area, instead of an actual price that it's resisting, it's a price area, 70 to 70.5. So you want to fill short over 70, not at 70, so that you can get 20s, 30s, 40s short, and then when it breaks 70, you're looking to take out. So it just got some out for the first 50 pennies. Now it's, why am I staring the dollar in the money? And sometimes you put an order in front of the even, and it's like, why even do that? Like, why wait at like 08 or something like that? If it's turning around at the quarters or the 30s, then that's where I'm going to try to get a bit of a bid out. And sometimes you got to cross the spread. Gimme always gets. Don't I know my manners yet? But a decent short off NVIDIA. Not great because it's still upward trending, but I got a resistance level that we're working here. And GNS, I just tried to grab. I got to cancel my orders here. Yeah. I tried grabbing, while that was happening, I tried grabbing the GNS long off the open. It opened, it held $2. $2 was a big level for this. I tried to grab 11s, did not get 11s, should have just taken the opening print. However, that's on me. My opening orders are different on NASDAQ in New York than they are on Amex.
Oh.
Yeah, it's incredibly stupid. They should be exactly the same, so I don't have to think about what key I'm hitting. But that's exactly what happened. I'll change that. The second the show is done on the midday, I'm changing my orders to match NASDAQ New York to Amex because GNS is now up 37% and screaming. I don't want to chase this. I wanted the longs off the 2 level. That's now come and gone. So I'm not chasing this move, but that was money.
Yeah, I just took an Apple long off 160. Like, I don't know what that pending home sales means. U.S. February pending home sales minus 21. U.S. pending home sales index plus 0.8 to 83 in February as we go. So I'm just gonna take this long right now on Apple. We broke above that 160. I like it. We'll see if we can continue to work higher now. We're above 160. I like the longs when we're getting above 160. We just taken some out here. It's been a little bit of a rough day, obviously chasing that Alibaba there. So I'm just trying to make a little bit back here on this play. So we'll see if we could take 20 cents, 30 cents on Apple would be great to the upside. But even that we're having trouble with as it's not even breaking now. Okay, there it goes. We just got an 18 fill, so that was good. Back up to the upside right now as we're long 7s here, 6s. We were long 7s. So as we keep getting out, you can see all my fills are right here. We take a 160.12 fill first, and then we got back at 160, giving us that 7 fill. So now we're back to the upside here. I was watching to see if Apple does want to take out some of these highs. There it goes. So now there's the 30 cents that we talked about a little bit on Apple. So we'll take a little bit out here and see if this, there it goes. Now we'll see if this can continue to climb there. Nice little trade here for Apple going back up to the upside. And then ye of little patience again for me, man. We should still be in this Alibaba trade, but there it is. We don't, look at that. I said wait for 100. It goes to 99.70 and I sit there. And then we tried to catch it on the way down, and I'm like, what am I doing? Do I really want to average down into this? If I don't have the best price, then why chase this like I did right there? So we flipped over, we went over to Apple, and have that ability, right? Have that ability that when something's not working for you on one name, go over to another one. I mean, we talked about Apple long all day on this thing, right? So there it is. It didn't get to that 158, of course, not even close. But Apple right now, a nice little move to the upside. Let's just watch it. We're now out of half as we get our 30 cents.
Yeah, we did get that second fill in NVIDIA, so that one continues to fall, but that's not my concern right now. We're over bucking the money. Don't worry about what's working and in the money and respecting your levels. Worry about what can happen next, and that's going to be a firm. I said I'd short it at 1040. I've done that thing where I look at the next level up. I'm like, okay, well, it rejected here yesterday's pre-market highs. Let's short it off yesterday's pre-market highs. So I'm not going to take, I don't think taking a full position makes sense because I was looking at that 1040 and $11 as better levels, but I am into a firm right now. So let's take it. GNS, I hate you. No, I hate myself, but over it because it was sloppy. I don't really trade Amex that often, so I got sloppy in not changing those keys. But it's already rejected and back toward that 2 level. Maybe look for a bounce around 210 if it can catch it. And XPeng, oh my goodness, XPeng from yesterday. It's now absolutely gone. 9% to the upside on XPeng. Do not forget about 12. I'm not saying it gets to $12 today, but if it gets to $12 today, that's just too big on the daily chart not to try a little bit of a fade trade. So Square's still working. Happy with that one. NVIDIA's been pretty solid to the downside. CCL, it worked initially. Why is it still on XPeng? CCL worked initially, but now it's essentially consolidating off of where I got long the first time. I said I would not reload this price. I would look a little bit deeper in here for a 960 reload. I'm out of most of it, so I want to pick my spots pretty carefully. I'd rather it holding above VWAP and holding above 975 than trying to catch it under. We just got into a firm. If I don't think it's the perfect level, then when it gets back down here, I should take some profit. So it's been a solid morning. We always talk about preparation. Check us out early so you can be prepared and have your levels. But if you know you're trading a stock, make sure you have your keys set up for it. You know what your stops are on those. Because I'm telling you, GNS, that was a 20% move Literally in 1 minute, you got 20% if you got that open.
Yeah. Be careful with everything. I mean, that's a great piece of advice right there. Make sure your keys are set up. I mean, we say it tongue in cheek, but it's actually like
it's not a joke.
No, because the thing is, maybe not your key setup because we have so many different keys, but definitely make sure what order types your brokers have available for yourself. And, you want to make sure that you're making that cash when the opportunity's there. And then the worst thing is like, because it's a keystroke error, right? I mean, if you don't have your keys set up, then essentially you're making an error with that. And those are the worst kinds. I hate making keystroke errors and not having it set up, of course.
They resumed the quote, and I know it's going to open soon. And I was going into my keyboard setup trying to find the order to set it up when it was halted for like 10, 15 minutes. I had 10, 15 minutes to do that, man. That's nonsensical. Like, I had time. You're trading multiple names. That's the other opportunity cost there. But let's go, Square.
Let's do it.
The break at 66. It was a good short till not. I don't care. I already forget who it was that said it was a buying opportunity, the short seller report that Brendan brought to you. That was a buying opportunity at 58. This is a much different trade. This is a flat top break since the gap down, breaking 66. It's only at 67, and I've taken almost all of it out because the market's holding the highs. If it takes 67, I think there's room to go, so I want to hold on to this piece. Do have the short in Affirm. I didn't get anything out there when it dipped into VWAP. I feel like I might have missed an opportunity. CCL is okay, but I need to get over to Alibaba for a second. I haven't traded Baba. Baba's at 100. Oh, okay. 100's obviously, it's the most obvious level out there. There is one play short off of 100, and it's like 90 short. That's what, it went to 88 just now, but I'll probably take a 90 short in Alibaba. If it runs me over, at least I know I'm only risking 20 cents or so. But it's here right now. Kind of got there faster than I expected, but Baba 100, that's a thing.
I'm still trying to watch out for that Baba 100, and I don't know, man. I mean, I should be short it. The thing is, I'm so long Apple. I mean, I'm getting out of Apple right now, but I really think that there's a chance for the market to go here. But we are pulling back a little bit, so I have to like pair my expectations. So I'm taking some more out here. I mean, we're just getting some 17s and 18s out now for Apple, as it is looking like it wants to fade back in. We'll try another long if we have to down there near this level of 160 again. But we break below this 85. Like where VWAP is, and I think it's game over for a little bit here on the Apple trade. The Alibaba, I should be in that short, a little scared away from it, but again, should be in it and not. So I hope, no, you didn't get it either.
I didn't get it.
I know you were talking about the level.
It went to 88.
Yeah, hopefully, exactly. So,
I'm literally offering 90.
Okay, well, here it comes.
By the way,
it's coming right back.
By the way, like,
I don't think we miss
when the level's a big level, when it's a monster level, you play the reverse too. Like, Square was a short off of 66 for days. And then now it's a long reversal. Micron was a short off at 31.80. When it broke 32, it's a reversal. 100 is probably a reversal too. It's not about, you can go in either direction here. I just want to scalp that trade, 90s to like, I don't know, 40s or 50s, something along those lines, if it'll give it to me. But I feel like if it challenges it too many times, you don't want it. And it's already gone there once. If it goes there the next time and I don't get the fill, see, it's already pulling back. So, like, that was it. Like, this is the trade. Like, you had to take it in the 80s. I wanted 90. You had to take it in the 80s. That's your dip. And that's risking, if you took 85, you're risking 20 to 25 cents. You've already got your winner as a day trader. That's the only way I like those against the grain trades. You got to get it in the first time, maybe the second time. Take your win, run to the bank, and then don't worry about the rest later. So that was it. I've canceled my order on the stock now. I don't think it's any good if it comes there a second time. I got to go over to something that I am in. Affirm hasn't given me any outs yet. I was able to get those fills, kind of like the over-under, off of yesterday's highs. This is one of my favorite setups sometimes, where you can get a shot at everyone's looking at the high of the day today, and you're looking at the high of the day yesterday, so you get the fills in between, and then the people that go long are like, oh crap, there's overhead resistance, and then it starts coming back in, and then you're taking your outs back into 10 here. If it breaks down completely, I want to hold on to some for the 970s to 985s. Was that Brendo?
A Chinese cloud-based software company to the upside in a big way today. Nice looking chart on this, actually. Over the past couple of weeks, we've gone 375 up to almost $7 here. I guess it is actually just through 7 right now. But Kingsoft Cloud, Casey on the NASDAQ, off of earnings. 85.
All right. All right, we just got out of another piece of Apple right here. I don't know, we just got 25s. Hopefully this can run. Apple's been a big win for me today, but unfortunately it's the Alibaba trade that's going to haunt me, I feel like, forever. And we can get it again right now if it does come back. And I'm thinking about just doing that. Yeah, I mean, it'll be a hit again, though. Like, if it breaks through, how many times are we going to come up and test this $100 level is really the question here for Alibaba. And I mean, at some point, it's going to break, and it's going to probably rip my face off again if that does happen. But I got to try it one more time on that short there. We missed it a couple times, and I was just like kicking myself for not having it because I had it all the way up until eventually it was good, and that's when I don't have it. So that's not the right way to trade, and that's not proud of that trading today on Alibaba for sure. The one name though, so first of all, Apple right now is 25 cents in the money and still going, and that was, you know, the same amount of shares that we were losing on. So we need this to go a little bit here if it can. MU still continues to climb, and this was a missed opportunity as well because that just came right back to VWAP there again. And the one trade that, and I know everyone's looking for trades, and like just to talk about them is one thing, but you know, like that Google breaking down there, I was really thinking like this was weak today, you know, and it broke through. We have $102 there. You could go short right now against some of these levels, and it should be good. So Google right now weaker on the day. Forget about that little tick up there. Obviously that didn't go to 107, but you know, you're looking right now at a 101.20, like you're below all these levels. This was really the name I should have gone short on, but again, I was already long Micron and AMD and then Apple, so I sort of got turned around on that, but I do like this Google short. Just got to find my way into it, but I do like this.
Yeah, finally. So the market's still trying to pull back a little bit here. I finally got a fill in front of VWAP on a firm. It's about time, man. Like I felt I was gonna look short, knowing full well that we gapped to the upside. It was above that support level, that flat bottom break at 960. There was a long setup risking 10 cents. I didn't take that. Your bias gets the best of you. Two breakouts that set up at the open were Affirm and Intel. And they were two of the best breakouts, and I was just waiting for levels to short. It'll end up working, but the long would have been better. I'm going to take another leg out about just south of $10. If it breaks 10, I want to use that 10 break to get something out here southbound at like 9.95 and then hold on, because I think fundamentally, Affirm, it makes sense to be down. Reliable Rudy.
What's up?
He's saying AI is a short. Yeah, you might be right.
Now that is reliable.
That's
I like
that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I see what you're getting at with the short, because you're shorting here 25.25, I'm assuming, into like 25.50. But I like 26 or into that level on C3AI. Great one because it's starting to come back in, but I don't see it. I like Affirm here for the short. I like Nvidia. Those are working. It does mean my other names are starting to pull back on me. But if the shorts are printing, you got to start analyzing your longs. Like, I have the 15-minute up for Square because that's where the trade is off of. Whoa. So it's still holding up about 50 pennies. It's rejected the first dollar, but it's been a good long. As long as it holds above that breakout price, I think we're good to go. If the market holds the top, this should be one that makes that secondary move to the upside. Eyes are on Alibaba too. Still not getting back up to that 100 level. Again, looking at the higher time frame. This is not really following through, but a break at 100. Let's go to the daily chart, guys. A break at 100 on Alibaba has all kinds of room. I have no issues with that breakout, just to be clear. It's just that I wanted the short first.
Yeah, if that comes in, I actually have to debate that myself right now. All right, so that's why we got out of Apple, man. Apple's falling down a little bit right now, so we're going to watch out for that. But I do have a new trade. I'm going to leave Micron. Micron is what it is. I'm going to leave that. I only have 5% left of Micron, so wherever that goes. I don't even have it up. I'm not even looking at it. Right now, I am looking, though, at this AMD trade, and I actually don't mind. Okay, well, now it's getting real. We just got Alibaba right now watching for this to break 100. Really? Okay, so now we're short right now at 74, and there it is right there. So let's wait to see where we go now on Alibaba. And hopefully the answer to that is downside here for us. Yeah, it looks like now it wants to break. Are we on? Okay, good. It's going to make sure that we're on that trade right now. Here we go. Nice little potential here for Alibaba. It's right at $100. This is a level that we talked about yesterday for this name. Looks like it wants to break. I mean, I can show you charts, but this is just a play off of 100. Yesterday we got here and didn't break, I think, yesterday for Alibaba. We came pretty pretty close. Okay, now I want to zoom back out on this trade as, yeah, my charts are sort of going haywire. Again, there it is right there. That's yesterday, 99.50. So we didn't even get this high yesterday, so it's a nice retracement move right now for Alibaba. So let's wait to see what happens. My out's at 100. I can actually leave it alone right now. Apple, we got another reload down there, so we're going to get ready to step out on Apple if we break through 80. So, yeah, man, we're into a bunch of things right now. AMD, Alibaba, Apple, too much right now. But we're going to continue to watch it and hope that they can all turn out to be winners, but that's going to be tough to do. As there goes AMD right back up to 96 again.
Yeah, look, obviously Baba's going to get everyone's attention. I just adjusted my orders to make sure. I'm going to try the reversal long. It could be like the biggest trap, but sometimes you spring the trap when it's an obvious level. I just scalped some out 70s. Again, that's just better than 1-to-1. It's a scalp trade shorting 100. That's the reality. Someone's on the bid right now for 60,000 shares at 99.80 and just got filled in one shot. So, like, there's people throwing shares around here, and it's a lot of it. I've seen big bids. I do respect the fact that it's strong, but this is a pure scalp trade. NVIDIA, everything's coming to levels at the same time. NVIDIA's creeping right back up. I like the overfills above 270. I'm waiting here for in front of 270.50 with the high of the day is my out. Going to rinse and repeat that trade. So the short's starting to come right back in. Affirm's not at the high. That is at least good. And, yeah, look, Bob, I see you in the chat. It's like Bob going to 104. It might. But you know what? It can't go to 104 if it doesn't break 100
Also
first.
might not.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Look, it has to break 100. 100's a good level. This is all I'm looking for. This little scalp trade in here, 100 into 99. That is the way you can look for it as a day trader. Again, if you're swinging, this might not be for you. If you're on PDT, maybe you don't want to sit there scalping a level like that. But 100 to 99 is perfectly fine by my cards. Oh, one last one for you guys. I do want to go back over to that GNS. Genius. So the open trade was great. It goes to 270. It's coming right back down in. I would look for a dip buy off of this $2 level, but I'll let it travel down to 2. I wanted 10s into 2. I'm not going to try the long again the second time unless it gives me the perfect price. That was a big miss not getting that open trade.
All right, so just to talk a little bit here, yeah, thanks again for watching, because if you haven't hit the like and subscribe button, then hola to you as well.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Oh my God, that's a huge level too.
All right, so don't do it for me, do it for her. For Kat, what's up, Kat? I don't know if she's around today. She wasn't around yesterday, I don't think, but hopefully she's around today. We can get her to ring the bell at some point, but there's a nice little reload right there. So we'll hit the sirens for Apple. Oh, man, there goes Alibaba right now. So we did take out half of our position on Alibaba when it got into the 50s right there. So we were short 78. We were short
big level at 01 too.
Right, yeah, it's gone. So there goes Alibaba right now, blasted to the upside. So we'll go, oh my God, what a strong name that is today, Alibaba. We can now cancel everything else because we just lost. So the good thing about that was at least a flat trade because we got them out at 50 right there. But Alibaba today, unfortunately, it's going to be a red name unless this continues to go, man. I mean, that $100, I'm not playing the break because I still feel like it was overdone there to the upside, but I've been wrong on this name the whole time. So so be it on that one. What we have been right on is Apple. We'll still watch Alibaba. I mean, it could go to 105 like you guys have been saying. There's no doubt about that. So I would say that that's a possibility. And then AMD, just so you guys wonder, like, what am I doing on that? It just went back into the money for me there. Back in the money about 10 cents, didn't take it. We're waiting at 50 right there, which is kind of this drop zone right there. If it comes in, we'll take a fill. And I'm also waiting for more. Did we just get more fills on that one? What just filled me? Oh, Apple just filled me, so that was good. All right, so right now we're trying to get some more. Right now it should be coming in close to, where am I? Close to 97s? Okay, so that should come in right now. 97, give it to me right there. What am I waiting on? Why did I not get that fill there? Okay, bats, hopefully we get it right there. And now we're gonna watch out for this 96.10 area here, as this looks like it wants to rip up as well. Wow, AMD in the market really starting to go here on my short, so we got to be careful with this. Let's go over to Brendan right now for small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, a few of these moving around this morning. Overall, a little bit of a quiet morning as far as small cap movers are concerned, as you'll see by this list in that Mara and Riot both moving around. Top of the list right now is MARA. Nice look for Marathon Digital. Back to $8 here on this move with crypto overall so far this morning. No individual news, but 10.5% there for MARA. This one we looked at yesterday, if you remember, Biomera, BMEA, making it nice 2 days in a row here. Just took out 33 or 34, I should say, but back to the downside right now. You can see for BMEA. Heads up on that one, moving for the second day in a row. This one as well, OSCR had some news yesterday, faded throughout the session. If you zoom out on this, you can see we got to move up to almost $7 and then faded throughout the midday. We're kind of chopping around in that range, but volume a little bit higher once again today. 2 days in a row here for VKTX. PYXS making it 3 days in a row. Very, very active. Gapped through that 420 high from yesterday, comes straight back down. EBS had a little bit of news this morning as well, but wow, what a collapse that was. 1075 straight back to $9 in a hurry there as soon as the market opens for EBS. Guys, back to you.
Can't believe how much AMC is just holding that $5. It's ridiculous. This is the break on Alibaba. Initial move goes to 125 cents. So welcome to the world of 20 cents worth of a scalp on that reversal. Now, obviously, there's more potential upside there, but on any breakout of an even level, that initial move, I'm taking something out just in case it flushes back in, because you can always get back into it. But it's not really breaking back beneath. So it's battling at 100 to 125 and holding the bid at 100. So I want to give it some more room. I actually even want to give this back to maybe like 99.60s or something along those lines. I have not reloaded on a firm, but I'm very close to getting a reload short on a firm, and I missed NVIDIA on that short side of the trade. But I mentioned AMC, but didn't really talk about it. It's like, I don't know, like sometimes it's not that. I got cheeky. I'm like, let's go for the underfills, get a better price on AMC underneath $5 when $5 is all you needed. You're getting scalp wins easy on AMC, and I'm not even really looking at them. I'm going to cancel my bid because now if 5 breaks, I really don't want it anymore. I'll walk away from that trade. Still some shorts will be in play into this strong market. Not worried about Square. That one seems like it can be a hold. As long as the market's strong, we're fine. But I just missed my reload on NVIDIA. It did not give many fills over 270. I was waiting at 40s. It topped out at 270.20. So that's a good short up there on NVIDIA. I just missed the last little bit of a reload. And here comes BABA back in. So the question becomes, now it's at that 960 level. If it breaks 50, I should just get out. I think it has a chance. If you go to the higher time frame on BABA, like where's the next level up? It's right in here around that 0304. So that's where you're shooting for on a 100 long. But if it breaks down at 50, you can probably get a better price at like 99 or VWAP on the way to the upside. 98 is a major level as well. So if this were to fail to break up here, you could see a 98 retrace. I'm just not holding any breakout 2% against me. That's nuts.
We're like making back our whole day here on AMD. I mean, everything's frozen up here. My AMD, no, it's not. Sorry, I have to just refresh this. Okay, there it is right now. What I want to get over to was AMD. Good short on AMD. I mean, we realized it early that AMD was pretty weak, but then it's up 1%, so it's like, pretty weak. This was where I really lost money on AMD early. I mean, that's pretty obvious. We went long, and got stopped out right there at the bottom of the day. But we bought it right back on the same candle and then took it all the way back up. But of course, we don't hold. This is the problem when you do support and resistance. You really got to sniff it out a little bit earlier to determine where you're wrong. Because if you're going to get out right there when it breaks the 50 period and then it resists it, but holy crap, right now, this is really falling down, man. We are making back our whole day right now on this play. So hopefully you have that. There goes Alibaba, man. It's going to be a red name for us, obviously, on the show as that's breaking lower. So no one making money on Alibaba, but we're trying to make it back. We're almost green on AMD. So if I didn't have Alibaba in, then we would have been perfect, but we do have it in. And by the way, I'd still want to battle anybody on Street Fighter. All right, let's go over to Brendo right now. As right now, AMD is 80 cents in the money and going down. I would say shuriken to you, Brendo.
BBIO, big mover here, back upside, guys. There was a tweet that was deleted by an analyst suggesting the company was supposed to present at a Guggenheim conference next week. They've pulled out of that. According to the CFO, they've told them, quote unquote, something has come up that wasn't planned. So, huge move here for BBIO.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's not good. That was not planned. That means you didn't know what's going on, and we'll see. I have no idea there, but I know the market's coming back in, so that means we're going to be printing on the shorts. We took a firm. It's now back at VWAP in there, so we take that win. It's only at $10, though. I still think if the market rolls over, I don't see any reason why a firm can't at least go back to 970, if not 950 where it closed yesterday. Nvidia might have missed the reload, but we got the short on at the high of the day, essentially, looking for pre-market bottoms here. If we can snag a $3 move on Nvidia again, we'll go for that one. I think it's a solid short, because it was relative strength in the cyclical chip names and relative weakness, not weakness in general, but relative weakness in the higher flying chip names. That's what's going to be on here. So those are my two shorts. I haven't reloaded CCL, but I got to watch out for some Square here. It's all about risk to reward. Like, this one feels like it's good, but I don't want to be double, tripling down on this unless it makes sense for reentry. Has yet to even test VWAP. On any real test, and I'll have a better sense of how Square is going to be going. My red stock is going to be BABA. I took the short was actually not a losing trade. I was flat on the short because I scalped some out, but I did take a shot at the long. I only took out a quarter of that long up here, tried the reload, didn't really like it at that 950 level, so just took it out. Thought they had a chance to get back into 90, but it's all about risk to reward, right? Know where your out is going to be. Don't get blown up on one name. It's a strong upward trend. If it does go to 104 and I can't find a way back into it, it's at 99.75. If I can't find my way into a long at some point later on a stock that's going to go up $5, then I shouldn't be trading in the first place. Thank you for the super chat. Juan Botello, $9.99. Take a look at Meta. You're thinking about shorting it. Well, the market's coming in. I hope it's not too late. I have a lot of bad wicks on Meta. I'm going to go to my 15-minute here. Oh, goodness. So
it's the Google trade.
Yeah, Meta, look at Meta, 204. I wrote down 204 the other day, and I must have canceled it because of this move to the downside. But that's a good level on Meta. I just think you want to make sure your risk to reward sets up. Like $1 worth of risk, I wouldn't be shorting it at 03 if I'm not wrong till 04. It's like NVIDIA. Like I want the fills in here, 03 half into the 04. If you're already short, fantastic, because you probably sniffed out the exact level that you want to short off of. So congrats if you're already in. I'm not necessarily chasing the move. To me, as the market was going up, you sniffed out the shorts that you liked. I knew I liked Affirm. I knew I liked NVIDIA. But Meta's probably a little bit far away from that 04 level for me to take it right here, right now. But congrats if you're already in. It's a good one.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we are. It is a good one here with AMD. I know you got the NVIDIA trade as well. And again, it's going to be very hard. Like, we don't show our share size. It's going to be very hard for you guys to understand, how much risk that each of us are putting on this position. So, trade your own book. And we keep going back and forth with that over and over and over again. Like, I told you that we loaded up this AMD trade. And then so we made it all back right here. We're basically flat on AMD now, which is unbelievable. So, try to trade your own style, but understand maybe why we're getting in and why we're getting out of some of these names. And I think that's the best way to go about that for everyone. So there it is right there. Funny guy, Fahad. All right, so we'll just continue with everything. Alibaba, again, right back to 100. I like this level, but it's my only red stock. And AMD position pending will be red. Just a quick update. Now that I've seen Apple have a lot of problems upside. So we got out of Apple right now. It's a banger. It's a winner for us. We're well up on Apple. Like I said, the number one stock today, trading-wise, I believe for the show is going to be Micron, net P&L-wise. But Apple is there. I don't know. I'll have to look. But Apple, I think, is there. But it's just this top right here has been a problem. And that's why I kept getting out. You're going to say, and this is the other thing, right? We talk about our style. When I'm starting to sniff out that there's a problem right there, this is why there's so many outs right here. And that's why there's only one reload down there and then an out on the VWAP break, right? So now I'm because I saw all of this, I'm debating going short now if we can get back into 160. So let's wait to see if Apple can make that dream happen. It's the same reason why we're able to grab this AMD short is I knew the name was short. It's just we needed the market to break. And when the market broke, then that gave us the AMD, and probably the NVIDIA short as well. And then the only trade that, we haven't looked at, Amazon. Amazon's a name that there's a lot of trade.
At 100 people were saying.
Yeah, a lot of interest in that on the chat. So yeah, again, look at Amazon's level. It's the same talk. So, again, whether or not you're trading like us or not, to me, doesn't really matter. It's more about look at this. Look at all the problems that Amazon had right here at $100. Right? Me and Obi identified this yesterday at 97 longs. right? That was a huge 97 long yesterday. Bounces up to 100 right now, and the same kind of resistance happening right here at 100 that happened at 97 on the downside for support. So I like this short as well. But realistically, man, we're printing a lot right now on AMD. Let's see if this can pull back down, and then we'll go from there. So good call, Daryl, on CCL. We'll have a look at that as well. But yeah, it's been a good day so far. Shout out, man. A lot of love there for Obi in the chat as well. So shout out to Obi, shout out to Sharif, Max, everybody there today. I don't know if we're going to see Obi on the midday or not, but it should be an exciting midday show for sure. And that's only a half hour away. But what isn't far away is another update with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, before we get into crypto, worth noting here, a much larger than expected drawdown for crude oil inventories this week over what was expected. So the forecast was a build, actually 1.75 million to the upside. It comes in 7 million, 7.5 million, 7.4 in fact on the draw side. So much bigger than expected drawdown therefore. Crude oil inventories, otherwise, we're looking at interesting headlines this morning as far as Bitcoin is concerned as we head back to session highs, back to day highs, in fact, around that 28,000 mark. XRP, yeah, Ripple having quite the couple of days here back to the upside as well. That's a chart of Bitcoin currently, 28,422, coming back to that 28,500 level. That last is an hourly chart, so, or daily chart, I should say. So if you zoom out, we're back to the bottom of this consolidation when it was breaking down, going back to May of last year. So kind of struggling at that 28,500 level for BTC. Ethereum, same story. If I zoom out, you can see similar kind of consolidation here back and forth. We're really just back to the top end of the range. If you zoom out high enough, 1,900 maybe top end of the range really on Ethereum. But a nice look. 5.25% there for BTC, 28,356, 1804 right now for Ethereum. Yeah, there's Ripple a couple days in a row here. 11% to the upside for Ripple right now, guys.
Man, Coin gave it all back.
Talked about Ripple.
Sometimes you're patient, but you're too patient. Coinbase got to 68.5, flush, $2.50 down. This is not a move I plan on chasing, but if it tries to pop back up and starts failing around like 67, I liked the 67 level before, so I'll probably look for that. I like the shorts that I'm in at this particular point. Someone just asked, I think it was reliability again, and I was sort of, they're like, don't you like the average into Alibaba? Separate like the breakout at 100 from like consolidation or a dip buy. Those are two separate trades. In my mind, if I'm looking at like the consolidation or the continuation trade as opposed to the clean breakout at 100, then that's risk to just beneath 98. So it's a bit of a different story. Like I want fills at or beneath 99 to risk into that 98 level, or just off the 98 itself. Like I don't necessarily want to be averaging up at like 95, 99.50 to 100. I don't know that I want to be buying there to risk to here. And again, that's just the way I'm looking at it. So everyone's going to trade their own way. I was looking for the dip buy in CCL off the pre-market low. I might have just missed it, but I'll be patient. It rejected the high. It's starting to come back in. I think I can grab that one above that 950. As long as CCL, I'm going to go back to the 15-minute here. As long as it wants to hold that kind of flat bottom, whatever breakdown level. Look, it kind of is what it is. Like this one was trying to break that 950. Like before, it held that flat bottom, kind of broke out at that same level. So I use that as a good short into a long. As long as it wants to be above that previous top, fine. Like that 950, I probably look for a short if this breaks down at 950. But as long as it's above it, I'm looking for long. It's kind of like that over-under. And NVIDIA keeps on flushing. So I'm going to look for the low of the day here. I'm going to get out in front of 266.5. If it does make that break to the downside, I can always re-enter the trade. But I've been fooled before, not looking for those bottoms on NVIDIA. And last I checked, AMC, yes, Andy Fasella there. Hopefully I pronounced that name correctly. AMC broke $5. So I canceled my orders that were just sitting there in the ether underneath $5 because I didn't want it flushing off that level and just getting run over. But I do still like the long off of like 475, 480. I'll just let it get there and then calm down and then look for a long off that price. I didn't long 5 anyways. I'm waiting for these fills down here.
All right, so I didn't want to interrupt, but we got another banger right there on for Tesla. We took a 190 long. We got long at 22s, and then we're out there at 80, and then we're out at, some at some at 66, I think it was. Yeah, and then some at 80. So let's wait to see. I mean, if Tesla takes this very bottom right there of 189.80, then we can get out of it. So we just got out of actually half of the trade there for an average price 22s, 60s, and 80s, 70s, so 50 cents worth of a win against about a 50-cent loss. So it's only 1-to-1. It's not like we're lighting the stock on fire by any stretch of the imagination. But we hit this because it is a new position and a new trade alert again on Tesla right there. But here comes AMD down to 95. I'm going to put a bid down here, 95.02. I mean, we're only $1 in the money on this name, which is pretty good. And there it is right there. Spin the money for us on AMD. If only we had held. That is always the case. But there it is, a nice little out for us on AMD, back down. So, finally, man, that was an exhausting trade for me on AMD. Like, I was so mad at myself earlier. And then we just, stay focused, stay in the game here, and then make it absolutely all back there on AMD. The only name that we continue to be a S show on, of course, is Alibaba. And again, that's going to be a red name. And I just, took so many shares on this that unfortunately, it's not going to be able to get back. Well, we'll be able to get back positive if we break, maybe. That could be the case. What just happened there? Alibaba or no? Tesla. Oh, Tesla. Tesla just dumped out there. So there goes Tesla breaking 190 with vigor. So there it is, man. We're going to be flat on Tesla there, but a little bit red because of execution fee. But there it is, a breakdown for Tesla. We tried it. We were there just in case it ripped. But as you can see, Tesla does not, and actually looking to go the other way right now as the market's giving back. Tesla's probably the name to go short. Let's try a short now on Tesla. I just put a 75 offer, 77 offer. Sees it, goes down. Let's see if we can get it back. Oh, damn you, Tesla. Damn you, Tesla. I just put offer, enter at whatever that price was. Sees it, runs down. So there goes Tesla to the downside. I was going to give this back to where we got out there, about 50 or so there on Tesla, 190.50. But there's the breakdown. We'll see if we can get it in the 70s. Here it is. Come back up. We're at 77. So there it is. Their ball don't lie. Neither do I. So right there, 190.50 is where we'll get into that one right there. So we'll see, though. 190.10, 190.40 coming through right there. But now we're going to go short Tesla on that break. I hope that we're not over trading this. I'm only going to make this trade and then out if we take out 190.50. So that's the trade there for Tesla. We'll see about getting a little bit more into this, but that's going to be what I'm going to hold on to with an average in around 190.20 or so.
So NVIDIA continues to break down. I've got a trailing stop. Once it took out or got through 67, that's now the pre-market lows into 66, which is big level. I just want to get to the super chat here for a second, but I got a trail on NVIDIA, so I think we're going to be good. We can't do worse than like 3 to 3.5 on that. Steven, thank you. Thank you. You say appreciate everything we do. We appreciate you guys and the viewers. Want to take a look at BMEA? Yes. I know Brendan's talked about this one already, so I don't want to get too much into the details. He's given a couple of hits on the story, but this is going absolute bonkers. You can see it doubling up the last couple of days on the daily chart, but it just did this. Wick top through 36. It broke the high of the day, consolidation flag. I don't care what name you slap on that. It just broke it and flushed back in. Usually with these names that have gigantic spreads, they're going to move $5, $10 at a time and are not very liquid. You got to think about a consolidation. So 34 looks like a good long. If it does a nice tight consolidation off 34, I'd look for like $1 risk, like 35 break into 34, as opposed to taking breaks at the high of the day, because this happens to you when you take these high breaks. All of a sudden, it's like you have to risk at least $2.50 when maybe you want to risk half that. So I'd look for a consolidation off 34 more than anything else. Now Square, all of a sudden, the lane that was a great long and the safest long I had, it's now testing a breakdown. So that 66 is the key level. I am out of most of it, but I've been looking for a place to get back in. Market's reversing like gangbusters. The shorts are printing.
Yeah.
But the last of the longs, or the last of the longs, for me, I didn't want to say last of the Mohicans, because it's like, that's too low-hanging fruit. But yeah, last of the long Square. I have resisted reloading it. It is that 66 I'm looking for. Same thing with CCL. It was good. I'm here at 960. That's the only price I want to reload. But the shorts, seemingly much better right now.
Yeah, I agree with you, chill vibes. Trading is tough right now, especially when you're using more shares like I've been doing lately. And, you know, it's really, I'm only right on one name. It's going to be that Alibaba name and then, you know, AMD position pending. But right now, AMD is going to the downside. We talked about reversing into that Tesla trade right there. So we did that. Adam, you asked me what just happened. Yeah, I meant to put 190.30 and instead I put 190 flat because just a mistake, and I hit enter, and so a little bit of a fat finger short there. It's just 30 cents worse than we wanted. So now my next offer, I'm going to give it to 191. I just realizing that we actually got a 190.85 fill there, so that means, or 82. So we had gone up there before pulling back down. So I'm going to try to give this one to 191. I mean, the real short, we're going to average this in again if it comes back into this level, about 70 right there. But I want to get out if we break 191. You know, again, I'm trying not to be reckless with this and trying to trade it how I want to trade this name. So let's give this one a little bit of room. The NASDAQ's pulling down. Everybody can see that. So that's where you come into concern about some of these levels, right? I mean, the NASDAQ bouncing off 12. I mean, right now we're in the middle. We're at 12,870. So it's like, is this really what we want to do? There's the bottom and there's the high. And, you know, I'm not going to put Fibonacci's on this because then I have no idea if I'll be able to get them off. So I'm just saying, if you go from here to there, I mean, I'm pretty sure without using anything that this is right in the middle or close enough to it. So right now, we don't want to play too much in the middle right now. So we're going to try to see if we can get some outsized moves. And while we're looking at Tesla on the short, again, you know, it was a good story yesterday. I just want to see, like, we started to break down here, right? I mean, Tesla, just in that last little while, we had this 195. I mean, when you're going to look at this, you're going to say, yeah, well, the short's probably better at 192, 193. Yeah, I agree. But for right now, if we can scalp this for a little bit here and make a little bit of cash on this trade, that's what I'm here for. We probably had one of our best days of the month yesterday, and we're going to see if we can do this. We won't have that. Well, we could have it today. I don't know. We'll see if that can come through today, but it's not the greatest start because of Alibaba and Alibaba only. But we made some money back now. We're watching out for Micron. Micron just dipped back into that 62 level. That probably could have been reloaded there. Let's check out maybe Square for a potential. Still at 66. I feel like that's the price that Neil had. So not much happening right there as it read to 67. Now looks like Square wants to break down. So I don't know, man. If this market falls, great. But I'm, you know, right now I'm banking on this Tesla short a little bit to see if this one is the one that can get us back to Greensville here today. So I'm red on the day. Let's see if this can change back through. It'll be my third red day on the month. We'll see if we can change that. But for right now, it's 10:43 and it's Sector Watch with Brendo.
Hey guys, nice green board to show you so far this morning for the S&P 500 here, 0.88 right now for the S&P. As far as individual groups go, a lot of strength coming from tech once again, as we've seen over the past couple of weeks, outside of the past couple of days. But back to the upside we go today, obviously. Micron leading the way right now for chips, anyways, 5.7. To the upside, QCOM's here, Intel as well with a nice day, 4% back to the upside. Some of the clean energy names notably weak. That's First Solar downside, negative 0.88 right now, helping to offset that. But overall, nicely higher for tech today. Same story for the banks, only 4.22 right now to the upside for FRC, leading as far as these regional banks are concerned, but the entire group is in positive territory. I was just looking at this one or trying to find something. Target, notably weak here, 1.7 to the downside for TGT. There's Ross Stores as well, downside ROST, 1.8 to the downside. So some retail showing a little bit of weakness. Travel higher, Win, CCL, NCLH, all 2.5 to 3.5% to the upside. Strength coming from the materials group today as well. There's Mosaic CF leading 4.5 and 4% to the upside. Just had that big number for crude oil inventories there, sending oil to the upside, trying to benefit some of these producers as well. Again, if you missed it, 7 million drawdown on crude oil inventories last week. That was versus a build expected of 1.5 million, so much bigger than expected there. Sent crude to the upside a little bit anyways. 0.8 right now anyways for the S&P, guys.
Yep, and as Sean mentioned, that level, I have 66s on Square. I just reloaded. If it can't hold up, I got about 65, 80 or so, I think is going to be the out. But the long was good, and the shorts are starting to come in. One just came out. That's got to be NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, I guess I slapped the trailing stop on NVIDIA twice. I slapped the trailing stop on NVIDIA once it got into the pre-market low. And there's a couple of ways. You can sit on the bid thinking, okay, it could bounce off this level, or you can just slap a trailing stop, and if it breaks to the upside, I get out. If it breaks down, I get an extra almost $1 out of the trade. At least in my estimation, that's what it would have been. But it ends up breaking up, so I'll be out of NVIDIA. That was at least a good one. I'm not saying it's going to the gates of hell or anything, but there's a vast difference, and it happens sometimes. You'll see these go counter, like trending to the upside on Micron and Intel, and then overall the trend now to the downside on NVIDIA. The one short left is going to be Affirm, but CCL was the other one I was reloading, guys. So initial break. Sometimes that first breakout trade, like don't chase that breakout level unless it makes a lot of sense. This was okay. If you took 970 again, you got a couple of scalp trades in, but really to me, it's like this seems to hold 950. Now suddenly it's a different trade. This is suddenly like a consolidation long play off the 950 level as opposed to like a breakout here. And that's just a totally different ballgame. Like if it holds here, I want to add if it bounces off 950, work toward the high of the day, maybe even hold it all day long. That's the way I'd be looking at that one. It's been good so far, but I consider this almost a second trade. Only one short for me in Affirm today. We're able to get it here at 1020, never really went any higher. Now I just think it goes at least back to the lows. If the market gets to the low of the day, Affirm has no business being up. None whatsoever. It would be ridiculous if it is, as far as I'm concerned. And man, that GNS, there was one chance to go long the stock, and it was on that reopen. However, it's right back to the bottom, so I mean, if it breaks 185, I guess it's over, but 185 hasn't broken yet. I was looking for a re-entry point. I thought if it bounced off $2, but that hasn't happened. On my 15, it's all red. Show me that the selling stopped, and then I'll take a long if a support level's still in there. The selling has shown me no indications that it stopped, so no need to fight that one. And last for you guys to update, 10 minutes to go here. Alibaba is still holding the top. So I kind of thought this move down would give you into 90, at least 98.5, if not that 98 breakout. I think that's what you're playing off of now, like that 98 support in the afternoon. It broke out at 98, so the 98 level is the key one for me in Alibaba. It also happens to be a major moving average on the daily chart. So looking for an entry into Alibaba in front of that 98 on any dip. I'm probably done dip buying on Square and any levels around here. And same thing with CCL. If it holds 950, great. Otherwise, looking for some shorts to be able to get into. I don't know if I can get back into NVIDIA at the same price. I think a lot of things have to happen there. However, a tracing back into VWAP or 68 could make sense.
All right, thanks to Nick talking about there, Nick Clemenzi there talking about the average true range for Tesla being $9. I think that's too high, but maybe that's true. Let's just wait. I mean, if I have a $9 winner, then yeah, we'll be positive on the day. If that can come through for sure. Let's see where Tesla goes from here. We've just been averaging into the short. I mean, unfortunately, we missed. I told you where I was sitting at 70. You know where that went to? 66, or else we'd have even a better price right now on this one. So and I'm trying to be patient, right? Normally I would have pushed that, but I was waiting for some levels, so we didn't get it. It still could come back up. This could be a loser, no idea. As we just bounced off the bottom again, so it sucks. I hate, and this is what we talk about. At Daryl Flitch, I saw you talk about you had NVIDIA baby shares. I mean, sometimes baby shares for some people are full positions for others, and that's why we talk about making sure that all your positions are right. And then if the shares are there, great. If they're not, right? So you got to be careful with your share sizing, and that's what I'm trying to do on Tesla right now, is take a relatively full position against this 191. But I mean, I don't know, man. It doesn't look like it wants to fall down. And I just want to say, like, Dan, you and I have been going back a little bit on the chat and whatnot. Same with a lot of people there. And it's just that it's probably not a great opportunity to be in anything right now. The futures, I mean, we want to talk about something. I'll still watch Tesla. I have my out, and it doesn't really affect me until it gets up there anyways. And even when it does, it's going to be a robot trade. It's just going to come out right away if we break through 91. But, you know, this is the NASDAQ. I like it at 13,000. And I liked it above this 12.8, but that's all we're doing right now. We're just hovering, like we're not doing anything on the daily, on the minute chart right now. And on the daily chart, we're kind of just in that range again. Like, sure, we're higher than we were yesterday, but we're still like deciding about what we want to do. Do we want to take out 13,000, or do we want to test this 7 and then down to 6 right here? So I feel like when that's in question and you're at 12.8. 12,860. It's like you're in the middle right now, and if you don't need to be in a trade, then you don't need to be in one. So I'm just holding out hope that Tesla, the word hope is wrong, but I am hoping that it can come back down again. And look why we're in this, man. I feel like we've making some tops right there. Tesla's been a red name today. It's not, but it's been on the day it's been red. So that's a nice move down right there from Tesla. Did we miss the high? Of course we did. And then there you go, Nick. So I do, I guess when you say $9 true range, obviously that's true because Tesla gets these huge moves in the morning. You've almost made $9 right now. I mean, you've already made $6.50 down here to $189.50 off of $195.50. I guess that's $6. So yeah, there is a little bit more room. I don't use ATR, as you guys can tell. I've never ever even mentioned that, but it is worth noting.
I'll say this about ATR. One of the reasons why I don't use it either, but we're constantly, you look at a 20-minute chart, correct? Often?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
I look at a 15-minute chart. So implicitly, you are always going to have a strong sense of what the ATR is anyways. If you use supply and resistance off a 15 or a 20-minute, it's going to be blatantly obvious what the range is. Like I can just look at it and see every single day on my 15, top to bottom, it's about, that's $7 there, that's quickly $7 there. I can see very quickly that's $11. Here I can quickly see that that's going to be like $9. So you know it's in that pocket. $8, $9, $10. So you know what the range can be. And that's, if you want to use an indicator for that, there's nothing wrong with it. Like I understand if we break support on NVIDIA, the last couple of days you've been putting in $5 to $8, but it hasn't really broken just yet. So if it broke that bottom, great, there's another $3 in store for us. I think that can be in play, but it hasn't happened yet. So, use indicators if you'd like. But there's always another way to get a sense of it. Like you can eyeball some of these and just have a sense of it, but you should have that sense of the bigger picture. That's the important thing. You do want to know how far does it usually run when it works? Like how far can this move go so that you're not necessarily getting out too early, which I know I do all the time. But yeah, you don't necessarily need ATR as long as you're looking at a higher time frame chart. 15 minutes will do, 20 minutes will do, a 30-minute will obviously make some sense as well. Just always have that look. You never want to be getting out too early when you've got a stock by the you-know-what, and you've got the trend the right way. Like you understand how far the move can go. That reload and square, just to give an idea, if you're just tuning in now, yes, Square, since the short sell report, has been fantastic, short off this level, but it's now trying to break out. I just reloaded. It's in the money like 10 cents, but I think if it holds this, the market bounces, all the more reason it gets back to 67 and lots of room to break out. I don't really care about the ATR here. I just look at it, the gap. It's been constantly trending with higher lows and now breaking this gap and a chance to break these levels to the upside. So if there's one long that I'm still in the afternoon, it's Square that I hope the most as we go to Brendan for Money Talks.
Hey guys, bit of a quiet day so far for currency markets. I'll give you an update here on the DXY. Back to positive territory on the day, but only just 0.2 to the upside. This pullback, if you want to call it that, continues. But if you zoom out a little bit, it's been quite the negative end to last year and then start to this year as well, all the way back to 102.5 right now. Chopping around 102.63 for the dollar. 0.2 to the upside, as I mentioned. Again, banking fears seem to be fading a little bit, so a little bit of strength coming back into the U.S. dollar. The euro holding up nicely, though. It's been on a bit of a move to the upside over the past couple of weeks, back to 108.3. We are negative on the day. It did start, however, in positive territory. Canadian dollar higher on the day as well. 73.62 right now for the CAD. No real individual news. Outflows from the yen continuing, so downside today again, 1%. A bit of a pullback after a strong couple of weeks for the yen. Rest of the strength down at the bottom here, 3.5%. And 1.1, then 3.8 on the 12-hour there for XRPs. So strength in crypto outshining some of the currencies today, guys.
Yeah, crypto. We talked about XRP earlier when we started the show and that it was up 10, 11%. You just brought us that again, 11%. So it's a nice move there for Ripple up to the upside. And yeah, crypto's doing pretty good. We just took some more shares right there on Tesla. It came up to 50 and stopped. So I took a 50. I took a 45. Phil, whoops, right there. We still are waiting for the 75 to come through. I don't know. Obviously, we're not going to have the best price because if 70, here it comes right now. There it is. So now we're filled. Okay, so now we have a full position here on Tesla. And yeah, guys, I mean, I'm trying it. talked about why I like the short. Our average price now is 25s. So if we do get a downside move, great. But it looks like we could lose a full dollar or close enough to it with slippage and everything like that on this Tesla trade, as it looks like we're trying to break 191. And the bad part about this trade is the market's doing absolutely nothing right now. So of course I'm going to average into this trade. And I don't know, like this is just, to me, this is bad luck. Like Tesla right now trying to go back up against nothing while I'm short. So yeah, whatever, man. I mean, if this blows it out, it blows it out. This is a trade that I would have over and over and over again against this. But in hindsight, I shouldn't have it at all, because here comes 191 straight upside. Like, why is this happening right now for Tesla? The market's not going up, but Tesla is, and it looks like we're going to get stopped out, and then probably it will tank. So let's wait to see here what happens now with Tesla. Looks like a 75-cent hit is incoming right now. It's fun. There it is. Like, we had the outs down there, for 55 and so on and so forth, but we take the average, and there it goes, man. I tried it. I'm happy with that trade, but again, the NASDAQ now starting to go. Okay, so Tesla just was a little early on that move. Nice move up for the NASDAQ. We got stopped out there on Tesla. Looking for a little bit of a reload on AMD. We're pretty light on this name. That's too bad about Tesla there. Again, it does trade a little weird against that number. I'm okay with it. We've traded Tesla before, and that's, to hit $1 on it, it's fine. Like I said, we were in the money 30, 40 cents and didn't take it. So to lose $1 kind of does suck. See, like right now, I'm thinking about going short. Like it went up there for no reason, only to pull back right now. But that's what I did on Alibaba, and then it did not work out. So maybe averaging in on this one's not the right play either. But that was a nice little top wick there, 191.30. One more try on Tesla. You guys want to try one more time? I don't know. I think we'll do it, and then we'll try it up to 191.30.
Just two things. I want to go over a couple of names you guys are mentioning here. Tisha mentioning one in the chat. One, tomorrow I'm going to make sure I do that thing where I pay for locates on Silvergate and then short the pop. I got away from that because there was so much to look at today. There was a lot to look at, but this is what on the 3-minute. I'll go to the 15. It looks so much better on the 15. Notice a trend since it gapped up. The first day, not so much, but the second day, makes a move at the open, makes a high, 250, yesterday 230, pops into it, and then the flush. It always comes, all roads lead back to $1.90 to $2. So if the risk reward sets up the short end of that, you go ahead and pull the trigger. It's really cheap for us to get the locates. Just be careful. Have it out because it's ridiculous. 82 or 78 or something is the short interest up there. You can double check that, but it's huge. EBS, this is another one that you guys keep asking. I've seen a couple times in the chat. When I've seen something already do this, like GNS comes to mind because it just happened, it's made the move, it's retraced all the way back in. Your play here, generally speaking, because volume's pretty solid, so it's actually still doing relatively decent volume, but if it goes back and forth and gives you, holds this level of support, there's a scalp trade for the afternoon. Like 850 can be your out, maybe you get like a 9, and then you're sitting in it looking for a secondary breakout. That gets exciting if it holds a consolidation all throughout lunchtime. What I'm trading is CCL and Square. I like these two. I just took a little out of Square at 40s because I saw some resistance there. I'm going to reload at a better price. I reloaded here at 25 because it happened to be a line on the chart on my 3-minute, which is VWAP. Support's at 66 and my out's at 65.8. Like this is where I should be reloading here because I want to stop out beneath that 80 price. So I got some out so that I can get more in at 66 at a more reasonable price. And then lastly, with low time to go, Alibaba. So I thought we might get back down here. Money fills beneath 99 into 98. None to be had. BABA is right back up toward the high. If it breaks again, I still think there could be a trend. People even said 104. If it goes to 104, there'll be other ways to get back into it. I'm looking for a reasonable dip buy. Suddenly the 99 level looks pretty good. But it's been a good morning. It's not done yet. We're only halfway through the day. I do see they're locked and loaded, ready to go.
People want us to talk about Lululemon, so let's
go to Lululemon.
Yeah, let's go to Lululemon quickly here. 362 bottom. By the way, we made a little bit of money on Tesla on that reload down to 70, so that was good. But it's trying to go back up right now. You guys want to talk about Lulu? Let's do that real quick. I talked about Lululemon earlier here. Forget about these wicks; those are some dark pool dumps, most likely at 8 o'clock. But see these bottoms that we already made on Lululemon. I just feel like this 360 level. I mean, it's not a surprise that you stop pretty much at the even dollar. I mean, it goes to 360.90, but I would say that if you're going to go long on this name, you do not hold this below that bottom right there. So when you make this, it's a big, hopefully I can show you real quickly here on this without that bottom pick there. When you have a big sell candle early in the morning and then you get that stop bottom, like if you're sitting there picking that up, those are obviously great longs because you wick to the bottom. But if you take down that level, first Tesla just went back up to the upside, so we flashed out flat on that trade. But 361 right there, that would be the level that I'd be concerned with on breaking that 361. So watch out to see if that comes into play. But that's the level for Lululemon for anybody looking at that. And then I'd say you can hold it, man. Hold it all the way back. You can probably break 370. So that should be a good trade back in there for Lululemon. So, all right. Yeah, thanks again for watching. Again, another good show, I feel like. Shorting Alibaba, mistake. Everything else I feel pretty good about, man. That Micron, what a monster trade that was for us there today. Breaking that high and then getting out. We still have a small piece right now, 5% left. But that's going to be a good trade. And I'm sure these guys will have some more for you on the midday.
Yes, they do. It is going to be the Professor and Mr. Beast. Back at him on the ones and twos. Go get him, boys.
He got you that one. What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Max the Beast. I'm Sharif. Let's get it started. Max, I took one trade and you took the exact same trade.
Exactly.
So we were both like-minded on that one. We both took BABA long on that reversal, but did you take it short? Because I took it short and then I switched.
Never took it short. I was always thinking long on BABA. I was FOMO'd yesterday when the chat was going crazy about their BABA long. So today I had to take it long. 96.50 was my real level.
Nice.
I kind of got in early at 97, so I couldn't take the full size that I wanted to. But we're holding it. I was thinking 100 break. Ultimate target 102 today. I still have a good portion on.
Nice, man.
Waiting for that fill up
That's
there at 102.
That's a big boy trade. And you averaged and you literally got bottom wick there.
Yeah,
That's a feel-good trade.
It is, but this early entry really kind of screwed up the size that I could take on this because I was down quite a bit by the time it got down there. But yeah, feeling good about that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely influences the ad. No, I agree with that. My look was, I'm like, look, okay, let's see if BABA gives up the ghost. So I tried to take it short around here, flipped immediately, and then, didn't take it for nearly as much as I should have, obviously. Got out somewhere around 98.5, but it ran about $1.50 after that. Anyway, so let's see what else is on. I'm watching a few things, okay? And I've got all these alerts set up on my side chart. I'm not taking any trades unless these alerts go off. I feel like I've been impulsively trading far too much, and so we're gonna hunker down here and get some rules in place. Now, this GNS long that I have on at the moment, it's based on the close of yesterday. So obviously, we had that big catalyst come in earlier, the halt, and then how long it stayed halted there? It stayed halted a while, about half an hour, I'd say, give or take. We had that big move up, and now we're bouncing off that close from yesterday. So that's what I'm looking to defend here. AMBI, I was watching this one for a possible bounce off the initial halt level at 983. It's since broken that. It didn't really respect the halt level. This is a small cap crapper that we've seen go in the past. Like, have a look at that chart, right? It's absolutely small cap crapperville. So what I'm looking with here is a possible bounce off yesterday's close. That's, I like this number, 777. So we'll see if we get down to that level. If we do, I'll look for a bounce on that. What else I'm looking at here? BANL. We saw this one as well yesterday make a nice little move. I've got this level here earmarked, which is the top of our range yesterday. So it's not a closing level, but it's the top of the range for yesterday. It's actually the high of day yesterday. Looks like I just missed it here. So the retracement idea was sound, but the level, was a little ambitious, wanting to go right to yesterday's high. It looks like I missed that, but about 11 pennies or so. But this one a bit tricky. The spread really wide for a $9 stock, so tread carefully with this one. Nvidia is also on my radar. I've got yesterday's close earmarked here. I may not get it, but 264-ish. I'll probably be sitting at 264.5. If we should make it down there for NVIDIA, I'll be looking for relative strength to bounce off that level, but I'm not going to get into a trade otherwise. Baba, what can I say, man? Baba, like here, I had this level possibly for a dip trade. This is yesterday's close, this 98.50-ish level. I was hoping that this retracement would kind of come nearer to that level so I could take a long off relative strength. It didn't make it, obviously, you know, it stopped out about 99.25, and then it started getting going again. And Micron, finally, that's the one that I've got here for another dip trade. I'm looking to get in at about 61.50. I've got an alert set up there. In case you're wondering, this was an earnings winner, obviously, and coming out with positive catalyst for AI. That's been all the hype lately. So that's my look. My look is to take a bunch of bounce trades today. I'm not really looking to get aggressive, not in this particular market anyway, because the last 2 days haven't had a read, and no point just punching for no apparent reason.
Yep. Tesla today, I was watching for this 190 area off the open, but like everything was just way too strong off the open to come into my levels. I liked Tesla, I liked AMD, I liked Apple, all on dips, and none of them came in. So I did try Tesla twice. Obviously, I do like this 190 level. I've used it a bunch of times, but I didn't like it enough today to give it the real risk, and now we're going back. Looks like we're going for VWAP now, like 192.50 that is. So, you know, that would have been a good trade if I just gave it 50 cents for $2, but didn't have that in me today.
It had a good 189.15-ish. That's yesterday's close, right? So I was even looking at Sean. Sean punched a whole bunch in and around there, and I'm like, yesterday's close? And he's like, no, because I'm mad, right? But no, what I mean to say really is it's a good level, because that is yesterday's close. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit of a double bottom because you have it on a different time frame, but I'm looking at it here on the 5, and you know, it doesn't come right back to that level, but it dances with it. So if you punched in anywhere in that region.
Basically like the high of the aftermarket consolidation. It was like the high of day on yesterday's consolidation after we made the move down. So we come right back to 190, you take the short off that, getting 185s, and now today we gap above. And where's support? Exactly where resistance was yesterday.
Right. Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Sometimes it's as simple as that.
I don't know. These like, look, the NASDAQ was outperforming, I would say, the S&P earlier on in some regions of the day. But again, now it's back to these big cappers being a little unpredictable for me. But the obvious, let's make some easy observations here about which ones are relatively strong, which ones are neutral, and which ones are relatively weak. If I had to be asked, Microsoft, relative strength, Apple, as well as Amazon. Meta, even though it's up a point and a quarter on the day, I'd say this one is super consolidating unless you're going to play the range. It's going to be tough. But Google and Tesla with obvious weakness here. Look at that move down on Google. Likewise with Tesla, you had a nice move up in the pre-market with our friend Stressla, but it gave up the ghost. And like we talked about right now, kind of bounced off that level. But yeah, I'm looking, so if we get relative strength here, we'll look for the usual suspects, the ones that we've identified as relatively strong relative to the other big cappers, and then maybe we'll take those long. But I'd rather not play that dance with the market today. I'd rather, you know, just either get key levels or do nothing. And if that means, you know, do nothing and just talking and seeing what the chat's up to for a while, that's what we're going to do. But I'm not going to trade like a, you know. Anyway, Lori Mick, having a great day. Love. I'm really happy for you, Lori, and I hope that you're green on the day and you punched long Tesla at 189.44 and you're riding it high right now. I hope that that's what is in your day. Mike, Tesla car. Yeah, okay. Renata, Sharif and Mr. Beast every day, they wear the same color. Yo, bro, we can't. Okay, so we have to have a little group chat where we organize. We're like, look, I'm wearing blue today. Nah, I'm wearing blue. No, I'm playing.
Baba's making new highs now.
Yeah, Baba's going.
It had that double top. I got a little bit scared there that was maybe the top of the move. It didn't like 125, but it blew right through it again. So I'm chilling. No offers right now until we get up to 101, I think. I mean, you look at the daily on Baba, and 102 is the next level. We lost the chart.
Yeah.
Lost
Do you
the
still
chart.
have IBKR?
Nah.
You shut her down?
I think I shut it down. I got this, I got my Webull chart here.
All right. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's go to the daily here. So next level on the daily is at 102 right there. And then, you know, it's BABA, right? So next level after that is 105. So I think 102 definitely in the cards today. We saw how it trended yesterday. I'm just gonna chill on this.
Yeah, no, look, I have a dip trade on BABA. It's probably not going to materialize, and that's fine. But we'll see. I mean, I've got that 99.50-ish area. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, we were trying to buy dips all day, all afternoon on BABA, and they just never came.
Yeah, no, they came yesterday. There was a couple of instances where there were dip trades on BABA.
Very slight, though.
Yeah,
like, I don't think we even got to the 50 period once it really started trending, and, you know.
Yo, the amount of Mr. Beast comments we're getting in the chat is fun, and it's not even the same people. It's like newer people that are noticing it. Shout out Jackie Tucker for that. Mr. Beast day trades. Yeah, he does, bro. He kills it.
Yeah, he's come here to, you know, uncover the scam of day trading.
Yeah.
All you got to do is go long.
What
BABA.
is his thing? Like, does he just go up and give people gifts? I don't even watch.
He does ridiculous things on,
Like?
and I don't know.
Probably no. Get out of here.
I've watched a couple of videos. He puts people on like a desert island. The last one there wins like $1 million or something.
Oh, so he's doing these random. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
And like he spends crazy amounts of money on each video, and that's why he gets all these views.
Well, there's probably bare sponsors.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I mean, people bought into his $1 billion. Was it $1 billion for Mr. Beast? Yeah. There was like crazy valuations for that kind of stuff. All right, so GNS, I am out of that. I took a exploratory long for a bounce off yesterday's close. That doesn't hold, and there's the out, there's the in right here, and there's the out. So trying to base it off levels, but you know they're not going to work every time. Let's see what happens. That will be my last trade on GNS. You know, so sketch catalyst to begin with, and we just tried to play off some levels, didn't work. So let's see what else is going on. Is anything small cappy happening in your world?
We have the PYXS from yesterday, which.
Bradley, he likes my terms.
PYSX on NASDAQ. PYX. What? PYXS.
That was a continuation from yesterday, right?
Yeah. Yesterday we had the 420 level, obviously. Always the 420 level on small caps. And then dip off the open, and then we break past 420 again. Now we're moving to 440. Volume's kind of light on this, but it's picking up. Like maybe the 450 break could provide something on this guy today.
What does that ticker
again? How this trends. But you know, breakouts have not been working on the small caps recently. You got to like buy the dip into the 50 or this consolidation VWAP, something like that. So maybe 425.
Is it accurate to say? Do you think it would be accurate to say that because the involvement in small caps hasn't been what it was? I mean, in previous times, that there's more room for bamboozlement?
I expect in the last year, a lot of small cap day traders have called it quits.
Yeah,
based on like the lack of volume, the lack of continuation of these stocks. Unless you're shorting them, you're probably not making that much money. So I think there's probably just less eyes on them.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to say to you. Like, I think there was a good period, like November-ish to maybe January, where a lot of them were making high day breaks, and if you took the short, especially like if it's set up a certain way, it's money.
Yeah. When those fail breaks off the high, off a pre-market high, usually those would be good, especially if you get like that even dollar level right around it. You take a fail break there, you're risking like whatever the wick was above that level.
Right.
Yeah, those are good trades, but like now we just don't even have any volume in them at all.
So no, it hasn't been the time for them. And I have a scanner that I'm looking at daily, guys. I'm looking at top percentage losers and top percentage gainers. And, there hasn't been much alive in that world, and that's the way it is. The market's super cyclical, and so just be ready for when they do start pumping, because anything like the biotech names, the reverse split names, the AI names, we had some good names off those, and we rode some waves there anyway. So we shall see when those awake again. With respect to some future levels, let's look at that, because we didn't talk too much about that. Now I'm starting to do a new thing here, because I've been noticing that, a lot of the times, and I want to say for the last little while, if you were trading these big cappers, you could safely base your level or the movement off the ES. Now I'm noticing that there is, a marked divergence between how the ES is moving intraday at times and how the NQ is moving. And so now I'm going to start charting both. And that's not something that I've done until now. Maybe, and I know that probably wasn't the right thing to do, but such was the case. So let's look at these ES futures. My lines are simple. This 44,001, that's yesterday's close. Looked like we tried really hard to rally yesterday to kind of get back to 4,000, and we did. That's what you're seeing around over here. And looks like around, about 10 o'clock, we made the high there at 40, 47 and 3/4. But I've got that 40.50 pegged as an interesting level. So it looks like 40.47 is essentially that level. And here's why. Let's go to the hourly. This goes back a ways. Looks like we had some resistance around that level over here. And then going back to over here, we had that same level of resistance. And going to the 4-hour, we encounter it again. Where? Right over here again, right? So looking at that, then the next obvious level above that 40.50 is that 40, I want to say 75, because on this day, March 22nd, we got up to that level, and it was, it's going to be an area of resistance that I look at. So those are my lines on there. If we make it to those levels, I'll be looking, obviously, take decisions and see which way it goes. The NQ, I haven't really charted much on except yesterday's close, so not much to talk about there, but we'll have more updates on that as the show goes on. Max.
Yeah, 13K on NQ, 13K to 13,100 seems kind of like that's like the key resistance kind of area on NQ.
Right.
And if we clear that, then we're finally maybe uptrending. Looking at Apple, looking to take VWAP again. This name, I really wanted the 158 dip on the open, but nothing dipped. Like everything just powered on the open, went up to my price target, which was 160.50, and then pulls back. So like I just couldn't get any trades on these today. I think if we retake 160 on Apple, like that's quite a key level.
Right.
Then the next level is 161-ish, 161.50. And I will try to get along if we take that out. But for now, just chilling on this one. BABA is pulling back. If we give up
Double tapping.
99 convincingly, I will get out of BABA. But until then, I'm just still hanging out. Didn't really go far enough for me to take more profit on this one based on where I think it's going today.
Right.
Maybe this is just the perfect dip buy opportunity.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
All right. So, do you is there a possible double top there? Would you see it? Look, can you go to his chart real quick? Do you see a possible double top brewing there?
Yeah, I mean, like the double top was kind of right here, but then we get this little like exhaustion kind of move up top, and maybe this is the top of BABA. Like basically, what this is saying is that there's sellers above 100. So no matter which way you want to see it, you see a double top, you see whatever. Like this just means this doesn't really want to buy above 100 yet.
Here's my question to you though. So come to this level right here.
Yeah.
Do you take profit at that level? Is that not a level that?
That's the breakdown level?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you see that as a breakdown level? What is that good stuff?
Yeah, I see like.
I'm just asking. I'm really
so
just
we break 99 here, right? And then we hold it, reclaim it, like, it breaks by almost nothing here, reclaims instantly, starts moving back to the upside. Now we're consolidating above it. So like, do we want to go and test 99 again?
Yeah.
And like just see, are people willing to sell under this level?
Right.
That's why I don't want to just set a stop like here at 99.15.
You want to see what
I want to see what
off,
happens because.
And VWAP's right there too.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
the thing.
Exactly. And we're $3 in the money on this stock. Like I'm not gonna give back that much if I let it kind of hang out with VWAP for a minute.
Yeah.
And then tell me what it wants to do.
I got that. Yeah, it's not really like propelling to the south side. I don't feel like there's much risk of that. It's quite stable and it's pop up. Yeah. So
yeah, we got like profit taking. It made a big move up, so it's gonna chill for a while in this range, and then we'll see if it can make the next leg up to my 102 price.
I agree with that.
I did say it was going to 100 yesterday. It only got to 99.51. So
just call you're premature or whatever.
Maybe
it ended up going to 100.
Maybe I'm a swing trader.
There you go. There you
because
go.
Because Oxy
Why can't
as
you
well.
be both?
I could be both. I could be both.
Oxy
went to that 63 yesterday or this morning.
What is Oxy?
Didn't go yesterday.
Like 4%. It's like down 0.5 percentage point today. Oxy not doing too much.
Yeah, it's not really doing anything.
Yeah, shut up, Beat Fanatic. Baba, watch higher lows. No, I agree with that. You're seeing higher highs and higher lows. In fact, on Baba. Here we go. Look at this. This is exactly what Beat's talking about. You got that 149 top, and you had that break of that 100 quarter top. You're seeing a 99.50 low. That's a higher low than the 99.11, 10-ish that we had on the. We want to see continuation though. So the upward channel is intact at the moment. You know, to make what's it called? To make a trend line, you have to have at least 2 points of contact. We got a couple here, and we got a couple at the top. So let's see. Let's see if BABA continues to go. It was a fool's game trying to short this yesterday. I tried to get into multiple opportunities for the short after that good long that we had, but that was not a good move on me yesterday. It kept going to the high side, like you said. It went up to what, 99.50, right?
Yeah.
So that was a big boy moving. It's big boy moving now, popping back to the high side. It's about like 20 pennies below the lows. This one's going north, man. Good trade there, Max. Solid trade, especially.
Oh, there we go.
Is it popping?
It is popping.
I looked at 1 second away.
You know, we say, is this the dip buy? That was the dip buy.
I know, that's what I was,
hop on the train while you still can, guys. We're going to 102. Not financial advice.
I like it. Bang. There you go. You heard it here first. We were just talking about Apple, and that brought my attention to Affirm and the trade that we had on Affirm yesterday, and to kind of look at what it's doing. Look at that big move down on the Apple news. Obviously, competitor with, what's the other one called? Klarna?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
This
yeah. Is that a Canadian one?
I don't even know.
I don't even know, man.
Yeah, so
Have you ever used one of those?
Yeah, I did. I got my phone that way.
Yeah?
Okay, so
I just don't see the
let
benefit.
me digress for a minute.
It's all going on the same credit card bill. Like, you get half of it on one credit card bill, half on the other one.
No, this actually made like proper sense. So I'm on a really good Rogers plan.
Yeah.
And the only reason that I'm on it, Rogers, by the way, guys, is a cell phone plan. And in case you just need background information, Canada's cell phone plans, some of the most expensive in the world. Okay, that's all you need to know. So getting a good cell phone plan here is important.
Yeah.
So Rogers Network, one of the best, right? So want to be on that. I only got this contract because it's grandfathered, because my condo has cable and internet and everything with them. So I got grandfathered in that way. But I can't get a new device with that plan. In order to get a new device, I got to switch to a crappier plan, right?
And you got to pay the full fee for the $1,000 phone.
In addition to having a crappier plan, I would pay $65 a month to Rogers for the phone, to finance the phone. Just went straight through Apple, pay $54, and got to keep my plan. So I win. That's all I got to say.
So Apple has the Affirm
you just
attached to it?
Exactly.
Okay.
And I went and picked it up same day.
Okay.
So, Rogers is Rogers. All right. So Affirm, all I wanted to say was Affirm making a bounce today. Gave up a lot of the move yesterday. But look, we are back to yesterday's, the day prior's close. It was about that 10:20 area where we closed on Monday. We opened there on Tuesday. We made that big move right back down, but we got back to those highs. So who knows? Market looking like it likes the Affirm.
We're kind of we're going back up to that 12.9 level too on NASDAQ, and ES breaking out of VWAP as well. So they are moving together today, about up the same 1%. If we see that 13,000 today, like, we can get some pretty serious levels on some of these.
I'm going to be smashing this table, baby, because that'll probably mean Meta.
And Apple's going up to that 160 level that I liked. So let's see.
Dump it.
Do we have size? We got some size on the offer here, so let's see if it can crack that. And then maybe go up, pull back a little, and I'll try to get a long in front of 160.
What is this?
This is Apple.
Apple, I like it.
Apple's super strong today.
Well, the market balancing here, getting a balance at least for the moment. Again, stronger on the NQ than on the ES is this bounce, and that's been something we've really seen diverge lately. All right, the Hayes Records, 199 super chat. Thank you very much. Shout out to the Hayes. Sharif Dahomey to say, oh heavens, hearing bad news. All right, shout out to you, bro. Thanks for that, and thanks for always, you're always active in the chat with the super chats as well. All right, so where are we at here? I've got nothing still on my plate, guys. Watching, this BABA trade move upward. Again, looking to knock on the door of 149. That's the high of day today. That's been. We got to go back a ways. Where'd you say we got to go back? We got to go back to, February to get to that level. So. Nice move on Baba, but I'm still in no trade. How about you talk about your trade?
Yeah, still managing Baba. We did get another double top, but apparently we cannot believe the double tops on Baba today. So still hanging out there, still waiting for this 99 level or 102. Apple hasn't taken that 160 yet, but still looking really strong. NQ still looking strong. Micron just came back over VWAP. This stock, we have a morning meeting, like a phone call with everybody on the floor. Somebody brings up Micron 62, and I just kind of dismissed it. I'm like, well, why don't I just trade AMD or NVIDIA if I'm going to trade a chip name? Because Micron doesn't do the same volume.
No, but it's got an independent catalyst.
I know,
Yeah.
but I just kind of dismissed it.
All
Didn't
right.
even look at it. See it broke 62, goes straight to 62.60, and like up to 64. That
Yeah, it's
was
a move.
that's got to be the miss of the day for me.
That's all right.
Just not believe
I don't even need to tell you. All right, guys.
We got the sticky note.
This is it. You guys, I know you can see the writing there. You can't see it all. First one. That's all. I'm not even going to read the writing. First one. MU62L. You figure that out, guys. Figure that out. MU62L. Mr. Katina, Sticky Note Nation. Shout out to Sticky Note Nation there. Always, every day. Twitter, Instagram. It's there. Be Fanatic. Sharif. Keep a side eye on CS higher lows. And here is the CS chart. And this is a perfect segue to bring up the new tidbit of news that came out with CS overnight. Listen to this hot fire, bro.
All right.
So you know that Swiss banks have been kind of a haven for money.
Yeah.
Good or bad, legal or legally attained for a long time. Then came the financial crisis, and the government, the Obama government, had to really tamp down on that hidden money because they needed money because the government was broke, essentially, right? So they went to the Swiss banks and they said, look, any American depositors that you guys have here, you need to disclose to the IRS what they've got, how much they've got, and et cetera, and other disclosure requirements, okay? And so they've been doing that since that time. I don't know exactly when it went into place. It was around that time, right? Now, being that the bankers are some of the smartest, people in the world, these big bankers, they figured out a way to get around these disclosure requirements so that Americans can continue to have their money. And listen to how they did it. So they had the American depositors renounce their American citizenship just to them, not officially, okay?
Oh my God.
And I don't want to say provide, but facilitated avenues for them to obtain other citizenships, therefore not making them subject to those requirements, right? And so that was the move there. Now UBS obviously has to inherit this kind of stuff, and it's all coming to light as a result of all the due diligence that's being done through this merger or acquisition or whatever you want to call it. So that's it's interesting there. Credit Suisse always not disappointing with the excitement that comes out. But chart-wise, let's look at the chart. It's near day's highs. 88.58 is day's highs. We're at 88.42. Come to my chart real quick. 88.49 is where we're at now. So a bit of a level here. We kind of tried to touch these levels earlier on. 9:30, touched that level again. 10:04. And what Beat Fanatic is saying is we're seeing progressively higher lows, and we're all, we're wedging into maybe a wedge pattern near the highs here. But maybe we could see $1 today. It's a good look, Beat. So I'm not going to say that it's not a bad trade. It's not a good trade. It's not one that I've studied. So I'm going to leave that to you. And if you print on it, I couldn't be happier. So shout out to Beat Fanatic for that call.
Amazon also today coming back up to 100, gets above 100 again, and let's try to pull up the 30-minute chart here on Amazon. Playing with fire, not gonna work. I got it here though. Every time it gets up to 100, you just play the 100 with a 101 stop, and it will pull back out of this supply zone up here. I find, I feel like this FOMC wick doesn't really matter to me. So 100 to 101 is kind of the level. If we break out from 101 on Amazon, then who knows? But really, any time that this gets above 100, it seems like you can just short it wherever you want, and it'll come back into 99. So I didn't have that today. Probably should have. but it's coming back up to 100 again. So maybe if we make like a higher low kind of situation, then we could get short, or lower high, sorry, we could get short off of that. Also missed Square again. Square today took out the level that I wanted, but I did not have an alert set up at that 66.
I think I'm not getting
Dork.
Micron.
Didn't have the alert at 66. Takes out 66. Doesn't look back. We're at 67 now. So another miss for me today. I got to get those alerts going or something. Maybe I need my own sticky note instead of my virtual sticky note that I've been using.
I'm using the alerts now on my platform here to kind of wake me up to some trades. But
I have some alerts, but they just don't work very well. Like I don't notice them.
oh, dude, one time like the trader workstation alerts go. And I left it to go back when I was on this computer, and I went for a walk because I would go for a walk like 12
it's
o'clock.
just beeping at
And
everybody.
it just beeped, and like people were losing their their marbles back here because of the noise. But yeah, got into a Micron long there. I'm looking for a VWAP bounce here. That's my idea. Where did I get long? I got long at 90s. So we're printing 63s here. Let's see if we can get some continuation. I'm looking for a VWAP hold, and maybe eventually a stair step up. This kind of will be like a long-winded trade. My out is below 62. That's a newer low, so that's kind of my look on that one. We'll see how she develops. But Meta moving higher here. Meta's knocking on day's highs, guys. 203.99 is day high on Meta. 203.87 is where we're at now. So Meta waking up for some reason. Well, not for some reason. The NQ's pumping here. We're back at 12.9, baby. We reclaimed 12.9, and maybe we're looking 32s in the face because that's a high of day max. So some of these big cappers waking up the ES, the NQ, they're all awake. Nap time's over, baby.
Do we take out 13K? That's the question. That's kind of the number for me. And got to get above 13.1 in my opinion.
Right.
So we'll see if that happens. Square did take out the high, so this thing is.
Meta's pumping.
I don't know. Is Square going back to like the pre-news levels? Probably.
Square?
Yeah. I mean, where was
I
it
still
trading
haven't
before
read
that?
the hit piece.
They were
I need
saying
to
like
read the hit
fraud or
piece.
something.
Yeah. Overstating Cash
Yeah.
App users.
What a way to trade, eh?
Hey, I know.
I know. You get short.
What a way to make a living. You just trash on his bet. Yo, there is a part to play for them in society because there are some shysters and they need to be weeded out. Anyway, guys, European close. Brendo, he's at the big desk.
Make it 3 days in a row, guys. Let's get this European market session wrapped up for the day anyways. All of these coming through to the upside in a big way. 1+% for the most part, just waiting for a few final prints to come through here, including the main indexes. 1.4 there for the Euro stocks. The Euro stocks 50, 1.4 as well in positive territory. Nice look right across the entire board. 1+% though, guys, for Europe today. Back over to you.
Yeah, I want to say green, but it's in black. So solidly in the black. But that's what bankers do. You're either black, you're in the black, or you're in the red, right? They don't say green and red, right? Bankers?
No, green's just for us.
No, it's just us. Yeah, we're the
Black, you're supposed to be in the
degens.
black. Yes.
Meta just made a new high. Knock, knock, knock. Here comes 204. 204.03 the high now on our friend Meta. It's bumping to the high side. I don't have a trade in this today, nor did I have one set up other than a possible 203-quarter dip, which is yesterday's close. I got nothing on this one, but it is making moves to the high side. There are no other big cappers, at least on my charts, that are at high of day. Some are trending towards it. I'm talking about Apple. I'm talking about Amazon. Here, bottom left, Amazon. Bottom middle, Apple. But Meta, for whatever reason, it's getting going here. And the NQ is getting going as well, holding above 12.9, as we just spoke of. I'm in this Micron trade. We're hanging out at 90s. I'm looking for a 63, decisive 63 break and hold. We'll see if one should materialize, but I'll take this on relative strength. But it is up, guys. 6.25% on the day. Obviously, was a lot higher with that 64.16 top. And yeah, so Trader Alliance, Sheriff, what is wrong with Google, please? I don't know. I forgot my stethoscope at home. But yeah, Google down On the day, well, not technically, it's up 0.3%, but yeah, down into the bottom, a consolidating area here above yesterday's close. For the moment, yesterday's close is that 101.05, 101.06-ish area. Yeah, and ironically enough, today's low is yesterday's kind of top, right? Yeah. We do finish nearer the highs yesterday on Google, but it was really a struggle. Look at that zigzagging. I mean, yesterday was an absolutely bad day to trade these big cappers unless you were really able to trade this range, and I was not mentally prepared for that. So.
Yeah, like Google, once it gave up 104 kind of area, 103.50, it's just kind of weak now. It was really trying to get above like 105, 108. I thought we were going to get that this week, but too weak, I guess. Amazon's still going to 100.
Baba.
Apple struggling with 160. Baba still hanging out, making higher lows. We're ready to break out on Baba, I think. It's time.
Yeah, well, we're still holding that up and to the right channel.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
like we're not even making any substantial pullbaks at this point. So
the one
Baba's
that you
just
did,
hanging out.
The one that was bought up immediately.
Yeah, bought up right away. So there's no fear on Baba at all. We're just managing a great position. I don't know.
We're just gonna throw a bang for that because that's just what it is, right? It is a great position.
Yeah,
he literally has bottom wick on that.
Just buy the bottom and hold.
Just buy the bottom.
Just
quite
know where it is.
easy.
Trading's easy, guys. Buy the bottom and sell the top.
That's funny. Okay.
Tesla bounced off VWAP too. So if Tesla's going to be weak today, this is probably where it's going to turn. Do I want to take a short off 192? I don't really want to mess around in the middle on this thing. I kind of want to be at the extremes on Tesla. So yeah, I'm not going to get short here, but might not be a terrible idea.
Renata saying Microsoft short, possible. I don't think it's a bad call, Renata, especially if we get a market reversal here. Looks like, could be a bull trap. You get above VWAP. You get people looking, long, let's test high days, and then you take them back south, maybe for another test of the 50 period, maybe even more. So I don't know if it's a bad call. My stop on that, Renata, though, I probably take like high of these candles. Keep a tight stop unless you're going to size in accordingly. You can give yourself the 280, but what you want to see is higher lows, right? Lower highs. Otherwise, the trend would not be there. So I wouldn't take that trade. Keep that stop tight is what I'd say. Meta is continuing to go to the high side, dude.
Meta 205, eh?
Whoa.
That's
We're pumping. I'm pumped. Every time I see Meta go up, I get very excited.
Every time I trade Meta, I take an L and then I stop watching it for 2 weeks.
Okay, so can I tell you what made me get into this stock? I'm like, every day we'd be trading. It was me and Bradley at the time. And every day I'd be looking like Meta's up again. Meta's up again. And this is at a time where the market was trending downward and Meta was going upward. I'm like, what in the hell? Okay, yeah, I know it's oversold, this and that. And then all this TikTok news about banning and like little whispers. I'm like,
okay.
We're going long.
Yeah.
Right? And that was the whole idea really behind that. It was nothing fundamental.
No, Meta's been on a absolute tear since those lows at 88. I had some money in my swing or long-term account, and I go, Meta's a terrible company. I can do that, Amazon or Disney. I pick Amazon and Disney, leave Meta to the side. The other two go up 10%. Meta goes up 150.
You're looking fundamentally probably. You're looking more.
I was looking long-term, but really bad decision making on that one.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know if it was so bad because prior to the call, prior to earnings, everyone thought that they were investing the house in the metaverse, and that's not what you want when money's getting more pricey.
Oh, it was looking really bad.
Yeah, and
really
they were spending the house, right? And so basically, when they got out of that, people were like, okay, get your house in order, cut some people. Dude, how many times? Look, I know you're not on TikTok, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, there were a lot of day in the lives basically of these Meta, I don't know, employees. I don't want to disrespect them, but there were a lot of people doing this, and they'd get up at 10 a.m. and then they go to the cafeteria.
Day in the life.
Day in the life.
Yeah. I've seen those. I've seen those.
Yeah,
they do nothing.
Did nothing. So a lot of people. I mean, I don't want to be glib about this because it's not funny when someone loses their job. But
of course,
the fact of the matter is maybe they did overhire. And
they clearly overhired. A lot of these tech companies got quite ballooned out on the hiring during the pandemic and even before that. And then suddenly you got to look at costs, and Sharif over there isn't doing anything all day, just eating the bagels.
I know, getting my laundry and my dry cleaning done for free.
Playing ping pong while getting paid. You got to cut some.
Such a bad life, you have to admit. Though.
I don't know. I think
shut up. You
maybe
take
for
that
a couple months. Maybe for a couple months, you got to be doing something though, or else you're gonna get depressed.
Renato's saying, Sharif, you have TikTok. Why? Because can I just tell you, flat out, the TikTok algorithm, it's better. And I'm not talking about watching people dance. That stuff does not show up on my. It doesn't, bro. It really doesn't. Like space stuff, political stuff, market trading stuff. That's what shows up. It knows what I like. It gets an understanding of what you like. I feel faster than the Reels algorithm. It kind of knows a bit quicker. I don't know. That's just my take on it. I don't have it. Yeah, so that's it. Neil says, I don't believe you. There we go. I'm getting all this hateration. Come look at my TikTok. Come on my TikTok. Tell me if one person's gonna dance. Come, bro. Come. I'm that confident in this. Here we go. Let's go. We're not gonna show because of the copyright, but here we go. We got our friend. Here, I'm gonna keep going, okay? Well, and there's
And what?
What? This is an ad. An ad.
Exposed.
It's an ad, bro.
Exposed.
It's an ad. Look.
I'm a family man, bro.
All right, man. Keep going. It was someone working out, man, and it was an ad.
Sharif. Somebody call HR.
Look, bro. Look.
I'm not looking at that.
You guys suck. I'm proving myself, and you guys won't look. Yeah. I love this. I love the floor here, man. All right, so let's get back some trades.
We got Amazon just bounce off 100 again. Didn't quite get there, but that's a 20-cent scalp there.
That
if you
was
want
an ad. You know it. You do know it. Because it says sponsored right there.
I know what I saw.
Yeah. All right. What do we at here, Max? What do we got going on? How's that Baba trade looking?
Baba trade is just chilling. I saw someone said Baba lower lows ? Maybe on the 1 minute, but we're all the way up here. Why are you looking at the 1 minute chart? This thing is still consolidating. I'm not going to try to change the time frame because we're just going to crash again. I got to reinstall P-Pro on this computer. But no, Baba's hanging out. Unless we break below here and start to see some real selling, there's no bid below this 99.20, 99 area, then we can get out. But this is a strong stock. You don't have to. You don't have to worry about these little micro trends
in myself,
when we're trending up on the day like this. Let's see what else we got. Apple did reject 160 as well, so I didn't get long Apple because it didn't really go far enough off that 160 break. All these wicks are messing me up, but we went to 05s and then just kind of faded off. So there's no real move to show me that there's buying up here. So maybe if Apple can hold VWAP, take 160 again, then we can find a long for that next level at 160.75, I think I had, and then 161.50. Do you still have Micron long?
I do. I'm still holding that. It's a dicey trade at the moment. We shall see what happens with this one. 90s, holding 90s. It's probably not the best. It's still doing that dance with VWAP. I don't have a big position on. But I think if it breaks that $0.50 level, I think that'll be it. So about maybe another 15 pennies. This might be like a VWAP rejection and another retracement down. Obviously, the level to get out here, if I was holding less shareage, would be that $62 level. And that would be the newer low, right? But I don't know if I can hold, see, again, this is probably a mistake on my part where I probably sized in a bit too much at this level. In order not to be able to hold it to 62, because that's realistically where I need to get it, right? The Hayes Records. Sharif's feed is full of blonde girls twerking. No. I'm still getting over that illness. No, that's not. Shout out to the Hayes Records 199 super chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll see what this one does. I'm not ready to give up the ghost on this one so quick. So we shall see how that one goes. Toro, what is this? We got Toro moving here, ladies and gentlemen. Toro up now 45%, popping off through that 180 break, 240 top. It's moving. So let's have a look at Toro here real quick on the NASDAQ. Yeah, so this one, I can already tell you it's a former runner because I do remember the name. Yeah, IPO. Is this an IPO? Can you just check your thing real quick? No, the IPO goes back to March 6th. Go to the daily.
I don't know how to change it.
Okay, just go right click. You go change time frame. Yeah.
All right,
there
daily.
You go. Go back.
Yeah, IPO price.
March 6th, right? Okay.
March 6th, high, all-time high 650. You know,
what
I
I'm looking
really
at
like these IPO setups.
That go straight down into the
They go
price.
straight down, and then you get some good news, and they can fly. If this thing flies through 650, watch out, $40.
Okay. Well, this one's going, dude. I mean, I don't even know what to tell you resistance-wise. I mean, maybe there's something at $4. There's a lot of activity near that $4 area.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know. I don't think really much you can look at. Maybe another $6 after
$350
that.
maybe.
Yeah,
I think you got to be thinking about psychological levels on this one. So $250,
question.
$3, $4, $5, and then that all-time high. But I don't even know what the news is on this.
I'm
I can't
asking
see
Brendo.
it. Yeah. If we have some serious news,
looking
maybe
here,
this
Mike.
can really start to fly. But for now, I don't know if I want to get into something like this.
Someone's saying, look at Tesla. Yeah, I know. We saw a big curl up on a lot of these big cappers. Meta was chief among them because it was knocking on the door days highs. But since that time, a lot more big cappers are curling up. You have the likes of Amazon as well as Tesla getting off those lows. That bottom there on Tesla was absolute money. You got Google, which was relatively weak, just retook VWAP. Renata, I don't know if you're in that short still on Microsoft, but it's still doing that dance with VWAP. So we shall see what the market has in store. But for Toro, for the moment, it just huadunked from that. Where are we looking here?
Is this where the algos,
244.
they drop it, get everybody short, and then they soak it up here, buy it, and then we take out the high again?
Yeah,
Let's see.
possibly.
So like at this point, I would say 250 break would be quite spicy if we can get back up there. But for now, this is looking pretty gross.
You buy this pullback right here?
I don't think you buy after a candle, a 1 minute candle like this, but
Unless your name is like, we won't mention them. Yeah. Which is one of the strategies, literally.
yeah.
Literally.
I mean, if you're
It's
trying to
called
catch a
the
bounce for
first
5
pullback.
cents, 10 cents, like
Yeah.
sure.
If you're going in like huge shareage,
like-
sure.
Yeah, but like I'm not going to take 5 million shares of this and try to get 10 cents. I would rather take a few hundred and try to get a few dollars out of it. So yeah, we'll see what happens on this one. 250 break, I will be watching. Otherwise, for now, this guy is dead to me.
So a lot of people are saying Shop is popping, so we'll have to look at that. Okay, so it's up 4 1/3%. Nice little bounce. It's reclaimed VWAP moving to the high side. I'll keep that on my radar. What I'll do is I'll put in an alert for days high. Days high is 46.44, so I'll set at 40s. And that way I'll know if it reaches that. I won't punch in at these levels, but thanks for that. Someone else saying FRC, popping as well. Yeah, it's got a nice little curl up there. Also up 6 and almost 6 1/3% on the day. Reclaiming VWAP as well. It's got some highs to contend with though here at 15. Would you say this is higher highs? Here's the high here, here's the high here, and then we're getting higher lows. Possibly a channel in the works here?
I would say starting to maybe try to uptrend.
Possibly.
Starting to maybe try.
Have you
is how I
traded
would say that.
the banks in the last couple of weeks?
Not in the last couple of weeks. I traded them first couple of days to varying degrees of success.
Yeah, likewise.
I got a little bit, shark-smelling blood on the first day and got into some bad positions, adding too much, just adding into the lows and kind of getting smoked. So then I decided to back off. But yeah, there's obviously opportunity in FRC. It's just, are you willing to lose everything?
Exactly.
That's the question. Are you willing for this thing to halt and never trade again?
Yeah. You know what the
That's up
word
to
on the
you.
street is, that a lot of people were not bidding on SVB
Yeah.
because they were betting that FRC would be next. and they wanted FRC because that was the golden goose that they wanted. They didn't want SVP.
Okay, because FRC is actually a decent.
Yeah, it's like a larger-ish bank. I think there's 7,000 banks in the States, and this is like 20-something in size. So fact check me on that, chat. I know it's up there, 30-something, 20-something.
Yeah, FRC, I saw some analysis of like the bad, the losing assets on FRC, and relative to SVB, it wasn't actually that bad. They were like 2% of total capital or something like that was bad, versus SVB was more like 20%.
Yes, exactly.
So FRC might not be that bad, but I'm not.
I'm
not looking to go long these things.
No, thank you. I mean,
with the possibility of losing it all.
There's probably people that are educated enough and experienced enough to look at the balance sheets and analyze the company and be like, yo, this is a screaming long, or this is a dead short. You know what I mean? But
I think I'm too scared to look at bank balance sheets right now. Don't want to see a huge economic crisis pop in. So let's just blindly pretend that nothing's happening.
I'm getting trolled here in the chat using super chats. Keon Johnny, $5 super chat. I demand Sean to hit the bang, please. I'll do it for you. There you go. Great 4 months for me. Sharif, spelt my name wrong. No more viewing TikTok girls and claiming it was a gym vid. We ain't dumb. LOL. What can I say, man? Nothing. No explanation I'm gonna give is gonna satisfy anybody. So I'm just gonna shut up. So at this moment, we don't see anything on Toro. I just asked Brendo, by the way. He's not seeing anything either.
All right.
So the Toro move, I don't know what kind of technical breakout that is, or
honestly, sometimes
who knows anything.
If I trade a stock like this, I don't even want to know the news. Why do I want to form an opinion when the price action is just going to determine what happens, and it's probably not going to be anything like orderly or rational. It's just going to do whatever it wants. So why do I need to form an opinion on the news on this thing? You know? But it seems to be kind of dead. Volume's done. It only did 3 million shares. Seems like they quadrunked it for now.
It was a gym video.
That's all that's on my reels.
No, it's not what's on my reels.
It is on your reels.
No, it isn't. And I have a problem admitting it. It just isn't factually inaccurate. All right, we're still having side discussions, as you guys can see. Office life's the best life, I'm not gonna lie, because so many running gags, right? Like whether it's with Fahad and God mode or whatever else we've got going on this side here. This is an awesome place to work, no question about that.
Amazon bounces off 100 again.
I was about to say, we're getting some movement here, man. Nvidia's pumping to the high side too. I'm watching this, and I'm watching Micron do nothing.
Is it a lagger or is it weaker?
Micron's a laggard right now. Looks like the move's been had on Micron, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to hold off because it is still doing that dance with VWAP. I think 62 is the level, so we shall see what happens. But NVIDIA, I want to say the 200 bounds on the 5 period. I don't know if that's a significant level, if anybody views that all that often. But the 200 period here, 266 level, absolute money on NVIDIA if you took that one long. I had my alert set up here. As you can see, that yellow line, 264.14. That's yesterday's close. That's where I was looking for the dip on NVIDIA, but it doesn't give me that too much relative strength, baby. Up 2%. Now only about $1.30 from the highs. I mean, it's been a decent day on the market, man. We're setting up possibly to take these highs real soon here on the NQ. 12,932. That's the high. We're at 12,915, so not too far away, Max.
Screaming towards 13K. Tesla's just taking out VWAP, so let's see if Tesla can get going here.
Yo, the chat is hilarious, bro. I gotta read these comments because they're too funny. Sharif headed to HR after the show. No, this was funny. Was the gym girl at least cute? Sean at Sharif. We couldn't see. It was her rear end. Right, so we couldn't see what facial structure she had there, guys. So that's just the way that video was. Gregory's getting in on the action back there. Shout out to Gregory. I hope you're feeling better, Gregory. Shout out to everybody. All right, where else are we here, Max? Let's get back in order here.
So Tesla takes out VWAP. I guess the VWAP short was not in on Tesla, so we'll see where it goes. Maybe we get back to my original try to dip by here at 193.50. That was the price that I liked initially. So, you know, Tesla's in an uptrend. Don't fight it. Wait for something to happen. I'm not going to get in long up here, but maybe we'll get in short if we try to get back into this area. I don't know, like this down move was totally opposite to the, not opposite to the market, but a lot weaker than the market. Tesla gave up everything and more today. So, you know, if it gets back into these prices, I'm expecting to see some sellers at like 194. So maybe we can structure a short somewhere in there with like a 195 stop. But we'll see that if it comes. ES making the move now to the high side. BABA trying to take out the high. Let's see our BABA.
BABA's still going.
So that 50 area, the 49 has been trouble for it. We're reserving off 49. Still struggling. I think this is going to blast through. Someone's trying to sell 54s there. Let's see. They get filled. So this is going. BABA to the high side. New highs again. We're still holding. I still have 40% of my position left on BABA. We are holding for 102.
Good for you, bro. I'm spending the money for Max on this, man. It's just he's still holding, bro. I can see what percentage of precision he's holding. He's holding a good amount. Good for him on that. Max absolutely killing this trade. I'm happy for you, bro. Let's see what else is moving here, guys. We are moving nicely on the ES and the NQ. So both, you know, pointing up and to the right at the moment. So we'll see if we get continuation. Beat Fanatic telling me CS. He was calling that one out earlier. So we'll look at that one, CS. Okay, so I'm assuming you like this area here. What are you giggling about?
Heidi says Gregory is sick, but not as sick as Sharif's Twitter feed.
Oh my God, I don't use Twitter, so I'll just put that out there. Yo, I've tried because I'm a Musk fan. Yeah. So I wanted Muskie to make some money. If he was going to make some money off anybody, I was like, okay, I'm a fanboy. But I just can't get into it, man. I can't get into it. It hasn't, the app, the icon has not made it on my home screen yet. It's in the back of the apps area. You know what
Twitter
I mean?
I've never really gotten into. No. Except trade deadline day for the NHL. You get all the rumors on Twitter. That's the only time I ever use it.
I was using it for financial juice a lot before.
True, financial juice, yeah.
Brendo has a really nice app that he's got at the big desk there. It's got all his Twitter feeds kind of consolidated, what he wants to see. Yeah. What's it called? TweetDeck? TweetDeck, yeah.
I do use TweetDeck for, a couple of market things, financial juice, a couple of other ones. But, so I guess I do use Twitter. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, well, there you go. I don't know. You're having
I don't use it for fun, though. That's
I got you. Someone asking about STEM. Mohammed wants to know about STEM. So before I get to STEM real quick, because we were looking at CS here, so we're getting a retracement down into the 50 period. Is this an interesting area to add? You know, we're talking pennies here, so you're going to have to add large shareage in order to get in and out and make a decent amount here. I'm going to have to pass on this trade. So, it's a good trade. It's just, you know.
If CS ever gets back above $1, I'll take a look. It was an amazing short above $1 that I executed quite poorly. But yeah, CS at $1 is kind of that's the level for me.
All right.
$1.
No question about
Amazon
that
has an offer here at $99.80, 1,400 lots. So let's see if this guy gets filled. You know, the markets are still kind of trending up. So does Amazon want to be weak here if this guy can't get filled at $99.80 here? We'll see what happens. You could definitely structure a short in front of this if you want to, but I'm not trying to step in front of 100. You know, why am I going to give it that extra 20 cents of risk? But this offer could definitely push this stock down if this wants to make the next down move. What else? Also, Square still holding up. Square, what a miss. 66 level. Hasn't even really pulled back. I guess I could have had it twice. I didn't even think about Square today.
Yeah, it's been stronger off that Hindenburg hit piece. But yeah, I like when things sound good like that. The Hindenburg hit piece. All right, STEM is what Mohammed was asking about. Here it is. So not sure what the catalyst is on this. Let me look real quick. Why are STEM shares nosediving? STEM shares are trading lower by 16%, blah, 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 morning. The company announced a proposed $175 million green convertible senior notes offering. What's a green convertible? I know what a convertible senior note offering is, but what's a green one? Anyway, okay, so there's a catalyst associated with this. Yeah, and then obviously the market didn't like that. Now it's bouncing off lows. So that's kind of the play here. Let's have a look at the 3-minute chart real quick. You get that big move at 8 a.m. I guess that's when the news came out. Low, you get a 467 bottom, and then it's been kind of reclaimed VWAP in the 50 period here on the 3-minute chart, moving back up. I'm not sure if I have a play on this. I don't know too much about the company, but we'll get to that and much more when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, lunchtime into the lunch hour we go, and nice green board to have a look at for a change here. Anyways, back to the upside. For the NASDAQ today, leading the way right now, both the composite and the 100, 1.37, 1.46 in positive territory. All three, 1, 2, 3,000 Russell indexes as well, moving higher so far today. 1%, 1 full percent there for the S&P. 0.73 for the Dow. It was lagging a little bit early on, if you remember. So back to the upside we go. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, we told you everything you need to know when it comes to Lululemon. Coinbase up with BTC today. And then that BNPL service announced yesterday. Therefore, Apple had that moving around. I was just watching Lulu coming back to this early support that we had that dip from this morning and trying to bounce off that back to 365, still 13.5%. Meanwhile, Apple taking some of Affirm's business, but possibly not. Nice bounce back day. 6.3%, just tested session highs there after the huge collapse yesterday on that news from Apple. Guys, back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, Mark Knight saying, Sharif, a green bond is a type of fixed income instrument that's specifically earmarked to raise money for climate and environmental projects. And then I look over here at STEM to see what kind of business they're involved in. STEM, move up, is a digitally connected intelligent energy storage network provider. The company provides customers with an energy storage system sourced from global battery original equipment manufacturers, OEMs. Yeah, the company delivers through its partners. I'm assuming maybe the energy used here is green and therefore it can be classified as such, because I don't see what purpose this company is, unless it's got green energy sourcing here for its storage systems. Interesting take there. I wonder if there's some bamboozlement. All right, what do we got here? Let's see. Yeah, STEM is moving up. Irish Mac, hungry? What's on the lunch menu? No, I'm good. I'm good. Not hungry yet. I've got, you guys know, I have my eggs and I have my protein bites that I always keep next to me. So we shall see what happens with that. And it's chicken fingers today, Sean says. He always, yeah, he's neck deep in the food at the moment. So shout out to Sean. Here it is. Meta making another new high, 204.62. Now retracing back 204.45. But that has been stair-stepping up. It's stronger than the other big names at the moment. It has been for the past half an hour or so. So Meta making a move through highs. Let's zoom out here to 30 and see what we're looking for on Meta. A lot of price action at that 206 level, a lot of topping. 206 and obviously 207. Say 206 is probably going to be an interesting resistance area. We're through that 204 resistance area we had back on the 27th. So you guys know Meta's been nearer the highs at the moment, so we're gonna have resistance areas all near the area we're at right now. So not anything not to be expected. Sharif, Bears versus Bulls. Sharif is a beast. Oh, thanks, man. How do you say your name? Halimez? Halimez. Shout out to Halimez on that, man. A beast. Well,
So update on that. Amazon.
this is Mr. Beast.
No, I'm not Mr. Beast. Not related.
What do you got?
At Amazon, the offer at $99.80 did get filled. I watched it get filled, and then basically did nothing, and now we're going down. So whoever shorted 140,000 shares of Amazon, they're now about 10 cents in the money. So, calculate how much that guy's making, or girl, or whatever. Amazon now trying to make the move back down. We'll see if it can break 99.50 and then back into the 99 area. We'll have to. Obi's not at the desk, but
Yeah,
he's
no, where is
the
Obi when
king
you
of the
need him?
jungle. He knows what the Amazon levels are. I don't know what they are. I just got my round even obvious number on Amazon.
Possible
kinda-
100 double top brewing there on Amazon. Like obviously the confirmation is the 99 breakdown. That's
Yeah.
the neckline, right?
Yeah.
If that breaks, then you
But like, is Amazon going to do that 99 break on a day that the market's trending up? I don't
Well, if the market
think
does.
so. Yeah. If the market decides that it doesn't like this, these highs, which it's just going slowly, grinding up.
Yeah.
ES, like in my mind, ES, the level is 40.50, and then we have like
Agreed.
a supply zone up to 40.75.
Yep.
So, you know, I just don't see like an outsized move to the upside necessarily coming on anything today.
Yeah,
I think we
like,
just get
what's
more
the
chop.
catalyst?
So like,
Yeah,
if you can
I
find
agree.
if you can find a round number like 100 to short on Amazon and just like be reasonable with your profit expectations, get like 50 cents or whatever. I think that's the way to play like a day like today in the market versus like shorting it here and saying we're going to crack down to lows. You're going to get like
98.
97s. Like
Yeah.
that's kind of crazy to me. But anything can happen. News can come out at any time, and the market can go wild.
No question. No question. It's nice to know like what days we have economic numbers and to anticipate, you know, those numbers and stuff. But yeah, like he's saying, anything can happen anytime. Arturo Diaz, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Shout out to you. SIVBQ up 45%. That is SIVB, which is the new ticker. BQ for the SIVB Bank. It is now on the OTC markets. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. He was here yesterday, but was it yesterday or the day prior? I don't remember, man. Days are all blended in. He was here on the morning show with Brendo and I, and he was talking about, you know, this as well as other tickers, BYD. He was talking about as well. We talked about some crypto names, but here we go. So
Little bit
we
of a
started
pump on
at the
that.
day at 72 yesterday. So this was yesterday.
Yeah, that's the start of trading.
And now we're back up to 58.90, knocking on the door of 60.
I was discussing this one with a couple of people yesterday, and like,
Go.
why is there even a bid on SIVB at this point? Isn't the equity gone? Like, the equity holders are last in line on the bankruptcy list, and there's no equity left
They
in
have
the
a bunch
company.
of loans that could be worth something. They may or may not be worth
But someone
anything.
already bought them all. What was that bank that
No,
bought
some of them, okay, so no, they own a bunch of treasuries. Sorry, the government took their treasuries.
Yeah.
Some other banks took their loans.
So what's left in this
The
company?
treasuries, when they become worth something, they're long dated,
Well, they
right?
are. If
They're
you
not
can-
worth anything
If you can
right
hold
now.
them to maturity,
Well, that's
then
the
they are
thing.
worth something. But
That's the thing.
like, is this entity going to be able to do that?
You'd have to sell them to somebody who would be able to take them on their balance sheet, who would either one, be able to hedge against them, or two, doesn't have enough exposure to them at the moment that
Yeah.
it would make sense to add them on, right? So it is. So we'll see.
We will see.
Yeah, we shall see.
Bob was pulling back. It did make that new high. We thought it was going to go.
Yeah, he's saying some people, Racer9 or whatever, saying it's day traders. Yeah, it could
Yeah,
be.
it is definitely day traders.
It's not so etched in stone where you don't know if there's institutional buying. I mean, who knows what could be taking place behind the scenes. I mean, I never thought to think, oh, you know, they're really looking for FRC. That's why nobody's bidding in this auction on SVB. Everyone wants the golden goose, which is FRC. I mean, that didn't come to me. That wouldn't come to me unless I had detailed like market knowledge inside of that particular field. And so you never know who's buying what for whatever reason, right? So that's what I'm just trying to say, you know, even though I may have strong opinions. All right. 62 is the level I'm going to get out of the MU trade. It's now, you know, retracing.
That's your out level?
That's my out.
I think that's my in level.
That's your in level. You're going to look for a hold there.
I wanted to,
If it makes a
I wanted
newer
to kind
low.
of break, not follow through, and then I'd like to get long at 62, see if we can get back up to 63, 64.
Okay, so if it breaks 62 here decisively,
Yeah,
I'm
decisively
going to get out.
is the key.
Here's the thing, right? So, and then I've got my alert set up here at 61.50. That's yesterday's close. If I
right.
get out at 62, I'll be looking to defend that
61.50. All
but
right.
I won't hold that because it's just too far removed from my entry point, right? I would like to add at these levels, but you know, I took an outsized position at that level, so adding
Yeah,
is
you
not
can't just be holding, you know, willy-nilly.
not at the moment. Not at the moment.
Baba did make the new high, and now it's pulling back in. It seems to like this, like 99.50 to 100 and something range. So I'm just gonna hang out on this one. I was kind of hoping that was gonna be the pump, the next pump to the high side, but we're just chilling. ES kind of broke down a little bit, but it's only like 4 handles off of that local high. But we have Apple coming in off of VWAP. So I guess that long that I wanted off 160, when it didn't follow through, that was probably the indicator to get short off of 160 instead, because we just broken down back into the range that we were in before. Let's see if we test like 159.25 again, and then, yeah, like 159 is probably the long on Apple if I had to guess. Not going to get in the middle here. Don't want to get chopped around. That 160 short though, pretty good. What else do we have today? Tesla pulling back to VWAP. AMD kind of breaking down a little bit. AMD never got to my levels today, sadly. I wanted 94.20, I think. That was my profit target yesterday and my entry today. I wanted it to dip off the open, get to that like 94.20, and then, you know, come back up into like this kind of 96 area. Or I wanted to fade it off of 97.50, and we never got to even 97. So AMD kind of an inside day, but still like up on the day. What else? HYMC. Is HYMC like a mining company? 40-cent mining company. Interesting. I don't know about that one. Amazon's still trending down a little bit. That guy's still in the money, 20 cents now. Good for him. What is that, 2,800 bucks already? Looks good. Micron is coming in, but too slowly. Tesla at VWAP. What else? What are you guys looking at? Coin. ENPH. ENPH did pop up for me today, but I didn't want to look at it for some reason. Oh, come on, load. Well, that's an uptrend for sure. ENPH. How do you get into this? Buy the 50 period. All the time we talk about just buying the 50 period on these stocks. Comes into this level that it consolidated at before, touches the 50, makes its next move up, touches VWAP, makes the next move up. These things are so simple sometimes, but I am not
Actually
involved,
did,
sadly.
Bro. I just turned it back on,
Apple,
yes.
and everything's kind of bouncing a little bit on the ES, so let's check out the ES. CM.
What are you seeing?
Well, we do this pullback on the ES, once again to the 50 period. As things do in the middle of the day, they just pull back to the 50 period and then keep going, it seems.
Right.
So now we're making the move back up. And maybe like, if we make a higher low or a lower high here, and then come back into VWAP maybe, test like that 40-30 was definitely a level. But like if we get back down there, are we breaking down? Are we just gonna chop? I don't know. The range is kind of tight today.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
I don't have a trade at the moment.
40-30 to 40-50, pretty tight range on ES, but like some stocks are making moves today. BABA, Tesla has done a decent range, but ATR on Tesla is 10, so even though Tesla does like a 6-point move,
Yeah, it's still within.
it's still within one
Sure.
ATR. It's not doing that crazy of a
Where do you put up your ATR?
ATR shows up on Trade Ideas. So,
So, okay, so you set it up there, eh?
yeah, let's
that's
pull up Tesla.
I should probably
Trade Ideas, I really just rely on Trade Ideas for everything. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. You could use FinViz. So what do we got here? So average true range here on Tesla is 951. So this is what I check. Every time I pull up a stock, I'm not pulling it up on a chart. I'm pulling it up on Tesla, on Trade Ideas, and then it gives me float, short float, changed since Jan 1. I don't really need that, but like market cap, cash, I don't rely on this, but maybe you can. Average true range here. So I'll look at average true range, short float, float, and yeah, then I can try to structure a trade off of this. Usually with the small caps, like you have no idea what this company is. You pull it up.
Right.
You're like, how does this trade? ATR 10 cents. You know, short float really
Right.
important. Really important if you're going to trade a small cap. I was looking at one today that I lost pretty badly on. What was that? EBS. I don't even know where this is anymore. Took it off. This one, it had a 15% short float. It had some good news. It's been trending downwards and just kind of sold. So I had it wrong. I was looking to chase this one, get it back into like the $15 area, and I got kind of smoked on this one, but gave it up. The short is still good on this one, I guess. So short flow can increase past 15% here. What else we have today?
I just want to mention that I had an alert set up at that 850 level on BNAL. And the reason I had it set up there is because that was yesterday's high of day. So I felt this might be an interesting area of support, former resistance. Here's what I'm talking about, this level right here. So this goes back to yesterday's high, even though it's just a wick and not a close. So I figured, you know, we may find some support at 850. Looks like it's going right now to the downside. I want to see, you know, some evidence that it's actually going to stop here. I'm not going to just punch in because I earmarked the level earlier on. There has to be some proof that we're going to find buying here, and so that obviously requires you to watch the price action. So I just wanted to let you know that one alert went off. It's like one of the first alerts that actually went off today. I had a whole bunch, and this is the only one that went because, you know, it's just, you know, it's not going to jive with my trading, and I'm not going to just do it.
You know what I kind of missed on today is XPEV, which is making a new high now. You know, the Chinese stocks very strong recently. I don't know if it's because of this BABA that XPEV is strong today.
Baba.
Shout out to Ian.
Yeah, shout out to you.
But yeah, XPVE just making newer highs, making newer highs, making newer highs. Can BABA maybe make its chart look more like this?
Yeah, it'd be nice.
We're kind of like this on BABA right now. Let's go back up. But yeah, XPEV, you know, this is a great name to trade. There's lots of liquidity here. Every penny has a bunch of lots on the book, so you can take pretty much as much size as you want to, up to a degree. And, you know, this thing makes good moves. I like XPEB as a day trading stock, but I just didn't really see a spot to get in. I kind of liked the 11 break today, but I was more than just setting a stop and trying to take it. I wanted to watch and see what happened, and I was willing to punch in like 05s or something if it started moving, and it just kind of broke it, stopped, faded back down, so I took it off. But yeah, great hold of this 1080 level, and right back up towards 1135.
What traffic? 499 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Sharif, can you please look at BBBY? Anything relevant? I've been buying the dip. All right, so let's have a look at Bed Bath and Beyond. Here we go. No, I'm kidding, of course, right? I wish them luck. All right, so what have we been doing on BBBY lately? Let's go to the hourly to kind of see the general time frame. So an obvious bottom presents itself there. We're looking at that like 77-ish bottom, 76.50 bottom. That's we've been really at since March 20th, right? Since that big move down on the 17th. I believe that was a Friday because 17th and the 20th right after it. So this Friday here we had some selling, not really recalling what the catalyst was at the time. But yeah, we've been in that range. I don't know what dip you've been buying, like, or when you've been long, because you must be long longer than 17th, obviously, because the dip has kind of been the same since the 17th, and now we're the 29th. So
BBY, interestingly, short float is showing 126%. 126% on trade ideas here.
Look,
so
and you're talking about short
you can't
float.
It's hard to say for sure what the short float is on these names, but like 126, is that not what GME was at when it squeezed initially?
Go. Exactly.
I'm not saying that this is going to squeeze. I don't think it is. They're going bankrupt. But yeah, that's definitely interesting. I don't know.
Who knows? I mean, here's the thing. Look, if you're looking at it from a technical perspective, you've had multiple rejections of the 200 period here on the hourly. It hasn't really reclaimed it. That's going back all the way to February 17th. It's been doing the dance with a 50, so I would say ignore the 50. Look for a 200 reclaim. And if there's a close above that, and I don't know what kind of confirmation procedure you want to use. Some people use a 3% rule away from the breakout area. Some people do a multi-day close rule where it has to close above your breakout area for multiple days. There's all sorts of different confirmation methods you can use, but look for decided reclaim either on the hourly time frame, the daily. Let's look at the daily. Yeah, if you're looking for the daily reclaim here on BBBY, you're going to be waiting a while because it's $5.50. So if you're looking for a swing on this and maybe to take advantage of some, temporary catalyst that, gets renewed buying and renewed interest and renewed hope that the company can actually stay in business, look for a confirmation breakout of off an obvious area of resistance. And I would say the chart really shows the 200 has been here on the hourly. So hope that helps. And obviously do your own analysis on that. But I wish you well with your long on BBBY. Neeraj Patel, Sharif, what's the ticker symbol for ES Futures? So if you're on the IBKR, I was going to say the IB like a Borat. If you're on the IBKR, right? No, if you're on IBKR, type in ES, right? That, and then it'll show you here, right down there, the ES Mini, SPF 500. Don't go to index. I have index allowances as well, but go to futures, and then you can check the June. You have September, December, and you have the continuous. I don't do that. I just check the June one, and then you get the June. So hope that helps. That's what it is. Obviously on different platforms. Max, I called you Ian. It's it's ES, and then /H23.
ES/M23 right now.
M23,
Yeah.
okay. So that's the M23 contract in case you're using P-Pro 8. Someone's saying Netflix. Let's have a look at Netflix, NFLX. What's this been doing on the day? It's up. It's at day's high, baby. So quickly, since we're on the hourly here, any obvious levels? No, it's a bit of a consolidation area. With the obvious breakout area being that 336 that we went back to a few days ago. Let's go to a more micro time frame. What's the 5? Netflix is pumping to the high side. Oh, baby.
Okay.
Is there a catalyst coming in here for our friend Netflix? No, I don't see
just loves
anything.
to pump,
What?
I mean, that 330 level is very key, like psychological level,
Right.
in my book. And when Netflix breaks out by $2 or more. So
But yeah, dude, look at this chart. Okay. I want to know, while the guys are in the production meeting,
look at
so we
that.
got no Brendo at this moment, but my spidey sense says maybe this $2 move that we're about to do here may be catalyst related, but we are also moving up on the market, right?
yeah,
It's been-
Tesla's going, Apple gets back to that 160,
Oh, baby.
Amazon's back up, so that guy is no longer in the money, sad for him or her. But I feel like they probably have a bigger picture move in play if they're doing 140,000 shares, but who knows? Could be a
that
day
100
trader.
level could come back, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's not done.
I think 100. You could look at 100 either way. 100 for the breakout for that afternoon continuation move. If you believe that we're going to hit 13K and we're going to hit 40, 50, 40, 75, then yeah, that makes sense. Take the 100 for the breakout.
Right.
If you think we're going to fade, you take 100 short. It's like some of these levels are just, you can structure a trade either way, and no matter which way you take it, it's a good trade. Whether you win or lose, still a good trade.
It is.
So this Apple, going up. Is Netflix still going there?
Everything is going. Netflix going. Meta's going. Tesla's going. Man, Meta is at day highs again. We're knocking on the door at 205. We were dancing with 202 earlier this morning, so almost a $3 move on our friend Meta. So, Beat Fanatics saying plug. I'm seeing people saying HKD as well. HKD's back in the house, baby. Look at that. 685 bottom, 737 move here. You get some shareage coming in, some volume coming in here, but yeah.
HKD. I was on vacation last year during the HKD craze,
Oh.
and I come back to the office. I'm like, who had the 500
Oh, that's
break?
when you were in Nashville. I don't
Yes,
know.
yes.
Yeah.
I was like, who had the 500 break? That looked sick. They're like, are you crazy?
Oh my
You think
goodness.
any of us were trading this stock?
It was like
that
a
was like
50
$100 spread.
Yeah, wow. It was absolutely wild.
But I mean, you got to risk it for the biscuit. Or
like the spread didn't get any better. Even when it was like a $60 stock, a
Yeah.
$30 stock, it had really bad spreadage.
Yeah.
And it continued to have that characteristic all through its. Where'd it go? 2,500s? 2,200s?
2,500. So next time one of these
2,500.
squeezes, just put your offer at $24.99,
Oh,
and
baby.
you will get filled.
Yeah, can't say I didn't dream about punching in, a couple thousand shares at like $100 and just,
Yeah.
seeing what happened. but
Imagine?
that's not how you play it, right? Like,
No.
All right, HKD, yeah, it's making a move. We'll have a look at what else are people talking up to here. HKD.
My
yeah,
BOVESPA
we
is
see
still
that.
chilling, but it did make another kind of move
BABA?
down off of that. It doesn't like 150 for some reason.
You're noticing that too, eh? A bit of a top there.
It just keeps, like, it'll flush off there. It'll spike up, then flush, spike up, then flush. So let's see what happens. I still got my trail in. I might try to take another 10% out just because I'm not loving what's happening up here, and I would rather have some profit up here than take it all the way down here. But
HKD's going.
HKD is really
baby.
going? Is it
it's
halting?
moving, man. No, it's not halting quite yet, but we may be getting into that territory quite soon. Here we
They
go.
gave us AMC yesterday and HKD today.
Oh,
What's
baby.
next?
There we go.
What is
And
next?
MU now is moving up as well. Go, MU. Let's go, bro. Okay, so we'll talk about HKD right now because it's all the hype. It's moving. We're knocking on the door at $8. Here comes 8. 797 high. What's the spreadage look like right now?
It's not that
2
bad.
pennies. 2
It's
pennies.
not that bad, but
like
it's
you
jumping
said,
up. It's just jumping prices. So,
Yeah.
you can think that you have 1 cent risk, but this thing is going to jump around. Assume that you have 50 cents risk for your sizing on this one. I don't think I'm going to take it. It did try to halt there, I believe, at that 807. Now we're just crushing
We're
offers
gonna
right
punch
now.
in a few thousand shares here, or what, man?
I wish I could, but we're up so high. I just don't. I don't know. Is there news on HKD? What
so
is
we're gonna
going
have
on
to
here?
probably worth looking. I'm not seeing
Does this
anything.
name even need news?
No,
Probably
it
not.
doesn't. It's going to show up on people's scanners, just like everybody was saying, HKD, and then it like spirals out of control. Where are we volume-wise? We're knock on the door of 1 million. There we go.
I
We're
think
over 1
like
million
this
now.
is doing enough volume to try to
Yeah.
take a trade on it. It's just where do you structure that? Does it pull back and start to actually trade for a minute so that you can get in, or I mean, I'm not going to punch into a halt on this.
No,
But
I wouldn't
maybe it
think so,
halts
yeah.
and then consolidates, and then we can find a spot to get into this. I think.
What's a short float? You got
Short flow?
that?
I
Yeah.
don't believe it's reported on this one.
No way. Okay. It's a NYSE stock anyway, right?
Yeah, so we don't have the. Maybe I'll try FinViz and see if we can get a short float on this, but I don't believe I'm going to be able to get one.
No, man. Okay, let's have a look quickly here at some other things that are moving. We'll go to the 1 minute. Yeah, someone's saying Toro long. Okay, that's a nice little trade above VWAP. Hope you touch 244 highs, but I'm looking at HKD at the moment. Obviously, I mean, I looked at the daily on this one. It's kind of hard to glean any real levels.
FinViz is only saying 5% short on this one.
Yeah,
I have a hard time believing that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they kind of beat it to an oblivion. Where did it go down to, HKD, like low-wise? Let's look. I mean, there's always, it can go lower.
Yeah.
Let's see here, less than 0. We are at, I think we are at recent lows. Like this 670 today, we had been stair-stepping down.
So this is the all-time low, basically.
Close,
That's 670,
basically, right?
So we hit it, and then it explodes. I love it. Yeah, what do we have on the daily? Like $9 maybe? 10 is
Look,
obviously
dude.
the psychological
And there's
spot.
a big wick up to 10 one of the days. I want to
Yeah.
say March 8th.
I think 10's that key spot.
Yeah.
If we break 10, keep going, like, I mean, 2,500's the high. So,
Right.
Is that what we're going to? Do you just punch 10 shares now and hope you can get it out at 2,500 for a quick 25K?
That's how you would have made
that's
how, I don't know who made a killing. Was there a meme that came out about some dude who made a killing off HKD?
Oh, I bet there's a lot of people
There
that
was.
did.
Someone made a killing off that.
How
It
do
was
you
in the
know to
summer.
sell at 2,500?
Well, a lot of these guys just don't know.
I
They
mean,
just
would you?
hold,
But if it's at
hold.
500, don't you want
Yeah.
to sell?
Yeah, look, dude, there's some true believers, bro.
I guess
I
first
don't
red
know.
day you could still sell at like $1,000 at the low. So
Hold on, some of the apes never sold,
Oh, I
even
bet.
through the
Yeah.
highs, right? So
Well, that's why every time
ape
AMC
syndrome,
pumped,
we'll call it ape syndrome.
every time AMC or GME pumped, you got like
Well, there you
so
go.
many people going crazy about
Yeah.
it because they're still holding. They're like, we can still go to
Yeah.
500. Yeah.
I don't know. Meta just made a new high, 204.95. It's not the sexy stock that HKD is, but it's one of those ones that's been stair-stepping up ever since it just randomly broke through VWAP there at 203.25. Now it's knocking on the door of 205. Kind of hard to glean any major levels off this because we've been at these levels for so long. And by so long, I mean like the last couple weeks, if that. But obviously that 207, 208 level has to be a major level on Meta. We've got a lot of wicks up there, but the majority of the closes, let's look at the hourly here real quick, get a better idea of the closing prints. Most of the closing prints are at 207, especially in the hourly. So 207, probably the best level here. But look for a close. I mean, I don't know if you're swinging this, what you're doing, but 207 does seem to be where the mean reverts, or where the price action reverts back to. So,
someone sent a super chat.
Okay, go
Welder
for it.
about
Your first super
ENPH. I did cover this,
nice.
whatever, 10 minutes ago, but yeah, just pulled nicely into the 50 period here. We're just still making new highs. I'm not sure what the news is on this one, because I have volume filters for what I want to trade, and like we got 1.6 million volume on a $200 stock today. It's not liquid enough for me to trade the way that I want to. But where do we go from here? Who knows? Who knows? Let me check the daily chart on ENPH. Okay, we're in a bit of a downtrend. Maybe, I mean, it crushed a lot of levels today. We're looking for maybe 207, 207.50 would be kind of my next level of resistance on this name. And then, I mean, if you're looking long term, maybe like 218, 220, and then 235. So Enphase making a huge move up. I'm not saying 207 today, but 207.50 would be like the next very interesting spot on the daily chart for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Enphase. It's an energy play. It's a solar play. You get like a lot of diversity in that kind of company. But I'm still looking at HKD. Not really punching in, but it's kind of doing that dance around $8. A little above, a little below, but not really. We're not really giving us anything at the moment. I'm also watching MU is finally back above my entry level, but knocking on the door again of 93. We want to see continuation and a hold above, but so far it's kind of been a little bit above VWAP and a little bit below VWAP. So that's not the look we're going for. So we're looking for continuation, but obviously keeping in mind that the best part, is yet to come, which is, that more liquid time of the day, that power hour, that 2 to 4. A lot of these big cappers get going at that time. So let's see what else.
Speaking of big cappers, we got Tesla at my my 203.50 or 193.50 level. Sorry, that I like. Yeah, it's just like makes this huge move down and then trends all the way back up, like slowly grind up all day. So, I'd like to see maybe some exhaustion up into the 194.50 kind of level,
right?
And then catch it on the way back down. I want to be on the right side of the V, so goes up.
I like that.
And then the right side of it. I want to be on this side. I don't want to be on this side trying to predict what's going to happen. I want to be on this side catching the move down. So yeah, I kind of like if we get like a big like kind of wick up candle up into the 194.20, 194.50, and then take it back to VWAP, and then maybe if we really decide to trend, you can get down to 191. We know how Tesla moves. Yeah. What about BABA? BABA is still hanging out. I'm kind of getting annoyed with BABA, but it did this yesterday, I believe. Let me just check my chart from yesterday. Yeah, yesterday we consolidated from 11:15 to 12:30, and then we broke out. So, BABA, you're on the clock. 12:30. It's time to break out. We did the same thing yesterday. Let's see it again today. We moved up how many dollars? 96 to 99. So looking for 103. Maybe I'm changing my price target.
Maybe you get 103 tomorrow. Like you wanted 100 yesterday and you ended up getting it today.
Yeah. They're going to do it after hours. I'm not going to get the move. I'm going to be crying when I get here tomorrow, and BABA's opening at 105 and I can't swing trade. But yeah, no, feeling good about BABA still.
Maybe this is like the universe's way of showing you how good you are of a swing trader.
Yeah, until I make one wrong pick and I get squeezed to the moon on a small cap.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, I'm looking at BANL. I'm just keeping an eye on it because we kind of we're bottoming out at $8 here, and I'm wondering if there's a long to be had. I don't want to jump too quickly into this one, especially because of the 18-penny spread that I'm looking at the moment, and the fact that it lacks liquidity. So it's a complete technical look here. It's not something that's that you're going to have an easy time getting in and out of using shareage, especially large shareage. Yeah, I'm probably gonna hold off on getting onto this one. It looks too dangerous and may not be easy to liquidate should anything go wrong. So stay clear. I had another alert set up for that $8 area on BANL. It's up 21.5%, kind of giving back a lot of the move though. That $10 exactly high. If you shorted off that area, you were absolutely printing. And yeah. What else is moving here? We're still doing that same dance with the MU, so nothing to report there.
You're still long MU, eh?
Still long MU, yeah.
It didn't get down to my 62, unfortunately, but fortunately for you, it didn't get down.
Yeah, well, I was ready. I was ready for
Yeah.
that. Yeah, like the plan was there, but it's still doing the dance with no pants at 63. Bit of a top forming there. I like these tops typically because you see a lot of accumulation at that area. Usually, I have a hwadunk expression for things that shoot down. I need one for the ones that pop up, equally as off-putting as hwadunk, right?
Well,
if it's not off-putting.
Aaron has one,
Okay. Where's the machine
but
gun?
I don't think it's appropriate for the show.
Oh, well, we'll have to keep it PG, of course,
Yes.
because, well, that's just nature.
A
of this
big
beast.
green something.
There you go. No more words needed.
No more
All
words
is
needed.
implied.
Big green something.
I like it.
Is what Aaron likes to say. I do like that one.
Schwing, someone says. Okay, schwing. We'll put that. We'll keep that in watch.
Speaking of Schwing, there's Schwab.
Are you
which
looking
is
at
pumping.
MU?
MU?
Finally, we get the breakout. Let's get the continuation.
All right. 63 level.
Not taking profits here.
No.
I'm not even excited. I'm just looking at it because last time we did this dance with 63 and we rejected. So I want to see continuation and I want to see it go up to the high side. Shrek, someone says, and then someone obviously who wants to have their message hidden because it was not appropriate. What else? Say less. Someone says Hulk. No, none of those ones are good. You guys can do better than that. Let's go. We need something more along the lines of something skyrocketing up. I've already earmarked hwadunk for the downside. You guys got to come up with something good for the move up, guys. And keep it clean. Come on. There we go. We're moving on Micron. I'm looking obviously for a high day test, but the market will have to actually. It'll have to. What's the word I'm looking for? It'll have to cooperate. That's what I'm looking for. That's the word.
The market will have to cooperate.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to get a huge move up on Micron and the market's tanking, right? Unless it's going to be completely secular. What else are we going on here? CONN. No, that's not going to cut it. Low volume. Let's bring down the scanner and go through the small cap crapper, see what was up. Someone told me they were going long Toro earlier. It's now since pulled into VWAP, so it's back at that 213 level. Come to my screen for a second so I can show my scanner. Yeah, 213. That's where Toro is. I'll go down here and look at BCLI. That's doing no volumage. So AMBI is not going to cut it either. We're seeing a lot of these ones. The volume is not there. There's HKD. It's doing that dance with $8 that we were looking at earlier. It hasn't broken out, but this one could be a continuation. I mean, it's you and your luck, I'd say, right? Do you think HKD's skill at this point? Probably somebody could eke out something or sniff out something that is probably a tell here. I'm not good enough to do that. So HKD was more luck for me than anything if I was to punch in here.
HKD would be something that, like, you know, maybe if I was back sitting at the desk and I could really like focus in on this, you know, you could just try scalping it kind of in this range because it is doing volume. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to give any like real risk to this name.
Yeah.
When, I mean, we don't even have news on it necessarily. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about HKD.
No.
I wish I was in it in the original up move. Now it's just kind of playing around with these levels that don't really matter.
Right.
I see that you took some profit on Micron there.
Aw, you told on me, bro. All right, so I took a little baby out there. It's not even worth talking about because I have Sherridge on here. But I took a little baby out there just to wet my beak a little bit, and maybe I'll wet my beak again at the 30 level. So let's go ahead and sit at 30s. And yeah, what's life without whimsy? I'll sit at 29s, right? So I'll sit there at 29s. That'll be my next profit target. But again, the bulk of the Sherridge, I don't want to do the same bupkis move I did on BABA yesterday, which was to take a lot of the profits early and de-risk and then have it run like several dollars to the north side. So I want my outs here to be small initially and then to be larger nearer the profit target, which is that $64 level. I know 64.16 is the high. I'm not looking up there. I'm looking at 64, so I'll be definitely de-risking into that 63.75 level. That's what I'll be looking for there. Guys, it is up 6.5% on the day on news. It did well. We're talking about Micron. It reported decent earnings. It had a decent outlook. It used all the right trigger words, AI, namely, which was essentially to say that, you know, it's going to have components to support the expansion of AI. And, you know, Brendo and I looked into this company, and they do mostly RAM and data storage and the such, but obviously you do need that in addition to the GPUs for AI processing. So they've got a place in the market. So we'll keep an eye on Micron. Micron's always a solid company. It's on my microchip and semiconductor watch list. Yeah, do you watch Micron? Do you have watch lists?
I got some kind of mental watch list, but obviously I end up missing things. So maybe I need some better watch lists. I do have like my kind of what I'm looking at today on a watch list, but maybe I need some more long-term or like bigger picture stuff. I'm still watching this BABA. I haven't taken anything out yet.
Yep.
We're kind of breaking down.
What's the plan? Because people are asking.
Yeah.
What people are saying. Do we leave BABA Elizabeth Bird? Asking that. So really, the people following your trade here.
I don't want to say leave it or don't leave it. I think it depends what your opinion of this this name is and the move and the potential. I like the short here off of 100. If you have the short off 100, congratulations to you. You're already 30 cents in the money. But I'm willing to let this pull back. I have my bigger picture idea on this name. So 99.50 was the high yesterday. And what was the close yesterday? 98.40. I'm not going to let it get all the way back to there. But now we have VWAP that's just kind of coming up, supporting it. So we still haven't even tested VWAP today. Mm-hmm. We haven't tested VWAP once. So let's see how it acts around VWAP. If we break 99 convincingly, same plan, still getting out there. But yeah, just hanging on. If you're long above 100, I don't know if you have the room to risk it to 99. But I mean, if you're long in here like I am, I don't see why you wouldn't keep holding this to see if we get that power hour rally.
Right.
And I mean, K-Web, which is the Chinese ETF, is still kind of hanging on to highs here. XPEV still looking strong. And I was actually just looking at this. That 1150 level on the daily chart is huge. We're fixing the layout here so that maybe we can get some charts without them crashing. But yeah, this.
Apparently a new ticket's been put in, but we'll have to see how that materializes.
Look at 1150 here on the daily.
What is this?
How many times? This is XPEV. So 1150 hits a bunch of times over and over and over again. So I like this as like a breakout level. Maybe it's more of a swing though because the volume's not crazy right now, but I did see size on the offer up there at 1150. And I think if you like a breakout on XPEV, that 1150 is the price. You know, we got room to I think this was a squeeze day, so I'm not sure that 1375 is legit, but these 1215, those kind of levels, 1250, I don't see why we couldn't get there soon.
Good look. Chinese ADRs obviously in play, have been the last little while. All right, HKD just quadunked, gave up the ghost a little bit there, breaking down below VWAP. It had been trying to hold VWAP in that $7.75 area. Now it's back into 760. Let's see what it does. It could give up the entire move here, at which point it would find itself back at 6.75, 670-ish area. That's the low. The low is very near yesterday's close. So we shall see what happens there. A bit of a pullback on the market as we do get near high of days. On both the ES and the NQ, we got up to high of day, it looks like, on the NQ and very close to it, a point off on the ES, and that's causing a bit of a retrace right back down. So we'll see if that's a continued move down or we're, just momentarily retracing off these levels. So we shall see what happens here, and
everything kind of pulling back.
Everything pulling back a bit. Yeah.
Our buddy on Amazon is now almost 40 cents in.
What?
Our Amazon friend at $99.80 now 40 cents in the money. 140,000 shares, 40 cents in the money. You do the math on that. What a day trade.
Okay, I just want to mention this BABA thing because people were saying, you know, it's time to go BABA short and stuff. I see your point. You're looking at that rejection of the top, but, you know, don't like start, you know, writing this stock's obituary just yet. Let it confirm.
I'm here for the short. I understand the case.
Yeah, what I would look for is a decisive break.
Super low, then I understand why you'd be shorting this, kind of rounding off the top. I get it.
For a scalp, but
yeah,
if you're looking for a continued move,
a VWAP kind of scenario, yeah, for sure. For sure.
Anyway, so that's what I want to say on that because, you know, it could get bought up quite easily, and that's just be aware of it. That's all. Just keep your stops ready and don't be so sure on the move. So see what happens there. Not much. Market's taking a break volume-wise, price action-wise. These big cappers, small cappers are all on like a bit of a hiatus at the moment. So we shall see if anything does pop up.
Everything.
Look at my hot news item. Let's see what that one is saying. How come I can't see it? Yeah, I got to make this a little smaller. There we go. Okay. So we'll see if there's anything hot news-wise. Let me have a look here. Exclusive. Snap Communications spokesperson says rumor of Evan Spiegel giving up as CEO is false. Okay, so apparently there was rumors of the CEO stepping down at Snap, TD Cohen. These are just all updates and upgrades and downgrades. I always like to look on here to see if there's anything moving, but sometimes there's just too much of an information overload, so you just have to look at the price action. But not much, guys. What else are you guys looking at right now? If we're missing anything, definitely tag me. Someone's saying GNS. Sure, let's have a look at GNS. Yeah, that one's exactly flat. So I had an earlier test on that one on GNS. I tried to take that off yesterday's close, which was 182. Sorry, 192, excuse me. I tried to take that several times and then, you know, just wasn't respecting the level. I was looking for a bounce back up off that level after we gave back the entire move. None was to be had, so that was a losing trade for me by a few pennies, but I was sized in quite considerably because it is a dollar stock, and so the move usually would be a bit smaller. So.
People are going off about SIVBQ.
Okay, is it going?
I don't believe we can trade this one.
It's on,
I think this symbol is blocked for us because it's on the pink sheets, but I can't be sure. I don't intend to punch into this name, but it is flying.
What's the
SIVBQ PK?
P, okay.
Yeah.
Where are you, PK? Pink sheets. Okay, so I got to go all the way to the top.
You got to just type in PK there. Yeah,
you can
I don't know,
type
70
in PK?
cents. What
No,
did we
you
have?
can't.
Yeah, you can.
Look, P.
Just go PK.
PK.
Really quick. Really quick.
Okay, wait, let me do this again.
Sharif's struggling with the
Yeah,
platform.
bro, I suck. Okay, keep going. I'll just figure this out.
Yeah, let's take this to the 30-minute. And SIVBQ, or not, yes, that's what it is. None of the data will load, but I believe the high on day one was 75 cents, and we're moving towards it. I mean, the volume for a sub-dollar name is really light. 32, you want to see this at like 320 mil, but like, I mean, whoever's buying this, I don't know if they're trading it. I don't know if they know something that we don't, but yeah, good for you if you're long. I won't be touching it. This name is totally insane. I did actually have a scalp on this name on day one. I took the 110 break to the long side and got out 114.
What is this?
SIVB.
Oh my goodness. This is SIVBQ?
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't pull it up here, but I'll pull it up on my side chart.
Maybe you don't have pink sheet entitlements.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Greg for
Yeah,
for
you'll
that,
have to ask for the pink sheets.
Yeah, I've never really traded anything on
Yeah,
pink
I mean-
sheets, so I got it on IBKR though, so we'll just load it up here. Yeah, it's been up and to the right on SIVBQ. Look at this. This is the 5-minute chart. We talked about this level. This was the high. That 75 penny area.
Is the high.
Yeah, exactly.
So we break 75. I mean, maybe you get a little short squeeze, but I kind of got nothing on this.
Punch paper into this. Let's go. Where's my paper trading position here? This is the sim on IBKR. Let's bring down the trading platform here. Since we can't punch on the other one, we'll just get on here. Let's SIVBQ.
Sharif is going long, fake money with you guys.
Hey, baby.
If you're long SIVB,
Come here.
Paper
We're going
Sharif is with
5,000
you.
shares,
5
baby.
million shares for Paper
There you go.
Sharif on this one.
We're going to take it long at the ask. We're going to override and transmit, dismiss.
Some pop-ups on the IBKR, eh?
See, this happens,
Yeah, you know what? That happened. I was done with them. That was the last.
Tell them your
day I
story
traded.
about that. Tell them the story about that.
We did go over it, but yeah, I basically got into an over-leveraged position on DWAC on day 2, $160, halt down. I think it opened at 110.
Oh,
It
goodness.
was terrible, all because a pop-up did not let me get out of my position. I am not that bad of a trader, is what I like to tell myself. BABA kind of consolidated, and then it's coming back up towards this 100 level. So we'll see if BABA can break back above 100. Key level, 100 is always a key level. Those round levels are always like this psychological kind of area, and we can see how much volume has been done around these levels. So we'll see if BABA can reclaim and never look back. That would be ideal for me. Yeah, I mean, the 15-minute breakout would be like 125. So let's see if we can clear this 125 for a 15-minute kind of breakout pattern to the upside. See if we can get my my new target
All right.
of $103.
Use wall to play SIVB, says Beat Fanatic. I guess he's analyzed it and maybe they are moving together. I know initially a lot of these ones were moving together. PAC-W, Wall, some other names. They were all kind of in that regional small bank type business. All right, we just took another out, a baby out, I should say, on MU. The bulk we're still holding at that 63.26-ish level. So now we're letting it run. We're long 90s, as you can see there on the board, but definitely not content with this move. We're seeing higher highs and higher lows with this one, so no reason to get out. I'm holding this one. Let's see what happens. You know, it's a bit of a slow mover. It held up well when the market was huadunking to the downside off, that test of highs on the NQ and near test high on the ES. It held up well. It retraced, but not that aggressively, so that kind of gives me more faith in it, that it's going to continue to head to the high side, maybe take out some of these levels that I've got earmarked for it. SIVBQ is continuing to move. Look at SIVBQ, Neil, it's moving. It's continuing to move up and to the right now, up 87.25% on the day. Do we see a dollar today, Max?
You know that I like the dollar breakouts.
We got above, like, okay, so the
$1
OTC
break.
high has been taken, right? Because we got
not yet.
Not yet?
No, we still have.
74.90. Hold on. 75 was not exactly the level. It was a
No, it
little
wasn't
bit below.
75. We have.
You're right. Hold on. 74.
74 was the high, so we're above that.
We're above that now.
But
We've
you
made
know,
it.
74, 75, we rounded up to the
Right.
25 cent. And
Right.
we got some size on 75 on the book.
Right.
2,000 lots, that's nothing. That's only like, what is that, $15,000 or
Yeah.
something? So like, who cares? But
bet.
yeah, if we break that, I mean, $1 incoming, I guess. I don't know.
I like it.
Who's buying?
Who's gonna say no
Who
to
is
that?
buying SIVB?
I don't know, man.
Somebody tell me what they know.
Again, we don't know all the information.
I know
We're not in
nothing
the-
about this.
Yeah, exactly.
So I cannot really provide an opinion, and I won't be trading it. But it's fun to see it go up. That's for sure.
All right, let's go Micron. Up and stair-stepping up and to the right, little by little. Liking this trade, holding it through 90. But yeah, it's just as I say that. It goes down. All right, let's see what else is moving up here, Max. We're near day's high here on Meta. We talked about that. So it looks like that 205, a bit of a rejection point on our friend Meta at the moment. 205.03, that's the high. Now we're back down into that 204.60-ish area. So Meta continuing to stair step up, but not a whole lot happening right now. Bit of a slower time of the day.
Yep.
Guys, if you want us to talk about anything more, macro related or anything technically specific, not to do with a stock that's moving.
Somebody's asking Neil what to do with Intel right now. That's his baby, isn't it?
Neil, what do you do with Intel right now? Somebody wants to know. He says, get some of his share. Oh, good for you. Oh no, okay.
I actually didn't think so was gonna happen, but now it's gonna happen.
Yeah, well, he sold some covered calls there with a March expiry, so they could get called away, he's saying. So we shall see. Shout out to my buddy Alfred, who was selling a bunch of covered calls when Tesla was doing its dance from the top, right? And like that did not go well. Let's
nice
see
move though on Intel today.
Yeah,
kind of
definitely.
like
It's been
sympathy
needing
with
it.
Micron.
With Micron,
and then,
yeah.
This one just keeps making new highs, and your Micron won't make new highs. Intel is just flying. Takes out this pre-market high level 2980 and doesn't look back at all. Like this 30 break, you take the 30 break, you never look back. It never went back through. I'm assuming that these wicks are not real.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like where are we now? We're 31.15 and making new highs over and over and over again. So Intel, if you're long, you're laughing, hold it. Trail it back to this like 30.75. Maybe if you're like me and you like really want to see a massive move, trail it to VWAP, trail it to the 50. But just hang on, have fun. This thing's probably going to take out Neil's calls at 32.
Well, Intel having a hell of a day, man. Melissa Goodrich saying, Sharif, please stop saying small cap crappers. A lot of us make a lot of money and they are not crappers. Don't be biased and stop using excrement analogies, please. All right, Melissa. First of all, they're crappers in the sense that they are not good companies. Absolutely, you can make money from them. That's why we're trading them on the show, and that's what I've been trading them. I don't know if you're a new viewer or what, but this goes back a ways, Small cap cappers, are you happy now? Have not been the rave lately, but before we were trading them a lot more on the show. No bias towards them whatsoever. I love them, but they are crap, okay? And it is my show, so I will say crappers. So shout out to you, Melissa, for that. SIVBQ continuing to stay at the highs, eh? So
I'm so surprised that it's doing like only 30 mil of volume today. You see these like sub-dollar stocks, and they'll do like 300, 400 million shares of volume, and this one's kind of just like hanging out, even though it's like the name of the month.
Yeah, it's an interesting look. I want to talk about Micron real quick here, coming back down into 63. So this is an interesting area. I mean, it really hasn't respected VWAP all that much. So I'm trying to kind of base it off VWAP, saying, okay, what is it going to do here? Are we going to hold VWAP this time around? Well, I don't know. It really hasn't been a level that's been respected. It's been in and out of VWAP the majority of the day. So not a level I'm looking to really take anything in or get anything out of. Earlier, I said that 62 level would be my out, Max. And you're like, nah, that's going to be my in. Now, here's the thing. If we see a lower high, a lower low, in the sense that we get a print here below 62 and a third. If we get a 62 and a quarter print, that's a lower low.
I know, but like in this
what
market,
do you think about that?
we're lower volume. It's the time of day where things are going to chop around. So I would say let it break that and then see what happens. That's how I would trail this name. But I mean, it depends how much you've taken out now. It depends how you want to play this. Depends what you think is going to happen on the stock. I don't know if I like the 62 buy anymore, just because it's kind of made the move up. So, I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. You could do it to the penny if you want, that 24 stop. Like,
it's interesting. I mean, that's the thing. If you don't give it the region and you get stopped out, it's quite frustrating.
Yeah, it's really frustrating to get stopped out. But the thing is, like, it sucks to get stopped out. You can always just buy it back. If you get stopped out below 25, and then it instantly reclaims, you see what you want to see on the bid, buy it back, and then take the move back up. So what? You lost? Get back in at the same price. No big deal. What else we have? BABA is still just hanging out. The market's still kind of doing nothing. Volume is super, super light today. Like Tesla, the volume leader at 78 million, and then we have FRC at 44. So it seems like we're just kind of gliding around today. Nobody really wants to do anything in this market. So just chop, chop, chop. I don't know if BABA wants to make that next move up. It's just hanging out. Do something.
Meta is now rejecting really off that 205, really heading south as the market also takes a turn southward as well. We have some possible VWAP retracements here on the ES and the NQ. They're both coming in real hard. On the NQ, I see VWAP at 12,887. And on the ES, I see it at 40.38. So here we go. Let's see if we get some support around these levels. Remember I asked you earlier, what do we do if we double top here on some of these futures? And it looks like we did a little bit, right? Tested those tops twice. Not twice. Yeah, we did twice. Earlier, we made a test of 12.932 on the ES, tested it later again, rejected. Likewise with ES, but not quite making it up to 47 on the ES. Kind of, I think we got to 46s or so. So it retraced back down. We shall see where we go from here. Also, SIVBQ rejecting off that level. So that level that opened up at was absolute money. So if you took that short off that 75-ish, 74-ish, here it goes.
75 profit
You're almost
target,
10
1
pennies.
cent.
You're almost 10 pennies in the money.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
I think the profit target on this one is 0 if you're short. So just get short and hold it all to 0 because there's nothing left of this company, in my opinion. Yeah, what else? Apple is still hanging out at 160. Like that's apparently 160 is the level. Oh, Tesla as well. So I said 193.50 is my level, but I wanted to see a spike up, and it only spiked 20 pennies. So I don't know if like that counts for me as enough of a spike. I guess there's just not enough volume to kind of make that big push up before it goes down. But apparently 193.50 was the right call. I just I didn't see what I wanted to see on the tape to get short. But like we're headed towards 191. That was a great short. Sadly, I don't have it.
I couldn't get Phil's 5,000 shares of SIVBQ on my sim.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why it wouldn't fill me. Maybe I didn't have enough BP on my sim.
Not enough BP for 5,000. Uh-oh.
Well, dude, they're like 69 pennies, right? Like, I mean, it's not even 5,000 bucks, right? No disrespect, obviously, to anybody's accounts, but you know, we're like our accounts here on the show are bigger than that. And that's just the way it works on a prop firm. Of course, you guys all understand. Toro making a move, guys. Here we go, Toro. Whoever was long this, shout me out in the chat. Good for you. I know you were buying around 215-ish or so. It does a couple of dances here. But it's been up and to the right mostly for some of these lows.
That
right?
250 break is the one that I was saying would be spicy if we got it.
There you go.
I should be on this right now. That's I don't know. Toro. What was our price target on this one?
I don't know. We had one.
650.
Yeah,
650 was the price target.
Real quick.
Yeah, this 250. What a break. We got some volume coming in. That's a good volume spike there. So let's see if this can continue. I don't think if you did take the 50 break that you want to hold this much below 50 because this thing could definitely do a little quadunk, as you like to say, back down. But like we're moving up now. What a long on this one. I thought this one was down and out.
Yeah, I mean, is it small cap season again?
Small cap season? Do we declare
Let's
it on?
Let's go, baby.
We said on Monday that it was on.
Yeah, well, I mean, here we go. We got Toro today moving.
One.
We even had like an HKD pump. Not doing much right now. But.
The one yesterday that went to $30. I actually took the 30 breakout with like 5 minutes left in the day. What was it? BE. Oh man, I'm gonna have to find this name. But BE something. The 30 breakout was money.
Yeah. Good.
Let me find my thing from yesterday. BMEA.
So looks like Micron here still doing that dance. Back up in the money. It holds VWAP, which I'm surprised. Really didn't really hold VWAP. Didn't respect VWAP much the majority of the day. Now it really kind of is. How come VWAP's not showing up? Oh, I know. Because it's showing up as black. I got to change it to white. Let's go to indicators. Volume, there we go. We'll just change that to white real quick and go apply. Now, okay, still not showing up. I'll have to fix that after. But VWAP on my chart's about 62.75, so we get that bounce into 62.75, 62.80-ish area on Micron, now bouncing a bit up. We'll look to take out the highs we made here on this ascent. I want to say that 63.30. That's where I'll be looking to take out, but that's what I'm looking for here. I'm looking for continuation on this. Taking care of business. Sharif's face was really shocked about VWAP, yeah, I know. I was so confused there. I'm like, what's going on? How come this is not showing up? But looks like I've got it colored in as black, and so it doesn't show black on black, obviously, so I have to change that to white. The market as well. Baba, is it going back up? Baba's
Here
going
we
back
go.
up. Here we go.
Here we go. What did I said over 25, we should be good. We got to 23 there. Let's see if we can crack 25.
Let's
Never
go.
count this one out.
Let's go.
Baba wants to go up. 103 targets, still chilling there. Maybe I should just send an order out at 103 so the markets know that's where it's supposed to go. But that's what we're looking for. Let's see what Baba can do. And Toro is still making new highs.
Yeah, is Toro still pumping?
Toro's still
how
pumping
are you
a
not
little
all
bit.
over this? I know you're in a Baba trade and you're printing on that, but you are
I missed the 250, and you know, small cap season is not on until it's on.
Yeah,
I don't want to start
right.
putting risk on and losing on these names when I haven't seen it work for so long. So we're chilling, but yeah, this 250 break, very encouraging for small caps, maybe going into this week and next week. Maybe we can get
I'm excited about this. Maybe this actually wakes up this. This is how it usually works. You know that, right? Like one starts like all like the noise, and then they all spiral.
One goes crazy, and then all the rest of them go crazy. It was yeah, there was one halter like LUNR or something.
Do you remember Lunar? Yeah.
And then I traded OCAA the next day.
And they were all going.
That one was something. That was
the
a good day
biotech
for me.
names in I think January, December. Biotechs were going like crazy during
Was
that
it
time.
February? Mid-Feb?
No, biotechs were before that.
Yeah?
No, mid-Feb. Yeah, we're not that far removed.
I don't remember what happened last week, honestly.
Small cap crapper season, baby. Shout out to Elevate the Frequency,
Small cap
baby.
crapper season.
There
Bring
it
them
is,
back.
baby.
We need to make some money. Sharif and I, specialists in the small caps, we don't
Dude,
know what we're doing.
I've been trading them in a while. Can I tell you that when I was trading them, it was almost exclusively to the short side, where I would wait for, we talked about this off camera, high at daybreak, they huadunk back down. I waited. I know not everybody waited. I waited until they broke VWAP to the south side, consolidated, and then I took that next move back down. You rarely got bamboozled in the sense that they rarely broke back up above VWAP.
Well, it'll show you on the tape if it's going to keep going.
Right.
So if you take a break, if you take like that failed breakout on a small cap, you get in at like basically the breakout price when it comes back through. Right. And then if it doesn't go down and flush like right away, you just have to get out because like that means that there's buyers there. They're going to push it back up, or an algo or whatever is trying to squeeze you. So yeah, I mean it's kind of an obvious trade, obviously high risk though.
Oh yeah, no question about that. All right, someone's saying Google was moving down. Yeah, it came close again to yesterday's close. We've got that level earmarked off here. Google is the top right one. So that 101-ish area, I think we closed at 101.04 in and around that area. But yeah, I mean, Google's not the name I trade today. It's been kind of dormant while some of these other ones have been making moves. I'm talking about the Tesla move that we watched earlier, kind of giving back a little bit of that now. But
Apple breaking out.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, Apple looking to knock on the door of high a day, 160.30s high a day. We're at 160.18. Meta's kind of doing that same thing, 204 3/4, looking to knock on the door of 205. So some of the more strong names that we kind of identified earlier really benefiting from this market bounce off VWAP here on both the ES and the NQ as, you know, we retrace possibly, Max, possibly today's highs. Do we break them, though?
I don't know. Like that's what I'm thinking. Are Apple and Meta strong enough to push us through that 40-50 and see if we can get to that next level, 75? I mean, I like that we're holding up. We're above kind of the pre-market like high level on ES. NASDAQ still holding up, but like we have those key levels on top of us. So it's the question of do they break or do they hold and we keep doing this chop action all day?
I don't know. Here we go, man. The ES is pumping. We're at 40.47. We just knocked on the door there. We haven't broken day's highs. That's 40.47 3/4. We're right there, though. Not quite there on the NASDAQ. Wow, the ES now is stronger than the NASDAQ, at least on an intraday basis right now. Technically not up higher than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's up 1.5.
Apple's about to take high of day.
Yeah, here we go, baby. This is moving.
160.30, there's about 1,000 lots there, so you could structure a breakout on this. I'm not going to because it's such a random level, but yeah, I think like Apple 161 incoming.
Jeez, yeah, who knows? Did you look at the daily on that? I haven't had a look at the daily.
Yeah, my next level on Apple would be like 160.75, and then there's 161.50-ish. So like, let's call that all a supply zone.
Oh, we have been up here lately. Wow,
Yeah,
I've been
but
not focusing on Apple at all lately, to be honest with you. Look at
We're
this
kind of
wick.
breaking out of a downtrend on Apple a little bit, so.
I feel like that 161 level is the level because even though we did wick above on a couple of days, I'm talking about the 23rd and the 22nd, they were just wicks and then they immediately sold off.
22nd, that was FOMC day, so
Right.
I don't count that as like a
Good
real
call. Good
real
call.
market trading. That's all just like kind of fugazi while Powell's speaking. But
Absolutely
yeah,
agree
so
with
like
that.
161 seems to be the level, and then 161.50 and then we start an uptrend for
Here
Apple
it's going,
maybe.
baby. It's going. It's just made days highs.
Futures
right?
making the highs.
There we go.
Almost.
Not quite yet there. We're still knocking on the door of the highs. Again, 40, 47, 75 is the high of day. We're at 25, so we're 0.5 points away. Someone was saying BRDS, and BRDS, a small cap crapper, it's 30 pennies. It's up 55%. It's at day's highs. It's at 30 pennies right now. It's kind of doing that dance at 30. There's a lot of sizeage here at, I know, right? At 30 pennies. Here we go. I mean, this one I filter out because my scanner blocks everything out below $1. I do that on purpose. I just don't want to trade these sub $1 stocks, but this one's actually moving. Let's go to the 5-minute on this one. What's going on with all these weird lines here? Why'd you do that? Hurry up. No. Anyway, disregard these lines, but looks like the move happened really early on here at around 6 a.m. We have some big moving candles here around 7. Looks like 7 a.m. is really when it started moving. Sorry, 7. We jump up from that 22 cents all the way up to 26 cents, guys. Which is a lot, obviously, for this type of stock. Now we're at 30 pennies. So we're knocking on the door. There's obviously a lot of resistance. I'm not going to involve myself in this one, but yeah, it is moving. It is a small capper, and so if you're interested in trading that, there you go. The ES just made a new high of day, 40, 48, 25, nicking out about a half-point move above the previous high, but we are moving back up here, Max, and we just made a newer high above that 40, 46 that we had got to last time. How's
And
Bamba
new
doing?
high on Apple.
Hey.
Baba is still kind of lagging.
Okay.
But we'll see what happens with that. But Apple just took out that size on 160.30 and
There
still
it
trying to
is.
make new highs. Apple, yeah, looking good. But maybe Apple kind of fakes out and we fake out on futures. We're getting a little bit of like a wick on the ES there, a little bit of a wick on NQ. NQ didn't make a new high yet, so maybe that's the trigger to go up again. Toro as well, still making new highs. I kind of declared this one dead again because the volume just died on it in here. And I was thinking maybe this is the short where it comes back to VWAP, but Toro's still making new highs. So small cap season maybe still on. Someone says Oxy is starting to break up. I had a trade on Oxy yesterday that was, I thought pretty good. It didn't go to where I wanted it to. It had to wait for the overnight to do that. But yeah, Oxy started to trend up, starting to come to VWAP. That like 62.25 is kind of where it didn't want to get over yesterday. So we'll see if it can clear that today, and then that's almost exactly where VWAP is, and then go to the 40s, 50s, and that 63 level that I liked from the daily chart. Baba is coming down, so I'm gonna have to make a decision here on Baba. It doesn't want to follow the market. Market's making new highs. Baba is not. So let's see. I guess maybe. I think if we break 50, I'm going to be out of Baba. So sadly, Baba doesn't want to make its move for me. Been a good trade though, so happy with it no matter what. We're going to get out if it breaks 99.50 here, this like consolidation level, and yesterday's high. What else? Baba puts? I don't think so. That's not a good idea. Baba is going to, what do we have on the daily on Baba? Like 120? 120, 125. Those are kind of the levels on this one. So I wouldn't be buying puts in the middle necessarily. Amazon is coming back to 100 again. So the question on Amazon is, does it break out of 100, or is this another fade? It's been a fade all day off 100. Do we break out and then make a new high. The high is currently 29. I mean, Apple is still kind of struggling with its high, so I don't know if Amazon can get the juice to make a new high, but yeah, the 40-50 is that level on ES for us to make a new high. So I think we take that out, everything is in play on the long side, except this BABA if we can't get back above 100 here pretty quick. K-Web's still holding up too, so BABA's kind of independently weak, but I mean, again, we made a huge move up today, so.
Oh, baby. I come back from the bathroom and we're printing newer highs. Meta's above 205. That 160.30 is now 160.36 on Apple. So newer highs, baby. And let's see what we do here. Tyron Hamilton, RNXT up today, no news. Let's have a look at that. Let's bring the scanner in. Look at this one. RX, where is that again? Jeez, I lost it. RNXT, there we go. So what is this? Renault Forks. Wow, that's a mouthful. It is up, yes, 26 percentage points, a $3 stock. It's done, almost 200,000 shares of volume, but its 5-year average is only about 60,000, 58.8. So it's done a lot of RVOL today. So it's moving. The spread, though, careful with that, is about 21 pennies at the moment. It looks like you're swinging this because I feel like you've been watching this because you're like, it's up, no news. Well, let's see my blotter here. I've got no news on it today, so I got to agree with your assessment on that. Today is the 29th, right? Yeah. So last news blotter I had for it was on the 28th. Today there is something on it here, but I don't think it's going to tell us why. Yeah, just tell us that it's up 29%. No, maybe it's a technical breakout. Not really sure. A lot of these ones we find out later. Sometimes it's insider buying. We just don't know. But what are the levels on this one? Daily. Let's have a look here. So, yeah, we've been all over the place kind of thing the last, I want to say, 3 months, starting back late January. Is this a biotech stock? It is a biotech stock, biopharmaceutical company. I knew immediately by where it was moving. I told you that this was the biotech time. Look,
where is this?
Jan, Feb. So you're right.
January, February. Right. So both of them.
You were both right.
Yeah, back when Bed Bath was squeezing at the end of January was a little bit of a time for the small caps.
Biotechs were.
And then that February time with those
Hold
halters.
on, it was mRNA that started this whole thing, the biotech move, right? They came in with that news headline that they were going to start using the mRNA technology for cancer, this and that. Then that started spiraling. Other companies that were doing the same started coming out with their own catalysts, and you know what happened after that. Here we go again, high days. ES, printing, high days. Meta, high days. We are moving here. Close to high days again on Apple. Very close. Even Microsoft, which has been kind of anemic, I want to say the entire afternoon, now pumping back nearer that 280. 280 has been a bit top here on Microsoft. A lot of rejection off this 280 level. Look at this, Max. I mean, we broke it initially. We got up to 66s, but this 280 top's been going on for, I want to say, how long here? 11:30 a.m. Where are we? 117. So a couple of hours at this 280 level not being able to break through. So interesting here as we move up in the futures and possibly maybe take some of these big cappers with it to the high side. Want action. He says, really, it was December to get in. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're talking about swing trading, I'm assuming, want action. You're talking about these biotechs, right? That was the time to get in. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, probably the meat of the move for a lot of the swing traders was probably to get in around that time unless they were doing some sort of range trade. But, yeah, we do intraday trading here, so they were relevant for us in January and February as well, right? So, but I hear what you're saying on that. What else is being taught? Me close off. Yeah. Toro high a day. Max, What is going on here with our friend Toro? It's pumping to the high side. It's probably time we pull up Toro on here, right? And we take off this BRDS, which we're not watching. Toro is NQ, guys, by the way. Up 68 percentage points. Eek. What do you got?
What do I got? Toro, I mean, next stop, $3 on this one.
I like it.
Yeah, but
we haven't done this.
I mean, the volume isn't that strong on it. Small cap season is just getting started, so we gotta wait for some volume to come in. But yeah, this looks kind of like one of those little false breakouts that we were talking about. You kind of get short, maybe in here, wherever it stops, it stops. If it doesn't keep flushing, you gotta get out.
Yeah.
Or you can give it to the high if that's how you like to play these. But we'll see. I think this one keeps getting kind of bought back up. There's no real like volume top or crazy like spike to the downside that's going to tell you that this move is over. So let's see where it goes.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
I really want to see the arm go like this, though, guys. Like, tell me in the chat if you want to see Fahad's arm go like this. I want to see animation mode and actually dunk it. Because he like comes up to the net, but he's not dunking. I want to see the dunk materialize, baby. Let's go, Fahad. All right, yeah, shout out. Where are we at here? Beer Money Scalper, loving it. Yes, there you go. Someone calling for the Tesla flush. Who is that? JD Minnick, I think, calling for that Tesla flush, wanting it to go down. Yeah, we are near highs, though, on some of these futures, so we're going to have to see relative weakness here on our friend Tesla, but it's do not dance with VWAP, so you may not be completely inaccurate here.
Yeah,
now,
I think Tesla has been relatively weak today. So
yeah. I got to agree with that.
If we do get the move down on futures, Tesla's the one to kind of short, I would say.
I agree. All right, let's take a little bit more profitage here on our friend MU. We'll get a little red triangle there going on the chart, but this is not the move we're looking for, guys. We're looking for that continued move. I have literally been in this position the entire show. So I'm going to continue to hold it, and I'm looking for a possible high day test. Maybe not quite there, but definitely a little bit far removed from my entry at 90s. Where are we at? 23, so 33 pennies in the money. But this has been a slow mover, save and accept. For that initial move at 9:30 off the bell, it went up big boy, and I'm talking big boy from 61 to 64.16. So that was a move. That was a move. Yeah, so that was a move. And what else? Lucky Cheese. What's up with Google these days? Yeah, you know what? Google was kind of benefiting a little bit from the AI tailwind, and then it kind of had that tit for tat exchange with Microsoft, releasing their version of AI, Bard or Baird or whatever is Google's, ChatGPT, obviously, Microsoft's, and you had both companies fumble a little bit. You had Baidu throw its hat in the mix as well as some others. But it hasn't been doing much. And then we also talked about Google. Come to my chart. We also talked about Google being an interesting benefactor of the possible TikTok ban, because we talked about this. Max, I don't know if you know this, but in India, TikTok is actually banned. And so they don't actually use Reels as a substitute for TikTok. They actually use YouTube Shorts. I actually don't watch all that much.
I don't think I've ever watched a YouTube short.
There you go. So
does anybody in the chat watch YouTube shorts?
Do you guys watch YouTube shorts?
I've barely even heard about YouTube.
Let's not talk that badly about YouTube. We are broadcasting on YouTube right now. No. But we can be
all
be
of
as
these
open
competitors
as we
to TikTok. It's like TikTok is the king at the moment.
At the moment, yeah.
I mean,
for that real style.
Yeah, exactly. For that style. So, who's going to buy them is basically the question, right? Because the U.S. is going to shut them down, and they're going to have to sell.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
I think
the chat's responding here, man. That they're like, yo, we use YouTube Shorts. Yeah,
I guess I don't even use TikTok, so why am I talking about
right?
if you're going to use a YouTube short
count,
or not?
Right? I mean,
I don't use anything.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, so we were also looking at Google as a possible benefactor for the TikTok tailwind, as I like to call it, and we really haven't seen that materialize as much on Google as we have on Meta, and even to some extent we saw it on Snap, at least initially, not so much right now. D-Loaf saying, I only watch YouTube Shorts, no TikTok, no Insta, no nothing social media. D-Loaf coming in hot with his opinion there. Sean, Mr. Katina pounding the desk saying right, because he's long Google as well. He likes that for the play. Jenish Patel saying you can probably use TikTok with VPN in the U.S. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean,
Yeah, it sounds like the chat is going off on me about the YouTube shorts. Apparently, YouTube shorts are sick. Buy calls, YouTube shorts. YouTube shorts are in. I was wrong. Couldn't be more wrong. You heard it here first. YouTube shorts are the best.
Here's the thing, too. Here's the thing. So a lot of people were saying, well, dude, there's like 150 million Americans that already have TikTok on their phone.
Yeah.
So what? You ban them from downloading it, and they can't update it. They still got it. Here's the thing.
Will they still be able to like
Here's the
host it?
thing. So apparently, Android and iOS have this like internal feature that they can use to block certain apps that have already been installed on your phone as a result of malware. So they have this tool to prevent malware that materializes on already installed apps on your phone. So they can use this tool to actually block you from using the app after you've downloaded it. And that's something I didn't know that they had, right? So here we go. Here we go. And here's the thing, too. Say Biden comes and says, all right, no, we're not going to do an outright ban. Look for an American buyer or you're shut down. Say they find an American buyer. That now parcelizes the company. You have TikTok USA or whatever it's going to be called, and then you have the global TikTok, right? Hold on.
Oh, so like TikTok in Canada is still going to be...
I don't know.
Or whatever,
I don't know.
Mexico, Europe,
logistically,
however they
do it.
do
The whole point is, you've now broken down the company, and TikTok USA will not have authorization to use the TikTok name and generate income globally because that's already owned by the global TikTok company.
Yeah.
So they're maxed at how much they can grow because their user base is only the American user base. Right, and that's not a problem suffered by Google or Meta, at least not yet. Maybe they will get banned. Well, they're already banned in China. What am I saying, right? So there's so many like what if situations that could happen here. Like try to think this when you end up getting a headache. But.
Yeah. So
there we
go. I decided to manage some risk here.
Go.
I took off 20%, and instead of trailing it to 99.50 now, I'm going to trail it where I wanted to, that 99. But now I've taken another 20% off, so we've raked in the profits on this one, and now I can hold that 20%. I'm comfortable holding that until maybe the end of day, wherever this one goes, to try and get the last juice out of this move, if it does happen. But I didn't really like what I was seeing, that like sub 100 level, and so I decided to take some off and give it a little bit wider stop. Apple's still making new highs. ES has not yet, sadly. But and NASDAQ is still trying to make a new high. Hasn't quite gotten there. Let's see if we can get 13K. Power hour rally to 13K? Maybe that could happen. What else we got? AMD's kind of making a move up. This one, still an inside day though. I don't know what you could do with AMD, honestly.
I bet.
Play the range, I guess. Maybe play this breakout. I just don't see it on AMD unless you had like 95 as a level for yourself and you got long here. Then, I mean, what a great trade back up to that 96 with really, really tight risk. Where's Apple headed? Apple's headed to 160.75 in my mind. That's
160.75.
Yeah.
Like it. Okay, we'll see. We're still at highs on all these indexes, so. I'm taking a little bit of shareage off here on MU. The majority, I'm still holding like a lot, okay? A lot more than I have gotten out so far. There we go. We're breaking through the 30 level. Finally, Max, we're making higher highs. That's what I want to see. We've been making higher lows. To be fair, we've held the 50 like a glove. On the 50 period on the 5-minute chart is what I'm talking about. We've held it nicely, but now it's time to make those higher highs because it's not just good enough to have those higher lows. We want to print big boy. And
Here we go.
Yeah,
coming in.
We're coming in. Where are you
Almost,
looking?
ES is 40.49. Let's get ES/M23 up here. We're going, man. High of day. 40.49, 50. 40.50 is that level that we want to see. So let's see what we get here. See if we get some, Apple's kind of leading the market here. I don't know what Meta's doing. That's kind of your big
Meta is at near days high, 205.28 days high.
205.28.
205.15. We're 13
The last time
pennies.
I touched Meta, it was like 193 or something. I
Really? Oh, that was probably like a few days ago. Or like a
Yeah,
week ago.
it's like a week ago.
Yeah.
This thing, it moves. Meta moves for sure.
Oh yeah, it's been moving. It's been moving, and yeah, well, good on. Dude, can I tell you, like, I was not a fan of this company. Now I'm all of a sudden this big fan now that I'm invested in it. I've got such shifting priorities.
What do you call that bias?
I don't know. Confirmation bias? Is it called confirmation bias? No.
Ownership bias? Ownership bias?
Yeah,
maybe?
I guess.
I feel like there's another term for it that I can't think of right now. But yeah, once you have the position, the stock is the best stock in the market.
Right, and you couldn't have lived without it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get myself to actually use Reels on Instagram. I'm like trying to champion the stock that I'm invested in, but I love TikTok, right? I just can't help it. Let's take out some more there. We're moving up here on MU finally, but I want to see that $0.50 coming real quick. That would be nice, but you know, I think MU's kind of past the stage where it does these explosive moves. It's just going to be kind of like a stair step up. Chill Vibes, tell me to have a look at Intel. I know you were looking at Intel earlier. What's it up to right now?
What's Intel getting up to? I don't have it up on a chart. Look at that. Just keeps
baby,
cruising. New high of
right.
day, new high of day, new high of day. What did I say? Trail this to the 50, trail it to VWAP,
Recency
whatever you
bias.
want. Just hold this thing because it's just trending. Like
On what, Intel? On Intel?
Let's pull this
Okay,
up
let me
on
have a
the
look.
daily.
Neil's pounding the desk over there. He's like, why are we not long
Yeah,
at
that
30?
31 level, that
31
is juicy.
on daily.
That is juicy.
What is this? Let's have a look here, guys. Okay.
Well, it's not a breakout market, right? It's a play the range market, and it decides to break out.
We're getting at an interesting inflection point. We're now coming to the 200 EMA on the daily. And that's an interesting level because every time we've gotten to that, it looks back to January 2022, we've rejected off the 200. So this will be the first time in well over a year that we've, in about a year, sorry. Last time we were up here was exactly a year ago. Exactly a year ago was the last time we touched the 200 EMA on the daily. So EMA. It's through the SMA. Okay, so Neil telling me through the SMA, you guys know I use the EMA. The blue is the 200, the red is the 50.
Why do you use the EMA?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's my answer when someone asks me why I use the SMA.
I do have.
It's the
because
same answer.
It has like a more of a weighted to the recent price action as opposed to the farther price action.
Like if you're looking at like a 200, which is like kind of supposed to be this like very wide.
I still want to take into consideration.
You want to take recent more.
I still, yeah. I mean, I still don't think that, you know,
fair enough.
The argument on that
That's
isn't
what
valid.
I do.
But I hear what you're saying.
When I do like 21,
to be honest with you, you want the truth?
That's
the
an
reason
EMA.
I did it is
I would like the
I started
truth.
that way.
I think the chat needs the truth.
What? About why?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to know why? I can't say why here, but we'll leave you guys to your imagination. We just touched 50 here on MU. We're knocking on the door of the $0.50. Let's open up, please. We're long 90s. We're taking a little bit more out there. We're letting this one ride. This one's been a patience tester. I'm talking about MU. I'm talking about the 62.90 long that I've had now. Almost 60 pennies in the money. Letting this one run as we are near high days again on the ESNNQ. And this is, you know, it's kind of just a general move with the market, but obviously up 7% as a result of a headline coming out yesterday with respect to earnings and good guidance and using all the right keywords. Again, Max using the AI word and stuff like that.
The AI word.
The AI word, baby.
Yeah, what else is moving? Amazon kind of bouncing off that 80, huh? It's funny how like you see someone buy or sell on the bidder offer, and then that level becomes the level.
Is Lulu moving?
You know, because there's obviously someone with a lot of money interested in this stock at this level, and it just will not clear it. So if we do end up continuing through the highs on Amazon, and that seller is offside now, maybe, you know, that causes a more of an outsized move. But everything just kind of cruising, holding up. Nothing's really breaking down.
Even
Apple's the only one breaking out, but even that one's kind of pulling back. I mean, I think Apple, you know, you see Apple just trend all afternoon when it decides to go, and I think that could be the situation today if we can get over this 40-50 kind of resistance area. What else are we looking at here?
Yeah, well, we're getting a bit of a resistance here to be expected on MU at the half dollar, retracing now back into 40s. Didn't take any more out near there. Looking now for a decisive break of the half dollar. I don't have any reason to get out of this one still because it is up and to the right, making higher highs and higher lows. So nothing telling me here on the 5-minute chart, get out. Lulu, someone was saying Lulu holy. Okay, so in case you're wondering, Lulu moved up big boy in the aftermarket yesterday as a result of really good earnings. They talked about getting rid of their inventory glut. They had a problem with inventory. In the previous quarter, they've gotten rid of that. They've actually gotten rid of it without discounting it, which means their margins stayed intact, which is good. They're also forecasting good growth for this year. So essentially what this tells you is that, the higher earners do not feel the pinch quite yet as perhaps some of the medium and lower income earners, because this is, it's a premium brand. It's pricey in Canada, and I know it's pricey in America. It also shows you that the recent trend that we've been hearing about with respect to money flowing away from goods into services, it's not impacting everybody. This is one of those ones as well. The the company that owns Tommy Hilfiger and another brand I forget reported yesterday as well. They talked about good earnings. That's another premium-ish brand. So it looks like that segment of clothing and retail and that segment seems to be having or faring better a little bit than some of their other competitors. And we heard about TJX coming out yesterday. I'm assuming this was in response perhaps to some stock price action in response to the company that owns Tommy Hilfiger and another brand. TJX announced a share buyback program. I think it was like $5 billion share buyback program. That obviously has, that very enticing to stockholders as they see value added back, right, into their holdings. So, to me, that was a bit of a response to the industry that they're in. So, Andy Fischella, give me a professor word. None today, man. We got to let it happen organically. We can't be forcing it. In Klopp, how happy are you that it looks like Saka is extending his contract at Arsenal? Big games coming up. Dude, I could not be happier. Saka is an absolute unit. Did you see that goal he scored for England against Ukraine? Man, he made the defender look silly on that. Turned on the defender, top corner, left foot. Saka is an absolute, he's a unit, man. On the right wing there with Martinelli on the left wing. And how about Trossard? Trossard in the middle. Who would have thought? Eddie Nketiah goes down. They bring in Trossard to play in the center. Did not think that he was a false number 9, but is he ever distributing the ball and has enough, fuel in the tank and desire to get back behind midfield, get the ball from the defenders, work his way up and feed the ball to the wings? I think he's been absolute money. Benton, come on, you Gunners. Yes, sir. Ed saying, ball. Yes, sir, I love soccer. Been playing it since I was a little boy. And, definitely know a lot about it. But, Arsenal, man, come on. If we don't finish this year with the Prem and we're holding it there at the end of the year and the flag that's draped on the Prem is white and red, baby, not white and baby blue anymore, I'll be a little disappointed, not going to lie. So hoping for Arsenal to kind of kill it in the Prem there. Klopp says, I've been saying this to you since the league started. Please beat City. Trust me, dude, I want to beat City. And I can't be even more excited that we're going to be in the Champions League next year and we have a solid team. And now we're attracting talent. We are, because we're winning. So people actually want to come to Arsenal. Before that was hard.
Sharif, you just said a bunch of words, and I didn't know what any of them meant at all.
You're not a footy fan,
I know
man.
Nothing about the footy.
Okay, that's all right.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, man.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know. I love soccer, bro. What can I say? We're back knocking on the door, though, Max, of that 63.50 on MU. So I took a little bit more.
MU looks like it's relatively strong right now. So the market kind of is wicked off the high there, and MU is still holding up, trying to break that 50.
It is, right?
I like that trade for you.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's been a patience trade, definitely, but I'm definitely looking to take out more. I've still got ample shareage here to take out. There goes the 50, baby. Let's sit at 52s.
Let's go.
What's life without whimsy?
Pump
sitting,
it.
Yeah, pump it. Sitting at 52s, looking for that continuation. But something tells me we'll probably do that dance with the $0.50 a couple times before we decisively break it to the high side. Not yet. Here we go. 52s. We spin the money. Oh, baby. There we go. Okay, let's take a little bit more.
Loving it. Loving it.
Having a good time over here, guys.
SIVBQ did break that 75 level.
I'm looking at it.
And now we have a bid, this 2,300 lots on 76. Still light volume, but maybe SIVBQ is going to hit that $1 after all.
I'm down. I'm down.
I'm here for it. Maybe we'll take a one. No,
Would you
actually,
take out one short?
I am not taking $1 break. I'm not taking it short.
Nope.
I'm not touching
Not
this
doing
name.
nothing.
But you guys have fun with this one. Yeah, let's see it pump though. I want to see something crazy happen. Why not? Nothing really else is happening except Tesla going down off of my 193.50. What a call by me that I didn't even have. I feel like this happens all the time.
What?
You
Sorry,
call a level.
I was reading the chat.
You don't get short.
Yeah.
And it just flushes off of it.
Tesla is a stress level. It's a tough one to, it is.
I don't think there's been a day in the last couple of weeks or the last couple of months that I haven't had a fill on Tesla because I see, the outsized return on it.
Right.
You're risking a lot. You're risking 50 cents at least on Tesla probably.
Easy.
If you can structure a trade for 30 cents, you're kind of laughing on this one. But like the move to the whatever direction you're in, if you catch a move, you're looking at $2, $3, $4, maybe $5.
Easy.
I mean,
You said the ATR was 10.
Yeah, the ATR is 10. So like you have a news day on Tesla, maybe you're seeing a $20 day. So I see the R to R there. I'm always trying to take fills at like key levels on Tesla.
Right.
That's why I'm here at 190 early on in the day. I just didn't give it the risk.
Oh, baby. We're printing
Here
on
we
MU.
go,
We're going to
Micron.
spin the money again. We're almost
Micron.
$1 in the money now, close here on MU. It's still doing that dance with that 60 area. What did I just do here? There we go. We're back up to 65. So it looks like we knocked on the door of 70s there for a second. I wasn't quick enough, my old man hands, to take out some sharage there. But you know what? We're going to sit at 69s because what's life without whimsy? Adam's asking, Sharif, how would you feel if Arsenal didn't win the trophy this year? I'd be dejected, dude. I mean, I'm even thinking about going. My birthday is in end of May, so I'm looking at maybe doing a little bit of a trip there to catch the last Arsenal game, and I did that. And like good tickets there were like 3,000 euros. I was like, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Because I was gonna go all out, get center field and stuff like that. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. But it's a little pricey now that they're gonna win the title, or they're challenging to win the title. I shouldn't say that. We're through 70s now. We're moving 80 pennies in the money here on our friend MU. I'm talking about, baby. It's moving to the high side. I'm loving this trade. We were in this from like 11 a.m. or even prior to that. I'll have to look exactly when I got in. Been holding this entire time. Now going through the $0.75. Let's go, baby. We want 64.16 high. Somebody asked me, where's your out there? Remember I was talking about this earlier? I like that 64 retracement. The majority of the sharage I'm going to take out in front of 64, and then you're gonna leave a piece for the dream, as Brenkles likes to say, right? You gotta let it go. 64.16, that's HOD. So you're gonna have to hold tight there and kind of let it go. We'll take out some more sharage here as we. What am I doing? I was looking to buy there. Goodness, come on, my old man hands. There we go. We take out some there at 77s. So now we're moving to the high side. Let's go ahead and sit at 84s for some sharage there. As we stair step up here on MU, Adam says, Sharif, I know a guy who is connected with Arsenal. Oh, dude, really? DM me. Okay, you know my Instagram. It's all over. It keeps popping up everywhere. DM me on the gram. If you do, I really, really appreciate that. I appreciate
Sharif
you,
some
Adam.
free tickets for his birthday.
I'm not even free, no, but I'll pay for them as long as they're not 3,000 euros, man. It was wild. I gotta show you guys.
3,000 euros.
Dude, I'll load it up right now and show you guys. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Last time I was like so confident about my TikTok, I ended up getting creamed there. Look, let me show you guys. Hold on, let me show you.
Man. You want to bring
and then
that
it's gonna
up
be
again?
like it's gonna be like $8 or something like that. No. I'll show you guys real quick, but I'm gonna load it on the side screen here first, because I think Arsenal's playing Wolverhampton May 28th. 28th, Arsenal. Is it Wolves? WOL. Is it Wolves? I'm pretty sure. Let me just check real quick. Yes, it is Wolves, May 28th. So that's the game I'm talking about here, guys. Arsenal versus Wolves. It's at the Emirates. It's on Arsenal soil, which is obviously we want to go there. So look for tickets there real quick. I'll show you how much these guys are. They're too expensive tickets. Let's see. Let's go Arsenal tickets. I'll do that after Max takes over, but I want to show you guys how much these pricey bad boys are. Anyway, I'm sitting here at 84s on MU. We're now printing 79s. I think we just touched 80 there. Did we get to 80? Yeah, we got right to 80, and it just rejected there. Guys, my birthday is not May 28th. It's not. I'm going around my birthday, right? Yeah, nice try. These guys, identity theft. Here we go. We all know his birthday. We all know how old he is. Let's reverse engineer the whole thing. No, it's not May 28th, but nice try. That's just around my birthday. Go away.
They're trying to steal all those millions you made on that meta.
Neil,
meta
don't start, Neil. We're going to get super chats as well. Like, remember what happened with Luca? Oh, my God. Shout out to that. Here we go. You're turning 28. No, I'm not. I turned 28 a long time ago. We just printed 84s here on the MU, baby. So we're moving up. Micron is flying to the high side.
Micron is the name today. Eh?
Here it is, finally. Okay,
this is
so
what
we're
you
going to take
love
out
to
Sharage
see.
here.
When the market is kind of trending down and MU is just trending up for you, like if we catch a bounce here in the market, you are flying off the top.
Hopefully.
Flying.
Here we go. Rejecting a little bit now off that 8 level. I just took out more Sharage. I've been taking out small Sharage so far on this ascent up. I just took a big piece right here, this one out right here, and it quadunks right back into the 70, but to be expected. I mean, you just can't have a big boy move like that without some sort of retracement. So let's see what we get here on MU. Been waiting. It's the only trade we've been in all day, and so let's just let this one manifest. Aaron, thank you, Aaron, for the happy birthday. It's so funny. You guys are jokers. Some people saying happy B-Day, Prad. So shout out to Bradley for his birthday. Sean hitting the bang. I know, right? The market, didn't even notice this, Max. I was too busy looking at MU, but we did reject that 50 level on the ES that you were talking about 50 earlier.
So looked like we were going to come into it. Can't break the top. Apple still strong, though. Like, Apple's kind of pulling back on the 15, pulling back on the 30, still above that key kind of 160 level that we've had today on Apple. So I think, if we can get going on Apple, we can probably get going on the market. Maybe we see that 40-50 again. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. We just kind of got up there. There was lots of buying, and then we lost all the steam on the market. So
we did.
Sadly, we didn't get going yet. But it's not power hour yet.
No, not yet. But we're getting real close. Do you know what's actually moving? And actually maybe at $1?
SIVBQ. I see this in the corner.
And
this
I still couldn't
nuts.
punch into 5,000 shares
nuts.
on my sim here. I'm still waiting to get filled. Shout out to IBKR for your amazing functioning sim platform here. It didn't fill me, and I won't have all this fake money to be happy with. Let's go. 83.20, guys. The high of day on that. We're looking at the 5-minute chart here on SIVBQ. In case you're wondering, this is the SIVB. SIVB ticker on the former NASDAQ. It's now trading on the OTC pink sheet. Shout out to Jeff Mendel, who came to tell us a little bit about that. Let's look at the 1 minute real quick. Yeah, man. Look at that hold on the 50 on the 1 minute.
That 50, man.
That 50 was money on the 1 minute, and it was a rinse and repeat.
Is this all that people trade off of these days? The 50 period and VWAP?
The 50 period is good.
Nuts.
I don't know how you feel about the 50, but the 50 has been good to me lately. I mean, I use the EMA. I know you use SMA. But yeah, the 50's been clutch.
It's not that far off when you're looking at a 1 minute. Like, we're talking about areas, right? We're not talking about an exact price. So
for sure.
When you're looking at a 1 minute chart, what's the difference between an EMA and an SMA? It's like
not gonna be
a couple
much
pennies, not a big deal. Somebody's got a super chat talking about soccer.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
That
Imagine if Luis Suarez, I'm not going to say the other word, of Ajax, that's how you say it, you don't say Ajax, because we have a city called Ajax, but in what's it called? Netherlands, you say Ajax. Went to Arsenal, yes, and there was talk about Luis Suarez in 2014 after he left Liverpool, and Liverpool almost won the Prem in 2014. Recall that epic collapse that they had at Palace, where they lost 3-2 in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, so he was supposed to come to Arsenal after that. Luis Suarez, I'm talking about. He's supposed to leave Liverpool. He ended up obviously going to Barcelona. That was the year he bit Chiellini in the World Cup. I'm talking about Giorgio Chiellini, the defender for Italy. And yeah, that was, he served a suspension at Barcelona for X amount of months after that. That was given by FIFA because, so it was world applicable. It was not just applicable on the World Cup stage, it was world applicable. So yeah, Suarez, obviously an amazing player, but, he's had his run-ins with the Whoa, bro, SIVB is pumping.
Every penny is over 1% on this stock. This is crazy. We are just flying. Where did we start today? We started at 35 cents. Imagine you get long on the open on this. You're just holding all day, watching it go up, go up, go up, go up. The
My
long
goodness,
off
here
of
comes 90
75.
pennies.
Yeah.
Here comes 90 pennies, and then we're only 10 pennies away from $1.
Look, you want me to make a call?
I like you if you would.
I think it's going to break $1.
Okay.
I think it's going to break $1 today, and
Here
I
we
will
go.
not be involved. You can,
heard that here first.
You can have fun on your paper account with this one.
I couldn't even punch 5,000 shares in the trading sim. Shout out to IBKR, you guys suck. We can't trade anything on the pinks?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sean letting me know that. That's right. Yeah? Okay, so Sean letting me know that we were not able to trade anything sub $1 on the pink sheets as per the rules here on the floor. So,
that makes some sense. I would say from a risk management standpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I know the pinks have
now.
had liquidity issues in the past, right?
Oh,
the pinks?
yeah. I mean,
getting in and out of positions.
I mean, there's actually more liquidity than you would expect on the pink sheets.
Okay.
But yeah, under $1, you're just you're asking for it, I think.
Yeah.
We got a huge buy here on BABA too.
Okay.
So patience pays on this one. Still hanging on to it. Still hanging out. Time to make that move up. 125 cents is the next breakout spot for me. Let's see if we can make that new high. I don't know if we're getting 103 today, but you never know. Never know. It could just trend for the rest of the day. So yeah, let's see what happens on BABA. Apple's hanging out. Amazon's hanging out. That guy's still in the money with his 140,000 shares. Let's see, Tesla hanging out below VWAP. I don't see much going on right now. Just this BABA this might be the breakout. Here we go. Starting to see some buys on BABA. Volume's picking up a little bit. Let's see if we can break out. There we go. Okay, BABA.
Let's go, baby.
We hung on for this. We're waiting for this. Let's see if we can take out 50. What's the high? 61? Yeah, 61 is the high. Let's see if we can get this going. This is a breakout on almost every time frame at this point. So over 25. Let's see if it can get to 50. 50 is the level. Next level up. Come on, BABA.
Let's go, baby.
Come on. You know what? I'm going to put the offer out at 102 right now, just so the market knows where to go. So 102. This is going to fill.
Just so the market. You're hilarious, dude. I love how you sat the order there. That's funny. Okay. Benjamin says, take a look at LGMK, penny stock with positive earnings and guidance. Sure, let's have a look at that. No problemo. Let's bring that in from the top. LGMK. LGMK. So 25 penny stock. Logimark Incorporate provides personal emergency response systems, health communications devices, and Internet of Things technology that creates a connected care platform. I'm assuming that's maybe like the thing that helps seniors when they fall. I don't know. Is that the kind of like the product system that they have here? 1 minute chart, it's up 72.5 percentage points on the day. Yesterday's close, I can't even find yesterday's close. It's so far removed. Let's go to the 5. Yesterday's close, here it is. 14 pennies. We're knocking on the door 26 because we got up to 25.79. We're at 25 right now. Nice trade. I mean, excellent sub $1 stock. It got going yesterday, like you said on earnings. There's a 4 o'clock spike. That's the algo spike that reacts and reads the earnings report and whatever, and then takes action accordingly. Spikes up there at about 23.50, and then you had a bit of a retracement. We opened up actually higher than the aftermarket close yesterday. We retraced into the 200 and the 5, and then it's been one big move back up 9:30, saw a lot of buying on this. It got up from 18 pennies up to 25 in a matter of 15 minutes. So almost 26 in a matter of 15 minutes. So good look. It's holding VWAP. You know, I used to have a trade for these ones called VWAP hold high of daybreak, and I think this one might be an interesting one where it does hold VWAP all day, and then you got to break through that 26 penny eventually on larger volume during the more liquid period time of day. So looking for possible continuation there. Good call. Did not see that one. You know what we did see though? This trade on MU. We did see that trade. Yeah. We take a little bit more sharage there at 85s, is doing the dance with no pants at around that 85 level. I'm looking for a 90 break, but this one continues to go. We're long. Why does it say 91s? I was long 90s, bro. yeah. No, I think it's factoring in the fees.
Factoring the fees
It
in there?
is. It's factoring in the fees.
Usually my
blotter
blotter doesn't do that. Maybe that's some new setting.
I know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Lucid waking up, somebody saying, but you know what's waking up? SIVBQ, it is now knocking on the door again of
hitting
that high of day.
90s, hitting 90s. Let's go, SIVBQ. Mentally, I am long 500 million shares. Really, I am not long anything. I think this is going over $1.
That's hilarious. I love it.
Good job to anybody who's long this. I mean, you take this, what is this, 45, 50 cent break, and it just rallies. So
90 pennies we're at now.
Beautiful trade. Double up easily on that 50 cent break. Nice trade, people.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Wiser words were never spoken. All right. Here we go. 91 pennies now we're at a high of day on SIVBQ. It's moving to the high side. Here comes $1, man. We're doing that dance at near the dollar area. What did you say the short? No, we didn't have the short float on this one, did we?
SIVBQ?
Yeah.
It's like a brand new ticker. I don't think so. I don't think we have. Let's see.
Amazing. Thank you, Adam. I see you in the chat. I really appreciate you, Adam. Shout out to Adam. Duluth. Yeah, here we go. 91.30. We're looking at SIVBQ here. We can't punch in fake money on our sim, and we can't. We're not allowed. No, I know. I'm talking about IBKR because it was a running gag that I was trying to punch in 5,000 shares on the sim, right? But yeah, it's going to be above $1, guys, before we're allowed to punch in on this one on P Pro 8.
No, we're not even allowed.
We're not even allowed. No, we're not allowed. It has to close above $1.
That makes
not
sense.
just get above $1. So tomorrow, if it closes, then
tomorrow
we'll
Sean's
have a
calling the dollar too.
Are you calling the dollar? You called the dollar.
I did call the dollar.
No.
Sean doesn't make calls.
Called the dollar. 93 pennies. Here we go, baby. Here we go. Let's go. Come on, SIVB. Q. I forgot one letter there. All right, guys. We're back at VWAP on the ES, and we're very close to VWAP. In fact, we're just above that 12.9 on the NQ. So, you know, retracing a little bit here, but I'm noticing that as we are retracing on these futures, Meta has decided not to partake in that retracement. In fact, it's been a series of higher lows here, and we are only, I think, about 10 pennies removed from the high of day on Meta. So this one continues a stair step up, as it has been doing since about that 11:15 time slot. Now up 2.25% on the day is Meta. Bucking the overall market trend at the moment, Matt.
Yeah, Meta and Micron are the strong ones today. It's a long Sharif kind of day. Long Sharif today,
What are we
guys.
doing with Micron here? Are we going to take out more sharage? Well, let's find out how much sharage we've got left.
Do you have a profit target ultimately on Micron?
Yeah, 64. And I
64.
remember that's what I was saying. I was going to take out the majority of the sharage in front of 64. There we go. We got a little bit out. Now we're holding about a 100, a little bit above 100% position. Let this one run a little bit more because I feel like, you know, we may have more room to the upside. It's not just a random level that I have to take everything out at. If the stock wants to continue to go to the high side, then why would I say no to it? So let this one run. We're $1 in the money on Micron. Now, as we got in 91s, apparently, well, we were in 90s. Yeah, so let this one run. You know, this may go after the show. We've got 2 minutes left on the show until the big kahunas take over. But here we go, 95 pennies now. NYSE let's go $1. We're long mentally.
Let's go.
Right?
The mental longs.
We're mental longs, SIVB, baby.
Cheering everybody in the chat on. Good job, guys. A nice long.
And you see
are
Toro?
all crazy.
Did you see Toro the
Did
move?
Toro take out the high?
Oh, baby.
Is it over? Is it over 3?
No, not yet, but it's up.
Yeah, so it's just kind of consolidating, bull flag, if that's
Bull
what you want to call it.
flagging, baby.
Yeah, Toro, I think maybe 3 break for an afternoon rally on this one. Or, you know, if you want to kind of be more
bet.
careful, you pick up 250 VWAP. 250 was the breakout
SBNY.
level. SBNY.
What am I doing here? How did I just
Got
change all
PK.
this? Oh, goodness. Okay. SBNY. Let's look. SBNY.
SBNY is
That
kind of
signature
chilling.
bank, it's up 50%. It's up 50%, and it's at 20 pennies. So SBNY, forgot completely about that. Someone was telling us, oh, yo, if you're going to trade the bank names, you have to look at Wall, FRC, and so they were saying that earlier, so we totally forgot to do that. We had all these names that we were looking at, bank names, the last few weeks, and we've kind of gotten lost.
You can look at the regional bank ETF, which is KRC, I believe, on Amex.
I have it here on my. Oh, I don't have the ETF watch list on my sim. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't even remember. I'm so done with the bank trades at this point. Like, I kind of got it all out of my brain. I'm just focusing, trying to put the banks in the back of my head instead of like thinking too much about banking failure when I'm trying to go long large caps. It's just, it was really messing with my mentality. So I'm done with the banks. KRE.
Man,
so like if you don't want exposure to an individual name, you can take KRE, which is the ETF. If you want to trade these, it's way more liquid. The tape on this is kind of messed up.
Is it?
I have tried trading it. It is kind of crazy. So this is more of like a positional trade, but like it's really in a tight range today. I guess these names aren't really doing the moves that they used to do. But yeah, KRE, if you want, like, you know, it does volume, it has liquidity, there's liquidity at every level. So if you want to make a trade on these banks, maybe this is the safe way to do it.
All right, guys, it is all over for us. It is now 2 o'clock and time to send you to the closing show. The big kahunas to my right will take over. Breno's at the big desk, and I believe Neil is going to do the trade of the day today. So, no, Sean is going to do the trade of the day. I was incorrect, I thought, because he was near the desk. It's all over for us, guys. We'll be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel.
Thank you.
Back in 2 o'clock on a pretty impressive afternoon. It's worth saying we continue to make our way to the upside once again, led by tech, coming back to life after a bit of a pause over the past couple of sessions. As we were saying, maybe we were getting a little bit too extended as far as the NASDAQ was concerned, as far as the NASDAQ 100 specifically.